There is nothing more tantalizing to the human species than a good mystery. Thrillers in the forms of novels, movies, and even campfire tales are often consumed by the thousands who love the adrenaline rush of solving a mystery. However, some of the most pervasive mysteries are those that occur in real life, and these are the ones that are often most difficult to solve. So today, here at Unexplained Mysteries, we'll be taking a look at mysterious discoveries. Jose Bonilla observation. On the 12th and 13th of August 1883, an astronomer at a small observatory in Mexico made an extraordinary observation. While observing sunspot activity, Jose Bonilla saw around a legion of objects, each surrounded by a vapor passing across the face of the sun. He was able to take a few photographs, exposing the photographic plates at around 1/100th of a second, a particularly fast shutter speed for something so far away. These would come to be the earliest photos of an unidentified flying object. There were many suggestions on what these flying objects could be. Bonilla himself never actually put forward his own explanation, and a few years later, the journal in which Bonilla's photos were published, something far more straightforward was suggested. This included things like migrating animals or even insects. Others have gone on to suggest that the objects were extraterrestrial in nature, and in their shapes, flight approach, and numbers could well have been an army of alien craft. What scientists eventually came to surmise, however, was something far more terrifying: an extinction event in totality for all life on this planet. Scientists estimate that the objects ranged in size from 50 to 800 meters and were breakaways from a large parent meteor. That parent comet was around the same size as Halley's Comet, weighing well over 1 billion tons. Not only that, but the objects were around 600 kilometers to 8,000 kilometers away from colliding with Earth. In astronomical terms, this is equivalent to a bullet grazing your head so close it shaves off some of your hair. So, if a collision had occurred, what would have been the result for us? Bonilla observed these objects for about 3.5 hours over 2 days. There was an average of 131 objects per hour, and a total of 3,275 objects in the time between observations. So, if they had collided with Earth, we would have had 3,275 Tunguska events in 2 days. The Tunguska event refers to a huge explosion caused by a meteoroid impact in northern Russia. It flattened an estimated 80 million trees over 830 square miles, with its power around 3 times that of the Hiroshima nuclear bomb. Clearly, one of those impact events is bad enough, but over 3,000 all within a couple of days, that is one visit from outer space that planet Earth is happy to have missed. Scientists claim to have found the first known extraterrestrial protein in a meteorite. This year, researchers were happy to discover that we may have uncovered a vital clue that points towards life elsewhere in our solar system. By using new techniques in analysis and research, scientists believe that they could have found a type of extraterrestrial protein that was hidden in the middle of a meteorite that fell to Earth only 30 years ago. If the findings are accurate, then this would mean that it is the first ever protein that did not come from Earth to ever be discovered. Over the last number of years, researchers have come across a number of meteorites and other bits of space debris that have shown to hold elements and materials that belong to what we consider to be the fundamental building blocks of life. These materials include ribose, amino acids, as well as cyanide, and this specific discovery showed signs that the meteor held amino acids. The research team was led by the physicist Malcolm McGeoch, who works for the X-ray source supplier Plex Corporation, and they aimed their search in discovering vital life-building materials in meteorites. By using complex, modern examination techniques, the team discovered what they believed to be a protein string in the meteorite known as ACFA 086. The apparent discovery of protein within the meteor that was originally found in 1990, it is just one more part of the growing tapestry of evidence of life outside of our own planet. An astronomer and chemist of CSIRO Astronomy and Space Science in Australia, who didn't work on the project, said, "In general, they're taking a meteor that has been preserved by a museum and has been analysed previously, and they are modifying the techniques that they're using in order to be able to detect amino acid inside of this meteor, but in a higher signal ratio." To summarize the team's findings, the research results showed that the glycine amino acid found in the meteorite was bound to other elements like iron and lithium. What they ultimately found was that glycine wasn't isolated from the protein but was part of it. This new type of protein was dubbed protein hemolithin. While protein hemolithin is similar to proteins found on Earth, it's not exactly similar to anything found terrestrially here on Earth. All of this news and research helps to suggest that the structure the team found is actually a protein with an origin outside of Earth, possibly formed in the proto-solar disk over 4.6 billion years ago. Giant monoliths at Baalbek. In the modern city of Baalbek, Lebanon, are several massive monoliths known to be the largest in the world. Baalbek was under Roman rule for a period of time, in which it was referred to as Heliopolis, or City of the Sun. The stones were cut and carved to be used for one of the grandest and largest temples to the Roman god Jupiter, known by the Greeks as Zeus. The temple features one of the most awe-inspiring megalithic foundations, consisting of 27 enormous limestone blocks. 3 of the largest make up the base, and are known as the Trilithon, with each weighing at least 1,000 tons. Aside from those 3, are 2 other monoliths, larger and heavier than the ones actually used for the temple. One of those was the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. The other is known as the Stone of the South and is even heavier. The Stone of the Pregnant Woman was first thought to be the largest monolith discovered. Analyses of the size and weight of the enormous monolith in Baalbek, Lebanon, by the German Archaeological Institute revealed that the megalithic block was one of the largest ever discovered. Its name comes from stories and legends that a pregnant woman tricked villagers into believing that she would be able to move it if they fed her until she gave birth. Other stories say that the name comes from legends that pregnant jinn were assigned the task of cutting and moving the stones. There are even some who believe that a woman who touches the stone raises her chances at fertility. The blocks originated from a limestone quarry nearby. The monoliths are thought to date back at least 2,000 years, or to around 27 BC. Although they were probably intended to be used for a temple to Jupiter, these stones never made it to the building, laying at a distance of 900 meters away from the Heliopolis temple complex. Experts believe this is because they turned out to be too heavy to transport. Researchers also discovered later that a crack in the Stone of the Pregnant Woman must have been the reason why it, specifically, was never transported. The Stone of the South was discovered after the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, as it rests underneath the latter and was mostly buried under a few feet of dirt. The Stone of the South is now the largest known ever carved by human hands, at 1,242 tons. These monoliths are thought to have probably been cut in the same way as the masonry used in the Pont de Garde, a Roman aqueduct in southern France. Each piece would have been split from a larger expanse of limestone along natural fissures. Because they would have been too heavy to lift, they were likely pulled using a capstan, like a human-driven winch, or using a sledge. Despite these stones being a possible disappointment to their carvers, as they turned out to be useless for the purposes of the temple, the Stone of the Pregnant Woman and the Stone of the South both set a world record for the biggest boulders ever discovered. Who is Harry's father? Princess Diana admitted that she had an affair with Major James Hewitt that lasted from 1986 to 1991. This affair occurred at the same time as Prince Charles was cheating on Diana with Camilla Parker Bowles, his current wife. Diana and James met at a courtier's cocktail party. She asked him to give her horseback riding lessons, and their relationship quickly progressed from there. Apparently, it was Diana who initiated the affair one day, telling him that he gave her strength and she hated not being with him. James often snuck into Kensington Palace since Diana and Charles had separate bedrooms. He soon became a regular guest whenever Charles left on trips. Even Diana's sons, William and Harry, grew very fond of James because he was there so often. Ken Worf, Diana's former protection officer, wrote a book called Diana, Closely Guarded Secret. In the book, Ken called James a womanizer who gave Diana the attention and affection she so badly desired. He said that Diana would sometimes meet James at a cottage that belonged to James's mother, and Ken could hear them together. James says that the two would simply have dinner and relax together, just enjoying each other's presence. Their relationship slowed down in 1989 when James was sent to Germany, even though Diana attempted to pull strings so he would not have to go. They rekindled their romance in 1990 before he was deployed to serve in the Gulf War. Diana could tell James was serious about their relationship from the way he spoke in his letters. She began to pull away from him, and they finally split up for good in 1991. It has been said that James Hewitt might be Prince Harry's father ever since their affair became public, though James has denied this accusation. He believed that people were only spreading rumours because it would sell papers. Ken has also said in his book that this accusation is nonsense because the timeline does not add up. Diana and James did not meet until 2 years after Harry was born. People often like to point out that Harry has red hair like James, but Ken is quick to remind people in his book that Harry's red hair comes from Diana's side of the family. Ulfberht Viking sword. A series of swords have sparked conversation amongst various scientists, historians, skeptics, and believers alike for years. The Ulfberht Viking swords have been traced back to the Vikings, but appear to have been made through modern techniques, making them thousands of years ahead of their time. Many say they are the swords made from technology of the future, as even today we are unsure how these steel swords were made by such ill-equipped societies. These swords were used in battle from 800 AD to 1100 AD. Despite this long period, they were a scarce sight, with very few warriors being believed to have used these swords. After 1100 AD, the Ulfberht are believed to have been largely untouched until they were uncovered in Europe an estimated 1,000 years after their initial creation. The Ulfberht swords have been dubbed such due to the inscription alongside the blade, though no one knows why this sword, term, or even possible acronym has been engraved on the sword. In medieval written texts, there is no evidence of Ulfberht being used, adding to the speculation. Some believe it is a name of a place, a potential city of origin, and some think it was simply a mark of authenticity and quality in older historical periods. The aim of an ironsmith was to produce a steel that would not bend or break, a steel that could be sharp but not delicate. This was evidently achieved in the making of the Ulfberht swords. More recently, scholars have researched the etymological root of Ulfberht, concluding that it is a Frankish name. Furthermore, the cross on the sword connotes a religious connection, more specifically to the Roman Catholic Church. This research is highly complementary, as the Church oversaw the Frankish Empire in the Middle Ages, so a strong connection being made between the Frankish roots of Ulfberht and the Roman Catholic cross is logical. Another key aspect to these swords you don't want to miss is the Greek cross appearing before the name. Typically, a placement of a cross before a name was reserved to indicate a bishop or abbot. This has led many researchers to suggest that Ulfberht is the name of either a bishop or abbot, and others have put forward the idea that Ulfberht could be the name of a monastery. So far, 44 Ulfberht swords have been examined and determined to be 100% steel, and only 170 swords have been proven to be Ulfberht at all. As with any object of such high status, copycats have occurred. Objects that bear a strikingly similar resemblance to these marvellous swords have ultimately been branded mimics. So where does the magic happen? The bizarre aspect to these battle swords is that they excel what we know to be possible for the time period in which they were created. How did Vikings create swords that were clearly so strong without the facilities to do so? The vast majority of swords we associate with the Viking period were characteristically low in carbon and full of impurities, aspects of the ore that weaken the metal. Throughout the medieval period, it was not physically possible to remove ore from the steel. The equipment we use today simply wasn't available. The process involved heating a metal to north of 3,000 degrees in order to add carbon and remove impurities, though fires alone simply are not hot enough to do this. It is believed that the Vikings would attempt to hammer out impurities, though this simply wasn't effective. Yet the Ulfberht steel is more similar to modern-day steel objects than those of the medieval period. When compared against 21st century steel and other medieval steel, the Ulfberht swords showed a far purer product, with the carbon content reaching 3 times higher than anticipated. This indicates that Ulfberht is, at a minimum, 1,000 years more advanced than it should be. Whether you wholeheartedly believe in magic or simply find these historical pieces curious, the strange backstories certainly do invite plenty of questions.
This strange footage has just been uploaded to social media, showing what appears to be a laser beam setting a small area of the ground on fire. The footage was sent to us from someone who lives in Chile and said that a beam of energy could be seen coming from the sky. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that something like this has been captured on camera, and it's caused various people to put forward their theories as to what this could be. One idea that was put forward was that this was an energy beam and could have come from a military aircraft. Although this sounds like something from a movie, the United States Department of Defense spends over $1 billion annually on developing directed energy or concentrated electromagnetic energy weapons. Those who live in the area said that whatever created this beam of energy must have been extremely powerful, as when residents went to the area where the beam hit, it was revealed that there was a hole in the ground. Directed energy weapons have long been a topic of interest and speculation in the realm of military technology. These advanced weapons systems, which harness and direct concentrated energy beams, have the potential to revolutionize warfare and reshape the dynamics of conflict. The Pacific Fleet of the US Navy has recently announced that it has successfully conducted a test on a new high-energy laser weapon that has the capacity to take down aircraft mid-flight. According to a statement released by the Navy, the USS Portland, an amphibious transport dockship, has successfully utilized a high-energy class solid-state laser system to disable an aerial drone aircraft. The Navy has provided images and videos showcasing this system-level implementation. The visuals depict a laser emitting from the surface of a military vessel. Brief video excerpts illustrate an object, presumably a drone, catching fire. The Navy conducted a test of the laser weapons system demonstrator in the Pacific, but the specific location was not disclosed. According to a report from 2018 by the International Institute for Strategic Studies, the specific strength of the weapon was not disclosed. However, it was speculated that the laser could reach up to 150 kilowatts. According to the commanding officer of Portland, Captain Carrie Sanders, performing tests at sea against unmanned aerial vehicles and small boats will provide us with important insights into the capabilities of the solid-state laser weapons system demonstrator against potential threats. The captain said that they are revolutionizing naval warfare for the Navy with this cutting-edge technology. The US Navy claims that directed energy weapons, referred to as lasers, are a viable defense against small boats or unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones. According to the statement, the Navy's utilization of directed energy weapons brings about immediate advantages to the combatants and empowers the commander to have more flexibility in making decisions and responding. Currently, the Department of Defense is working on directed energy weapons to combat various threats such as missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles. The Department of Defense and military departments are currently engaged in projects aimed at creating directed energy weaponry. These initiatives have included the development of various prototypes and demonstrators of laser weapon systems that have been successfully utilized in live-fire demonstrations to bring down drones. The Department of Defense and the military branches are currently designing more advanced laser weaponry to combat larger threats. They are also creating various high-power microwave capabilities that can be used for engaging in missile or drone swarm attacks against military bases. In order for a military department to successfully transition prototypes to an existing or new acquisition program, it must find a partner to support the technology's further development. The Army has created a detailed plan that outlines the roles of stakeholders and schedules for the building of supporting activities. Although the Navy has successfully fielded multiple directed energy weapon prototypes and identified potential transition partners, they lack documented transition agreements. Meanwhile, the Air Force has not prioritized the establishment of transition partners, making future planning even more difficult. Failure to take these transition planning steps can result in misaligned directed energy weapons that may not meet operational needs and put both the Navy and Air Force at risk. Directed energy weapons encompass a range of technologies that generate and focus various types of energy, such as lasers, microwaves, or particle beams, to damage or destroy targets. Unlike traditional kinetic weapons, which rely on projectiles or explosives, directed energy weapons rely on the transfer of energy to disable or neutralize threats. The energy beams emitted by these weapons can be precisely aimed and controlled, offering advantages in terms of accuracy, speed, and potentially reduced collateral damage. One of the key advantages of directed energy weapons is their speed of engagement. The high velocity of energy beams allows for near-instantaneous target acquisition and engagement, enabling rapid responses to incoming threats. This can be particularly valuable in scenarios where time is critical, such as in intercepting missiles or drones. Additionally, directed energy weapons offer extended operational capabilities. Unlike conventional weapons, which require ammunition resupply, directed energy weapons can operate as long as there is sufficient power supply. This reduces the logistical burden and potential risks associated with transporting and storing ammunition. Another significant advantage of directed energy weapons is their potential for precise targeting. The focused nature of the energy beams allows for selective engagement, minimizing collateral damage and reducing the risk to civilians and infrastructure. This accuracy can be especially valuable in urban warfare or situations where targets are located in close proximity to non-combatants. Moreover, directed energy weapons have the potential to overcome certain limitations of conventional weaponry. For example, they can counter hypersonic missiles, which pose significant challenges to traditional defense systems due to their extreme speed and maneuverability. Directed energy weapons can track and engage such targets with greater agility and responsiveness. However, the development and deployment of directed energy weapons also raise important ethical considerations. The potential lethality and range of directed energy weapons may present challenges in distinguishing between combatants and non-combatants, raising concerns about the risk of unintended casualties and violations of international humanitarian law. Additionally, the long-term effects of directed energy beams on human health and the environment require careful evaluation. Another consideration is the potential for escalation and arms race dynamics. The deployment of advanced directed energy weapons could lead to a race for more powerful and sophisticated systems, increasing the risk of military confrontation and destabilizing the balance of power between nations. Furthermore, the effective use of directed energy weapons relies on robust and secure command, control, and communication systems. Cybersecurity concerns must be addressed to prevent unauthorized access or malicious manipulation of these weapons, which could have devastating consequences if exploited. As of right now, directed energy weapons represent a significant advancement in military technology with the potential to transform warfare. Their speed, accuracy, extended operational capabilities, and potential to overcome certain limitations of conventional weapons make them attractive options for defense and security purposes. However, ethical considerations, including the risk of unintended casualties, potential long-term effects, and the risk of escalation, must be carefully evaluated and addressed. As with any new technological development, the responsible and accountable use of directed energy weapons is paramount to ensure their potential benefits are realized while minimizing potential risks and harms. Did ancient civilizations use sound technology? There has been much speculation about whether ancient civilizations used sound technology to accomplish various tasks. While there is no definitive evidence to suggest that this was the case, there are some intriguing clues that suggest that ancient people may have had a much greater understanding of sound and vibration than we previously thought. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence for the use of sound technology in ancient civilizations is the presence of various acoustic structures that have been discovered around the world. These structures, which include things like stone circles, megaliths, and pyramids, have been found to have remarkable acoustic properties that suggest they may have been designed for a specific purpose. For example, the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt has been found to have a complex series of chambers and shafts that seem to have been designed to amplify sound. Similarly, the megaliths at Stonehenge in England have been found to have a variety of acoustic properties that suggest they may have been used for ritual purposes. In addition to these acoustic structures, there are also various legends and myths from ancient cultures that suggest that sound was used for a variety of purposes. For example, in Hindu mythology, the god Shiva is often depicted as playing a drum that is said to have the power to destroy the universe. Another interesting clue comes from the work of researchers like Dr. Hans Jenny, who discovered that certain sound frequencies can cause matter to vibrate and take on specific geometric shapes. This suggests that ancient people may have had an understanding of sound and vibration that allowed them to create complex geometric patterns in their art and architecture. While there is no definitive evidence to suggest that ancient civilizations used sound technology in the way that we use it today, there is certainly enough evidence to suggest that they had a much greater understanding of sound and vibration than we previously thought. As our understanding of the physics of sound continues to evolve, it is likely that we will discover even more clues about the role that sound played in ancient cultures. The manipulation of sound waves, a concept known as acoustic levitation, has fascinated researchers and scientists for decades. The ability to use sound vibrations to suspend and move objects without physical contact holds promise in various fields. Acoustic levitation relies on sound waves to create standing waves that exert forces on an object, countering the force of gravity. When sound waves intersect and interfere constructively, they produce regions of high pressure, known as antinodes, and regions of low pressure, known as nodes. An object placed at a node remains stable due to the balancing effect of the forces acting on it, effectively defying gravity and appearing suspended in mid-air. The ability to manipulate sound waves and control their interference patterns opens up possibilities for the non-contact handling and manipulation of objects, including potentially lifting heavy stones without the need for physical support or mechanical intervention. Acoustic levitation has been demonstrated with small objects like droplets of liquid, particles, and lightweight materials. However, the application of this principle to lift substantial stones presents significant challenges due to the factors involved. Lifting heavy stones with acoustic levitation would require considerable energy to generate powerful sound waves capable of counteracting the force of gravity. The energy demands might be prohibitively high for practical applications, making it inefficient compared to conventional lifting methods. The density, shape, and composition of the stones influence their interaction with sound waves. Large, dense stones may not respond effectively to the vibrations, limiting the practicality of acoustic levitation for lifting heavy materials. The stability of the levitated stones is crucial to prevent them from vibrating excessively or becoming uncontrollable. Ensuring consistent and stable levitation is a challenging engineering problem that requires precision in sound wave generation and control. The use of sound and acoustics played a significant role in ancient cultures, particularly in religious ceremonies, rituals, and architectural design. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient civilizations, such as the Egyptians, Greeks, Mayans, and others, had a deep understanding of acoustics and its effects on the human psyche. For instance, the use of resonant spaces and amphitheaters in ancient theaters, temples, and tombs showcased their knowledge of sound amplification and control. It is plausible that these insights into acoustics may have extended to the manipulation of heavy stones during construction. One of the theoretical methods ancient civilizations might have employed to move heavy stones is the concept of resonance and acoustic levitation. Resonance occurs when an object is subjected to a periodic force that matches its natural frequency, leading to amplified vibrations. If an external force could be applied through sound waves at the stone's resonant frequency, it could potentially enhance its movability. If ancient builders understood the principles of acoustic levitation, they might have used it to lift and transport heavy stones with minimal physical effort. Historical accounts and cultural myths of ancient civilizations suggest that they possessed a profound understanding of sound and its effects on matter. Ancient texts describe the use of sound instruments like the vimana, an ancient flying machine that generated sound waves for various purposes. Moreover, Some ancient cultures believed in the power of chanting, mantras, and sound vibrations to invoke divine energies and influence physical objects. It is conceivable that such practices might have been applied to move heavy stones through focused sound energy. One of the main challenges in understanding ancient sound technology lies in the scarcity of direct evidence. The passage of time, natural decay, and the lack of comprehensive historical records have made it challenging to trace the exact methods and tools used by ancient civilizations. Moreover, ancient knowledge might have been transmitted orally or through symbolic representations, making it challenging to interpret accurately. It is possible that ancient sound technology, if it ever existed, has been lost over the millennia, leaving us with tantalizing clues but no definitive answers. Whether or not ancient civilizations employed sound technology to move heavy stones, their construction achievements continue to captivate and inspire admiration. The mysteries surrounding these ancient wonders remind us of the boundless potential of human ingenuity and the enduring allure of exploring the secrets of our distant past. Stanley Meyer and his water-powered car. Stanley Meyer was an American inventor who claimed to have developed a car that could run entirely on water without the need for any other fuel. His invention, known as the water fuel cell, was said to use a process known as electrolysis to separate water molecules into their constituent parts, hydrogen and oxygen, which would then be used to power the car's engine. Meyer's claims were met with both excitement and skepticism. Stanley Allen Meyer, born on August 24, 1940, resided primarily in East Columbus, Ohio throughout his life. However, he relocated to Grandview Heights, where he completed his high school education. Despite being a religious individual, Meyer possessed a strong passion for innovation. Following his graduation, he pursued a brief military career before briefly considering enrollment at Ohio State University. Stanley Meyer, throughout his life, possessed numerous patents in various domains such as banking, oceanography, cardiac monitoring, and automobiles. Among all of Meyer's patents, the one that garnered the most attention and sparked controversy was the invention of a water-powered car. During the 1960s, Meyer created a patented device that had the capability to produce energy using water rather than relying on petroleum fuel. Meyer gave this invention the name of fuel cell or water fuel cell. In the 1970s, following a significant increase in global crude oil prices, the cost of oil in the United States experienced a threefold surge. Consequently, the consumption of fuel became much more expensive, resulting in a complete plummeting of car sales. The US government faced immense pressure due to a reduction in oil supply from Saudi Arabia. As a result, numerous companies faced bankruptcy, and the American automotive industry suffered a substantial blow. Stanley Meyer embarked on a mission to create a groundbreaking vehicle that would transform the American automotive industry. In his pursuit, he conceptualized a retrofitted automobile known as a fuel cell that had the capability to utilize water as a viable alternative to petroleum-based fuels such as petrol or gasoline. The objective behind this innovation was to reduce dependency on petroleum resources during an era marked by difficulties and challenges. If Stanley Meyer's assertion held true, his innovative invention could potentially spark a paradigm shift in the American automotive sector, resulting in significant cost savings for the global economy. Furthermore, it would contribute to mitigating the risk of global warming by minimizing air pollution and introducing oxygen into the atmosphere. Meyer subsequently developed a crimson buggy, which served as the pioneering water-fueled vehicle. This groundbreaking hydrogen-powered automobile garnered significant attention as it toured various locations in the United States. The public's fascination with Meyer's innovative invention was evident, even earning coverage in a local television news report. During the interview, Meyer stated that his hydrogen-powered vehicle would require a mere 22 gallons, or 83 liters of water, to cover the distance between Los Angeles and New York. However, Stanley Meyer passed away on March 20, 1998. While having a meal with two Belgian investors at a restaurant, Meyer abruptly rushed out and uttered the words, "They poisoned me," before tragically losing his life. The Grove City Police Force conducted an inquiry in collaboration with the Franklin County Coroner's Office. According to the coroner's report, it was determined that Meyer's passing was a result of a cerebral aneurysm caused by natural factors. It is worth noting that Meyer had a previous medical history of high blood pressure. Meyer's passing may not have seemed extraordinary at first glance, considering he was a 57-year-old businessman with a previous record of high blood pressure. Those interested in this case hold the belief that Meyer had created something powerful enough to challenge the dominance of the oil industry and completely transform the world. Meyer's alleged assassination was purportedly aimed at suppressing his inventions and preventing his fuel cell technology from becoming public knowledge. Consequently, potential suspects include the executive boards of prominent automobile manufacturers, oil companies, and possibly even government entities. There have been speculations that the two Belgian investors themselves may have been responsible for what happened. His supporters still firmly believe that he was taken out due to his technological advancements. However, it is important to note that all of Meyer's patents have now expired, and his inventions are freely accessible to the public. Up until now, no engine or vehicle producer has integrated any of Meyer's concepts. The mystery of the hole in the Sphinx's head. The Great Sphinx is a large limestone statue located in Giza, Egypt, and is believed to have been constructed during the reign of the pharaoh Khafra around 2500 BC. While the Sphinx has been an enduring symbol of ancient Egypt for centuries, it remains shrouded in mystery, with many unanswered questions surrounding its construction and purpose. One of the most intriguing features of the Sphinx is the large hole in its head, which has puzzled researchers and enthusiasts for decades. Some have suggested that the hole was created intentionally as part of the Sphinx's design, while others believe it may have been the result of weathering or erosion over time. One theory suggests that the hole was used as a receptacle for a sacred object or relic, possibly a crystal or gemstone, that was used in ancient rituals or ceremonies. This theory is supported by the fact that similar holes have been found in other ancient Egyptian monuments, such as the Pyramid of Khafre and the Temple of Karnak. Another possibility is that the hole was used for astronomical observations, as it aligns perfectly with the constellation of Leo during the summer solstice. This alignment may have been used by ancient astronomers to mark the beginning of the agricultural season, or to track the movements of the stars. However, some researchers believe that the hole is simply the result of weathering and erosion over thousands of years. The Sphinx is located in a desert environment and is constantly exposed to the elements, including sandstorms and strong winds. Over time, these forces may have eroded the limestone and created the hole. Despite the numerous theories and speculations surrounding the hole in the Sphinx's head, no definitive answer has been found. The mystery surrounding this enigmatic statue continues to captivate researchers and enthusiasts and may never be fully solved. As of right now, although various photographs have been presented which shows a hole going directly into the head of the Sphinx, it remains a fascinating and puzzling aspect of this ancient monument. While there are numerous theories and speculations surrounding its purpose, the true answer may never be fully known. The Sphinx continues to stand as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of ancient Egyptian civilization and a reminder of the many mysteries that still remain unsolved. The traditional view is that the Sphinx was built by the pharaoh Khafre as a symbol of his divine authority and to protect his tomb. However, some scholars argue that the Sphinx may be much older than previously thought, with some even suggesting that it dates back to an earlier period known as the Early Dynastic period, around 3000 BCE. One of the main arguments used to support this theory is the erosion patterns on the Sphinx's body, which many believe are the result of water erosion caused by heavy rainfall. However, the region around the Sphinx is known to be one of the driest in the world, and it is unclear how such heavy rainfall could have occurred. Some have suggested that the Sphinx may have been built during a much wetter period in ancient Egypt's history, which would push its age back by thousands of years. Another theory about the age of the Sphinx comes from the work of geologist Robert Schoch, who argued that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx are the result of long-term exposure to groundwater rather than rainfall. According to Schoch, the Sphinx may be much older than previously thought, dating back to a time when the region around Giza was covered in water, such as during the last ice age. Despite these theories, the traditional view that the Sphinx was built during the reign of Khafra remains the most widely accepted. The pharaoh is known to have commissioned a number of other large-scale building projects during his reign, including the second-largest pyramid at Giza, which is located adjacent to the Sphinx. In addition, inscriptions found on the Sphinx's body link it to Khafra's reign. Overall, the age of the Sphinx remains a subject of debate and controversy, with some arguing that it is much older than previously thought, while others maintain that it was built during the reign of Khafra in the Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt. As further archaeological research and discoveries are made, it is possible that our understanding of the Sphinx's age and significance may continue to evolve. Interestingly, while the origins and purpose of the Sphinx remain a mystery, there has been much speculation about the existence of underground tunnels and chambers beneath the monument. The idea of tunnels or chambers beneath the Sphinx is not new. In fact, it dates back to ancient times, with the Greek historian Herodotus writing about the existence of a secret chamber beneath the Sphinx in the 5th century BCE. In the early 20th century, French archaeologist Émile Barrès conducted extensive excavations around the Sphinx and claimed to have found evidence of a network of tunnels and chambers. In recent years, there have been renewed efforts to investigate the possibility of tunnels beneath the Sphinx. In 1991, American geologist Robert Schoch conducted a seismic survey of the Giza Plateau and claimed to have detected anomalies that could indicate the presence of hollow spaces beneath the Sphinx. In 2008, a team of archaeologists led by Zahi Hawass, former head of the Supreme Council of Antiquities in Egypt, conducted a series of non-invasive surveys of the Sphinx using ground-penetrating radar and other technologies. Their findings revealed a number of anomalies beneath the monument, including a possible cavity or chamber beneath the Sphinx's right paw. Despite these findings, there is still a great deal of debate among archaeologists and Egyptologists about the existence of tunnels beneath the Sphinx. Some argue that the anomalies detected by Schoch and Hawass are simply natural geological features, while others believe that there is still much to be discovered about the monument and its surrounding area. One of the main challenges to the theory of subterranean chambers beneath the Sphinx is the lack of concrete evidence. While there have been numerous surveys and investigations, no one has yet been able to definitively prove the existence of tunnels or chambers beneath the monument. Additionally, the Giza Plateau is known to have a complex system of underground water channels, which can sometimes create false readings on seismic and radar equipment. As of right now, the theory of tunnels and chambers beneath the Great Sphinx is a fascinating topic. While there is some evidence to support the idea, there is also a great deal of skepticism and debate within the archaeological community. Until more concrete evidence is uncovered, the mystery of the Sphinx and its potential subterranean passages will remain unresolved. What happened to the Rapanui civilization? The Rapanui civilization, also known as the Easter Island civilization, is one of the most fascinating mysteries of human history. The Rapanui people were the original inhabitants of Easter Island, a small island located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This civilization flourished for centuries, leaving behind an incredible legacy of stone statues known as moai. However, the civilization suddenly collapsed, leaving behind only ruins and unanswered questions. The exact cause of the Rapanui collapse is unknown, but many theories have been proposed. One popular theory is that the Rapanui people deforested their island, leading to soil erosion and the extinction of many plant and animal species. The lack of resources ultimately led to a collapse of their society. Other theories suggest that the Rapanui people may have been victims of overpopulation, disease, or conflict with neighboring tribes. Regardless of the cause, the legacy of the civilization continues to fascinate people today. The moai, which are massive stone statues weighing up to 75 tons, continue to attract visitors from all over the world. The moai are a testament to the incredible skill and artistry of the Rapanui people, as well as their determination to leave a lasting legacy. In recent years, efforts have been made to better understand the Rapanui civilization and their legacy. Archaeologists and historians have worked to uncover new evidence and shed light on the mysteries of their society. Additionally, efforts have been made to preserve the moai and other cultural artifacts of the Rapanui people. As of right now, This civilization is a fascinating and mysterious part of human history. The collapse of their society remains a mystery, but their legacy lives on through the incredible moai statues that they left behind. The mystery of the Aboriginal fairy circles. Aboriginal fairy circles, also known as grass circles, are circular patterns of bare earth surrounded by rings of grass or vegetation, found predominantly in the grasslands of the Western Australian outback. These mysterious patterns have long been a source of fascination for researchers, and many theories have been put forward to explain their formation. The fairy circles range in size from a few centimeters to several meters in diameter, and they are evenly spaced, forming a pattern across the landscape. The circles are typically surrounded by a ring of tall grass, with the ground inside the circle appearing to be barren and devoid of any vegetation. The circles are often found in areas where the ground is hard and compacted, making it difficult for plants to take root. One of the most popular theories for the formation of fairy circles is that they are the result of termite activity. It is believed that termites create the circles by burrowing underground and feeding on the roots of the grass, causing the grass to die and leaving a circular patch of barren earth. However, this theory has been challenged by researchers who argue that the distribution of the circles is too regular to be the result of random termite activity. Another theory suggests that the circles are created by plants competing for limited resources such as water and nutrients. This theory proposes that the circles are created when plants release chemicals into the soil that inhibit the growth of other plants, creating a ring of barren earth around the plant. A more recent theory proposes that the fairy circles are the result of water movement and redistribution in the soil. According to this theory, water accumulates in the center of the circle, creating a wet zone that is conducive to plant growth. The roots of the plants growing in the wet zone then draw water away from the outer edge of the circle, creating a ring of dry earth. Despite the many theories put forward to explain the fairy circles, their true origin remains a mystery. Some researchers have suggested that the circles may have a cultural significance for Aboriginal communities in the region, and that they may have been used for ceremonial or spiritual purposes. As of right now, the Aboriginal fairy circles remain a fascinating and mysterious phenomenon that continues to intrigue researchers and the public alike. While several theories have been proposed to explain their formation, none have been definitively proven, leaving the true origin of these intriguing patterns a mystery. The mystery of the pirate utopia. The idea of a pirate utopia, a society where pirates could live freely and equally, has long captured the imagination of people. One such legendary pirate utopia is Libertalia, located on a small island off Madagascar. Though many details of the story are likely embellished or entirely fictional, the legend of Libertalia is still fascinating. According to the legend, Libertalia was founded by a French pirate named Captain Misson, who gathered a group of pirates and sailors who shared his ideals of freedom, democracy, and equality. Misson envisioned a society where everyone had an equal say and an equal share of the wealth. Women were also said to be treated equally in Libertalia, a highly unusual concept for the time. The pirate utopia of Libertalia was said to have been located on the island of Sainte-Marie, off the east coast of Madagascar. The island was a popular spot for pirates in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, as it was well positioned for raiding passing ships. The pirates reportedly built a community with well-organized laws and a democratic government, where disputes were settled by a vote of the people. While the story of Libertalia may sound like a romantic pirate fantasy, there is some historical evidence to support its existence. The first known mention of the pirate utopia comes from the book A General History of the Pirates by Captain Charles Johnson, published in 1724. However, many historians believe that the story is a work of fiction, or at best a highly embellished account of pirate life. Despite the lack of evidence, the story of Libertalia has continued to capture the public imagination. In recent years, there has been renewed interest in the legend, with books, articles, and even a video game exploring the idea of a pirate utopia. Some have even suggested that the story of Libertalia may have inspired real-life attempts at creating utopian societies, such as the 19th century Oneida community in New York. Supernatural large black cats. In recent years, reports of large black cats have begun to surface all across the United Kingdom. Some believe that the cats are supernatural, shadowy beasts that can appear and disappear in a moment's notice, whereas others believe that they're an invasive species growing across the United Kingdom that the government is purposefully trying to cover up for reasons not entirely known. Regardless of the cause of these rising witness reports, it appears that the sightings have remained largely consistent and are growing across the entirety of the United Kingdom. Many theories and myths have popped up surrounding the idea that a rich private collector could have been illegally importing the creatures that soon found themselves freed all throughout the region, a theory that would explain quite reasonably how the beast came to be and why it would be in the open rural areas where the creatures are commonly reported. Others believe that the large black cats sighted are direct descendants of the native wildcat species that was believed to have gone completely extinct in Britain more than 100 years ago, but is now making a comeback with rising populations. Hikers continue to report strange deer carcasses left inside trees that show evidence of a large predator across the region, with some hikers claiming to have encountered the panther-like species altogether, only to slowly back away and get to safety before it disappears once again, with no evidence of their encounters ever having taken place to begin with. The Knucker Dragon. The Knucker Dragon is a legendary creature said to have lived in Sussex, England. According to the legend, the dragon lived in a cave near a pond known as Knucker Hole, located in the village of Lyminster. The dragon would emerge from the cave and terrorize the surrounding area, attacking livestock and people. The story of the Knucker Dragon dates back to medieval times and has been passed down through generations by word of mouth. The earliest written record of the dragon comes from a poem by Richard Holland, written in the early 15th century. According to legend, the villagers were eventually able to slay the dragon by luring it out of its cave with a pig. They then attacked it with swords and spears, finally taking it out. The dragon's body was said to have been buried beneath a nearby mound, which came to be known as the Knucker's grave. The Knucker Dragon is thought to have been a symbol of the struggle between Christianity and paganism, as well as the conflict between the Saxons and the invading Normans. Some historians believe that the story of the dragon was used by the Normans to demonize the Saxons and portray them as primitive and superstitious. Despite the passage of time, the legend of the Knucker Dragon continues to be told in Sussex, and the dragon remains an important part of the area's folklore. In the town of Lancing, there is a pub called the Knucker Hole, which pays homage to the legendary creature. The area around Knucker Hole is also a popular destination for hikers and tourists interested in the story of the dragon. Overall, the story of the Knucker Dragon is an example of how folklore can endure over centuries and become an important part of a region's cultural heritage. Nestled in the desolate landscape of Jordan and Syria, the Big Circles are a collection of 12 giant circular stone structures, leaving archaeologists and researchers baffled by their purpose and origin. These enigmatic archaeological wonders span across ancient civilizations and are believed to date back as far as 2500 BCE. The Big Circles, also known as the Big Circles of Jordan, were first discovered from the air in the 1920s during aerial surveys of the region. Their impressive size and distinctive circular shapes immediately captured the attention of researchers and sparked fascination about their origin and function. These mysterious structures are spread across parts of Jordan and Syria, with the majority located in Jordan's arid and sparsely inhabited desert regions. The Big Circles vary in size, with diameters ranging from approximately 200 to 400 meters. Constructed using large stones placed in circular formations, these monuments are characterized by their scale and precision, attesting to the remarkable engineering and architectural abilities of the ancient civilizations that built them. The origins of the Big Circles have been linked to prehistoric times, possibly dating as far back as the Bronze Age, around 2500 BCE. Theories suggest that they were built by various ancient cultures, including the early Bronze Age civilizations of the Levant, who inhabited the region during that time. The purpose of these structures remains a subject of speculation. Some researchers propose that they were used for astronomical observations or as calendrical markers, given their alignment with celestial events and solstices. Others suggest that they served as ritual sites, possibly linked to burial practices or religious ceremonies. The Big Circles are not isolated monuments, but rather part of a larger network of ancient cultural and architectural achievements in the region. The landscape is dotted with other intriguing structures, such as dolmens, cairns, and standing stones, further adding to the mysterious allure of the area. These ancient constructions reflect the cultural sophistication and spiritual beliefs of the early civilizations inhabiting the region. Their massive scale and precise alignments speak to the reverence these ancient cultures had for celestial events and their relationship with the cosmos. Deciphering the purpose and function of the big circles poses significant challenges for researchers. The lack of written records or inscriptions associated with these monuments makes it difficult to determine their exact significance to the ancient cultures that built them. Furthermore, the ancient civilizations that created the big circles have left little other evidence of their existence, making it challenging to place the monuments within a broader cultural context. Theories about their purpose remain speculative, and researchers continue to grapple with questions about the motivations behind their construction. The preservation of the big circles and their cultural heritage is of paramount importance. These ancient structures are vulnerable to erosion, vandalism, and encroaching development. The Jordanian government and archaeological institutions have taken steps to protect and conserve these archaeological wonders, recognizing their significance to the country's heritage. Educational initiatives and sustainable tourism practices have also been implemented to raise awareness about the cultural importance of the big circles and promote responsible visitation to these ancient sites. The enigmatic big circles of Jordan offer a captivating glimpse into the ancient past and the cultural legacy of the civilizations that once thrived in the region. These magnificent structures are a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of the ancient architects who designed and constructed them. As our understanding of the ancient civilizations of the Levant deepens, the big circles stand as enigmatic reminders of a time long past, evoking curiosity and wonder about the cultural and historical mysteries that remain buried beneath the desert sands. Archaeologists and researchers continue to investigate these intriguing structures, seeking to unlock their secrets and gain insight into the ancient societies that created them. The stone spheres of Costa Rica. Nestled amidst the lush rainforests and pristine beaches of Costa Rica lie one of the world's most intriguing archaeological enigmas, the stone spheres. These perfectly carved, massive stone spheres, scattered across the country's southern region, have captivated archaeologists, researchers, and travelers alike. The stone spheres of Costa Rica first came to the attention of archaeologists in the 1930s, when the United Fruit Company cleared vast tracts of land for banana plantations. Workers stumbled upon these large, perfectly shaped stones hidden beneath the dense forest canopy. Initial excavation efforts revealed the impressive craftsmanship of these spheres, sparking interest in their origin and purpose. The stone spheres are concentrated in the Diquís Delta, located in Costa Rica's southern Pacific region, specifically in areas around Palmar Sur and Sierpe. They vary in size, ranging from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter, and are made from a variety of rocks, including granodiorite and volcanic rock. The origins of the stone spheres have been linked to the pre-Columbian period, with most evidence pointing to their creation between 600 CE and 1600 CE by indigenous cultures. The exact purpose of these spheres remains a subject of speculation, as no written records or inscriptions have been found to provide definitive answers. Numerous theories have emerged over the years, suggesting that the stone spheres may have served as symbolic representations of celestial bodies, navigational aids, or markers for ceremonial sites. Their perfect spherical shapes and alignment with celestial events have led some to propose that they had astronomical and calendrical significance in ancient cultures. The stone spheres of Costa Rica exhibit remarkable engineering and artistic skill, especially considering the tools available to ancient artisans. The precision of their shape and alignment with celestial events suggest a sophisticated understanding of geometry and astronomy. To create these stone spheres, ancient craftsmen likely used stone tools, sand, and water to grind and shape the rocks into their desired forms. The sheer scale and precision of these spheres showcase the high level of craftsmanship and dedication invested in their creation. In recognition of their cultural significance and the need for preservation, the stone spheres of Costa Rica were designated as a United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization World Heritage Site in 2014. This recognition highlights their importance not only to Costa Rica's heritage, but also to humanity's understanding of ancient civilizations and their cultural achievements. Despite their status, the stone spheres face conservation challenges due to factors like urban development and vandalism. Rising sea levels and increasing rainfall can accelerate erosion and threaten the integrity of these ancient artifacts. Additionally, encroaching development poses a risk to the sphere's preservation, as some of these sites are near urban centers and tourist attractions. Efforts by the Costa Rican government and local communities are underway to protect and preserve these cultural treasures. Educational initiatives and sustainable tourism practices aim to raise awareness about the significance of the stone spheres and promote responsible visitation to these archaeological sites. Despite significant research and archaeological investigations, many questions about the stone spheres of Costa Rica remain unanswered. The lack of inscriptions or written records from the time of their creation poses challenges in deciphering their exact purpose and significance. Researchers continue to study the stone spheres using advanced scientific techniques, including 3D scanning and geochemical analysis, to gain further insights into their composition and origins. Interdisciplinary research and collaborations between archaeologists, astronomers, and indigenous communities offer hope for unraveling more of the mysteries surrounding these enigmatic artifacts. As of right now, the stone spheres of Costa Rica stand as silent witnesses to an ancient past, shrouded in mystery and imbued with cultural significance. Their presence in the lush rainforests of Costa Rica sparks curiosity and wonder, drawing visitors from around the world to witness their exquisite craftsmanship and enigmatic allure. As research and conservation efforts continue, these stone spheres offer a glimpse into the sophisticated knowledge and creativity of pre-Columbian cultures. While many questions about their purpose and significance remain unanswered, their designation as a World Heritage Site ensures that they will continue to be preserved and revered as a valuable part of Costa Rica's cultural heritage and a lasting symbol of our shared human history. Something interesting has just been captured by a local resident in Oregon. The individual who captured the object called 911 and said that they could see a large fireball in the sky, noting that they were worried that it might have been a plane that was having some difficulty. The images were then posted to social media, with various people putting forward their own theories for what it could have been. The 911 call revealed that the individual had taken pictures of the event, with Polk County Sheriff's Office soon arriving on the scene and taking their own photographs. Once officials in Oregon arrived on the scene, they reported that they started looking for a crash site. However, as the investigation continued, it's reported that the sheriff's office, along with locals in the area who turned up to help, couldn't find any evidence that something had crashed. Oddly enough, when investigators started to conduct further research, they reported that no plane was reported missing, but did note that there was a recent meteor shower in the area. The Polk County Sheriff's Office said the following: "That's what it was more likely attributed to, or what was seen. Although we're not 100% sure." End quote. The mysterious object was first seen at around 4:50 in the afternoon, but the sheriff's office said that their helicopter searches turned up nothing. The size of a meteor that NASA or any other space agency can detect depends on a variety of factors, such as the sensitivity of their detection instruments, the distance between the meteor and the Earth, and the speed and trajectory of the meteor. NASA has a program called the Near-Earth Object Observations Program, which is designed to detect, track, and characterize asteroids and comets that could potentially pose a threat to Earth. The program uses a combination of ground-based telescopes and space-based instruments to search for these objects. Generally, NASA and other space agencies can detect meteoroids as small as a few millimeters in size using ground-based telescopes, but they typically focus on detecting larger objects that could potentially pose a threat to Earth, such as those larger than 140 meters or 459 feet in diameter. However, it's worth noting that not all meteors are detected before they enter Earth's atmosphere. Small meteoroids can enter the atmosphere undetected and produce visible meteor trails, also known as shooting stars. These are usually harmless and pose no threat to Earth. Authorities further reported that after several investigations had taken place throughout the area, utilizing helicopters and people on the ground, there was no sign of the fireball, and also no impact site that would help them positively identify what the object was. The sheriff's office posted on its Facebook page and reached out to the public, saying that they did not know the exact location of where this happened. What's strange is that this isn't the first time that one of these strange fireballs has been witnessed in the sky. Oddly enough, other residents have said that while seeing these strange objects, they've also heard mysterious booms and questioned whether jets had been scrambled to investigate whatever these objects are. As many have reported, these strange fireballs have been seen above various countries, and in most of these cases, the strange objects have prompted police to investigate the sighting further. Many have said the same thing, suggesting that the fireball is an aeroplane that was in trouble, but some have disputed this, saying that although planes do fly over most of these regions, a lot of the time one didn't fly over at the specific time that the object was seen. As of right now, people are still speculating as to what these objects are and where they're coming from. The Central Intelligence Agency has recently declassified decades' worth of documents that looked into mysterious aircrafts. This caused excitement among amateur researchers, with them saying that those who've looked into these sightings have known about them for years. There's been approximately 2,700 documents that have been uploaded online, most of which detail the government's involvement with strange aircrafts. Those who've spent years researching this topic have said this is direct proof that the government is interested in this topic, and that it shows they've set aside large budgets to investigate what they are and how they're able to achieve what they do. However, although it seemed as though the Central Intelligence Agency was giving the general public an insight into some of their documents, those who looked into the files were not impressed. Basically, people couldn't read these documents, and in some cases, all of the information had been blacked out. Many comments followed a similar theme, with online users saying what was the point in releasing these documents if you're going to cross out all of the information. The Sheffield Incident. Yorkshire in England isn't known for its abundance of mysterious aircrafts, but in 1997, on the 24th of March, local police received dozens of calls saying that some sort of aircraft had crashed in the region's lonely moors. The calls mentioned a low-flying plane or aircraft that had passed overhead towards the hills and mountains before disappearing. This was then followed by a bright flash and an explosion that could be heard for miles around. With reports of a crashed air vehicle, the police immediately began a search and rescue mission. A police helicopter, along with the fire service and mountain rescue, searched the area far and wide for any sign of the downed aircraft. Similarly, a local hospital was given notice of potential casualties. Soon after, Air Traffic Control and the Royal Air Force were sent news of the crash by police. Strangely, each of the organisations reported back that they had no missing aircrafts and that no military vehicles were currently flying in the area. This then led to the use of a Royal Air Force Sea King helicopter to assist the police in their search, and yet, after covering 40 square miles with dozens of professionals and high-grade equipment, nothing was found. In response to the lack of any kind of physical debris, the police launched a phone line for reports of a crash site. Almost immediately, the phone line was inundated with callers claiming to have seen military jets, as well as some kind of mysterious aircraft. With so many people reporting similar sightings, the police were forced to increase the scope of their previous search and enlisted even more members of mountain rescue. Similarly, the Royal Air Force cordoned a 10-mile air exclusion zone around Howden Reservoir. Despite these efforts, nothing was recovered, and the search was called off. Yorkshire police were left confused by the lack of evidence and were unsure of how to proceed. Some members of the public claimed the sighting was the cause of a phantom ghost plane. Later in 1997, a police representative said the following: "No explanation was ever found, and we remain open-minded about what was behind the sightings." End quote. In the years following, many theories have been posited in order to uncover what really happened over Sheffield that day. Some claim a cover-up had taken place by the military who were in pursuit of a mysterious aircraft. The crash, as the theory goes, was caused by a military jet. Since the Royal Air Force exclusion zone was put around the Howden Reservoir, this has led some to believe that the plane crashed into the water and bodies may have been retrieved during the search. Interestingly, the event was mentioned in the House of Commons on the 23rd of March in 1998. The then Ministry of Defence stated that there had been a low-flying military exercise taking place in that area on the 24th of March of the previous year. Scientists also support this, as the Seismology Department in Edinburgh confirmed that on the 24th of March, 2 sonic booms took place at 9:52 and 6 minutes past 10 in the evening. According to the department, these booms were likely to have been caused by an aircraft travelling at supersonic speeds, or space debris burning up in the atmosphere. Still, the Royal Air Force refutes any involvement in the events described by onlookers, specifically because it was illegal to break the sound barrier over the United Kingdom. Likewise, they state that their exclusion zone was not out of the ordinary for routine search and rescue operations, and that they had no record of sonic booms by the Royal Air Force. The facts don't all seem to add up in this case, and the peculiar event that took place over the Yorkshire moors still perplexes many enthusiasts to this day. What exactly did crash near Sheffield in 1997? Many amateur researchers who've looked into this case have said that the Royal Air Force are unlikely to admit that they were involved in this strange event, and suggested that it was likely covered up by officials in the region. One user suggested that a mysterious aircraft was seen above the area, and so the Royal Air Force scrambled a couple of jets to investigate what the object was. This would explain the sonic booms that were heard in the evening. Investigations carried on and said that what most likely happened was a chase between the strange aircraft and the jets, but suggested that perhaps one of the jets malfunctioned and then crashed into the ground. Oddly enough, others who've looked into this case have said that pilots from across the world have reported the same thing, saying that when their jets get close to these objects, they start acting strange, noting that these aircrafts seem to have the ability to turn off the jet's electrics. This has caused some confusion in recent years, as the jets aren't being directly attacked, but are having some of their major functions shut down. As of right now, there's several of these documents that go into detail about mysterious aircrafts. One question that people have when it comes to these events is, why don't governments just be open and honest with the general public? The answer to that question comes down to national security. They've openly admitted that these aircrafts are a national security threat, as they've been observed outmaneuvering their jets and also making their way into restricted airspace. This brings up a variety of different questions. How are they able to do this? How can they outmaneuver our most advanced jets? How do they achieve the speeds they've been observed doing? And ultimately, who do they belong to? As of right now, we can only speculate as to what these objects are, and hope that within the near future, the public will be told more about these mysterious aircrafts. The Sumerian civilization, nestled in the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, is renowned for its pioneering contributions to human history. Among its many achievements, the Sumerians left behind intricate carvings and artifacts that offer tantalizing hints of their advanced understanding of various aspects of life. A subject of intrigue and debate in recent times has been the presence of what appear to be timekeeping devices, often referred to as Sumerian watches, depicted in these ancient carvings. Intriguing carvings and depictions found in Sumerian artifacts have captivated researchers and enthusiasts alike. Among these carvings, some appear to portray what modern eyes might interpret as wristwatches. These objects, nestled on the wrists of various figures, stand out as anomalies within the context of ancient Mesopotamia. The Sumerians were renowned for their advanced understanding of various scientific, mathematical, and astronomical concepts. They were early architects of complex mathematics, the cuneiform writing system, and even the concept of the 60-minute hour. However, the existence of wristwatch-like devices raises questions about their potential knowledge of timekeeping mechanisms that would seem technologically incongruous for their era. In the carvings, individuals are depicted with cylindrical objects resembling modern wristwatches on their wrists. These objects display circular shapes and are accompanied by peculiar appendages that suggest possible crowns or dials. The specificity of their placement and design has led to speculation that these depictions could indeed represent timekeeping devices of some kind. While the idea of wristwatches in ancient Mesopotamia may seem anachronistic, it's important to remember that ancient civilizations had various means of measuring time, often using sundials, water clocks, and celestial observations. The Sumerians, with their advanced knowledge of astronomy, might have devised mechanisms to track time with impressive accuracy, even if they differ significantly from modern wristwatches. Some scholars argue that the wristwatch-like objects may not have been intended to represent functional timekeeping devices. Instead, they suggest that these objects could carry symbolic or ritualistic significance. In ancient cultures, time was often intertwined with religious and cosmic beliefs, and the depiction of these objects could have carried deeper meanings related to the passage of time and the cosmos. The presence of these wristwatch-like objects highlights the complexity of Sumerian culture and the intricacies of their artistic representation. Whether the carvings truly depict timekeeping devices or not, they provide a unique window into the Sumerian perception of time and the objects they associated with it. The depiction of wristwatch-like objects on Sumerian carvings remains a subject of intense debate. Skeptics argue that these objects could be simple adornments, amulets, or representations of tools unrelated to timekeeping. Furthermore, they point out the limitations of Sumerian technology in producing actual wristwatches as we understand them today. The presence of Sumerian watches on ancient carvings invites us to reflect on the challenges of interpreting artifacts from bygone eras. It underscores the delicate balance between recognizing the sophistication of ancient civilizations and avoiding the imposition of modern perspectives onto their achievements. Regardless of whether the wristwatch-like objects were functional timekeeping devices, symbols of cosmic significance, or artistic renderings, they serve as a reminder of the mysteries that linger in the shadows of ancient history. These enigmatic carvings compel us to continue our exploration of the Sumerian civilization, its beliefs, and its contributions to human progress. The Sumerians' knowledge of the cosmos. The clay disc contains a star map from ancient Sumerian civilization. The ancient Sumerians had a certain level of astronomical knowledge, as seen in their records. Unfortunately, much of this knowledge has been lost over time, and only a few fragments remain to give us a glimpse into their understanding of the universe. The Babylonian astronomical knowledge, in comparison to the later standards of Babylonian astronomy, seems relatively rudimentary. Ancient clay tablets from Babylon that have withstood the test of time since the beginning of Mesopotamian civilization document the earliest recorded instance of a total solar eclipse observed in Ugarit. The majority of our knowledge regarding their involvement in ancient astronomy comes from the Babylonian culture, which indirectly transmitted this information. In early Babylonian records, Sumerian star names are used, indicating the existence of a shared body of knowledge that was passed down through generations. A Sumerian seal depicts the sun positioned in the middle of 11 celestial objects. The Sumerians appeared to possess knowledge of the heliocentric nature of the solar system. Within certain tablets, they documented the presence of 11 celestial bodies or planets. The celestial bodies known as planets and moons, traditionally totaling 9 planets and 2 moons, have been observed. However, there is some uncertainty surrounding the exact composition and understanding of these bodies in relation to their rotation around the sun. A 12th celestial object has been discovered outside of our solar system. Scientists are currently engaged in the endeavor of identifying an entity that potentially exists in an orbit beyond the outer planets of our solar system. The knowledge of our solar system was already present among the Sumerians, who lived about 3,000 years before the ancient Greek astronomers. They recorded their understanding of the solar system on clay tablets, using cuneiform writing and illustrations. This information predates the ancient Greeks' knowledge of the subject by several millennia. The Sumerian civilization is widely regarded as the birthplace of human civilization and is recognized as the oldest in human history, with a history that dates back more than 8,000 years. This ancient settlement and civilization emerged in the region known as Mesopotamia, which encompasses present-day Iraq, parts of Iran, Anatolia, and Central Asia. The Sumerians had a highly developed culture and society, encompassing a well-established government, educational institutions, social structure, reliable food sources, religious beliefs, artistic expression, advanced mathematics, astronomy, astrology, medicine, various technologies, and numerous significant innovations. The ancient civilization developed a method of written communication utilizing wedge-shaped symbols known as cuneiform. They meticulously recorded their historical information and documents on clay tablets. Moreover, they demonstrated their innovation by creating musical instruments like the golden harp, as well as crafting exquisite jewelry, metallic objects, stoneware, and textiles. In the Sumerian cosmology, the universe was intricately woven with mythology and spirituality. The Sumerians believed that the universe was populated by a pantheon of deities who held sway over various aspects of existence. Enlil, the god of air and storms, and Anu, the god of the heavens, were just a few of the celestial beings believed to influence human affairs. The Sumerians closely observed the movements of celestial bodies, attributing significance to their positions in the sky. The cyclical patterns of the sun, moon, and stars were seen as reflections of the divine will, affecting everything from agricultural cycles to the fates of kings and kingdoms. The celestial bodies were considered divine messengers, carrying messages from the gods to the earthly realm. Ziggurats, towering stepped temples, were architectural marvels that dominated Sumerian cityscapes. These structures held profound cosmological significance, often being built with precise astronomical alignments. Ziggurats were designed to mirror the celestial order, with their corners aligned to the cardinal points of the compass, paying homage to the heavens and symbolizing the connection between the earthly and divine realms. The Sumerians believed in a hierarchical cosmic order where the divine and mortal realms were intricately interconnected. They viewed the universe as a structured continuum, with the gods residing in the heavens above and humans inhabiting the earthly plane. This belief fostered a sense of responsibility to maintain harmony and appease the deities through offerings and prayers. Their strange creation myth. One of the biggest mysteries of the ancient Sumerian culture appears to be that of the inspiration and tale of their mysterious creation myth. According to the ancient Sumerians, their oldest scriptures tell of the earth being inhabited by human-like gods that had come from the stars. These beings made attempts to make the world habitable and quickly began to toil the soil and mine the world for minerals that could be used. After a while, the gods referred that their labor was too great and refused to have to work at such an impossible task on their own. This led to one of the gods proposing to create human beings that could be made in their likeness using the body of another god of whom they could force to work to gather minerals and toil the ground. Originally, the humans that had been created were unable to reproduce and have children, as the gods were fearful of them multiplying. However, this quickly changed after two gods granted humans the ability to reproduce, allowing them to also leave the Eden they inhabited, a land that is translated to mean a flat terrain. This angered one of the gods, leading to a massive conflict to which one of the gods became the enemy of man, and the other became the ruler of man, and allowed them to be fruitful and multiply over the world. These terms of modifications, creation, and the formation of an Eden have left many wondering instead that perhaps these ancient biblically similar accounts are evidence of advanced beings having genetically created and modified humans as a labor force, only to be given equal rights and abilities that have slowly evolved. The mysterious origin of their language. Though many aspects of the ancient Sumerian origins are shrouded in mystery, there is none more so mysterious than that of the origin and formation of the ancient Sumerian spoken language that is possibly among one of the oldest spoken and written languages in the history of humanity. When the first few written artifacts were gathered from that of the ancient Sumerian civilization, many believed that the spoken language of the ancient civilization was that of Akkadian, a language used by the Semitic people throughout the region, as the written alphabet of cuneiform seemed to have matched the Akkadian writings and styles. Further gathered evidence proved that the language of the people was a distinct language now completely forgotten, with no surviving remnants of the spoken dialect that predated the Akkadian usage, as well as being the first formed written language in history, soon being adopted by the Semitic people and used as a written language for many more millennia after the fall of the ancient Sumerian civilization. This loss of the language have left many experts puzzling over its formation, influence, and possible similar-sounding language descendants in the modern day, to trace the evolution of language across humanity. Though it was, at one time, believed that the Akkadian language was similar to that of the Sumerian, given the adoption of cuneiform, it is now known that the language may not have sounded anything alike and seems to be a relic of the past, with no evidence or trace of such a dialect existing in the modern day. Uncovering the mysteries of the language could prove to help researchers to better understand the formation of languages, the evolution of languages over time, as well as the major influences that the ancient Sumerian civilization had, being one of the first ever civilizations to have risen around the world. Throughout history, various ancient civilizations and cultures have left behind intriguing artifacts and symbols that continue to baffle archaeologists and historians. One enigmatic motif that has captured attention is the depiction of a handbag in ancient carvings, sculptures, and artworks found across different countries and cultures. Interestingly, a man came forward and said that he discovered one of these handbags in the Middle East. He went on to detail that he's a digger that looks for ancient artifacts, and notes that many of his discoveries have been sent to museums across the world. He shared this photograph with us, saying that it was his most recent discovery and that it closely resembled those handbags that can be seen in ancient Sumerian carvings. The man said that the handbag is a symbol characterized by its distinct shape and handle, and has been discovered in diverse regions and time periods. From ancient Egypt to Mesopotamia, from Mesoamerica to Easter Island, representations of this enigmatic object have been unearthed, suggesting a shared significance across vast distances and cultural boundaries. The handbag appears in reliefs, statues, and hieroglyphs, raising questions about its symbolic meaning and potential cultural exchange. Oddly enough, he said that when he discovered this artifact, someone approached him about buying it. He found this strange, as at the time he didn't tell anyone about the discovery, and found it odd how this individual knew about this object. The digger said the man was very keen to buy it and asked whether anyone had seen it, at which point he said that he hadn't shared any photographs of it. What the man found strange about this individual was how badly they wanted this artifact, and the digger said that to this day this was the most expensive item he sold, saying that the mysterious individual gave him tens of thousands of dollars for it. When the digger asked the man about his name and where he was from, he said that the strange individual ignored him, but did say that before he left, the man said that if he found any more of these items, that he would be in contact. The digger found this strange, as he had never seen this man before and couldn't understand where he came from and how he knew about this discovery. Luckily enough, the digger had taken some photographs of the objects shortly before he was approached and was able to share them with us. As of right now, the digger is baffled by the experience and couldn't understand why the man wanted the object so desperately. He didn't take a photograph of him, but did describe him as being very tall, wearing a black suit with black shoes and talking in a very monotone voice. He said that he's never seen the man before and that he didn't blend in with anyone from the area. The digger said that he has no idea where the artifact was taken or whether it was purchased by a museum or for himself. Scholars and researchers have proposed various interpretations for the handbag symbol. Some believe it represents a vessel of power or knowledge carrying the secrets of ancient civilizations or spiritual wisdom. Others associate it with the concept of rebirth, symbolizing the journey of the soul or the transition between different realms. The handbag has also been linked to prosperity, suggesting a connection to rituals or beliefs related to sustenance and growth. The presence of the handbag symbol across different cultures and geographical locations highlights the possibility of cross-cultural connections and exchanges in ancient times. It suggests that ancient civilizations might have shared ideas, concepts, or even physical artifacts through trade routes, migrations, or cultural interactions. The symbolic journey of the handbag implies a common thread that unites seemingly disparate cultures in their understanding of the world and its mysteries. The handbag symbol has sparked numerous theories and speculations. Some propose advanced influence, suggesting that ancient civilizations received advanced knowledge or technology from otherworldly beings. Others interpret it as a symbol of a lost civilization or an ancient global culture that predates known history. However, these theories remain speculative, and further research and archaeological evidence are necessary to provide conclusive explanations. The enigmatic handbag symbol found in ancient carvings across cultures and countries continues to captivate the imagination and provoke questions about our shared human experience. Its presence suggests a common language of symbolism that transcended time and geographic boundaries. While interpretations vary, the handbag remains a potent symbol representing mystery, power, and hidden knowledge. Unraveling its true meaning requires interdisciplinary research, comparative analysis, and a deeper understanding of the cultures that left behind these ancient depictions. The handbag symbol invites us to embark on a symbolic journey, connecting the threads of humanity's past and offering a glimpse into the universal concepts that unite us. The ancient Sumerians, who inhabited the land of Mesopotamia, present-day southern Iraq, between the 4th and 3rd millennia BCE, were a remarkable civilization that laid the foundation for many aspects of human culture and civilization. Central to their worldview was a diverse pantheon of gods and goddesses, each associated with different aspects of life, nature, and the divine order. The Sumerian pantheon was a complex assembly of gods and goddesses, with each deity holding specific dominion over various realms. Among the prominent deities were Anu, the god of the heavens, Enlil, the lord of the air and storms, and Inanna, the goddess of love. The divine hierarchy established the power dynamics among the gods, with Enlil often regarded as the highest authority. Sumerian mythology featured captivating creation stories and narratives that explained the origins of the universe and humanity. One of the most renowned tales is the Enuma Elish, which describes the struggle for supremacy between the gods, culminating in the creation of the world. Another notable myth involves the epic hero Gilgamesh, who embarks on a quest for immortality, showcasing themes of mortality, friendship, and the nature of divinity. The gods played a significant role in Sumerian society, influencing various aspects of life, from governance and law to agriculture and warfare. The king, as the representative of the gods on earth, held a sacred role and derived his authority from divine endorsement. Legal codes and administrative systems were established with the gods' guidance, ensuring justice, order, and social harmony. Additionally, the gods were invoked for protection, success in battle, and bountiful harvests. Sumerian religion and mythology had a profound impact on subsequent cultures in Mesopotamia and beyond. One of the most significant contributions of the Sumerians was the development of the first known writing system, known as cuneiform. Using wedge-shaped impressions on clay tablets, Sumerian scribes recorded economic transactions, religious texts, historical accounts, and literature. Cuneiform was a complex system that allowed for the dissemination of knowledge, fostering the growth of literature and the preservation of cultural heritage. The Sumerians established some of the earliest known legal codes, such as the Code of Ur-Nammu and the Code of Lipit Ishtar, which laid the groundwork for later legal systems. These codes emphasized justice, fairness, and the protection of individual rights. Additionally, the Sumerians developed administrative systems, with officials responsible for taxation, record-keeping, and maintaining public infrastructure. These innovations facilitated governance and the efficient management of a growing society. The Sumerians had a rich and complex religious belief system centered around polytheism. They worshipped a diverse pantheon of gods and goddesses, each associated with different aspects of life, nature, and the divine order. Their religious rituals and ceremonies played a vital role in society, ensuring the well-being and prosperity of their communities. The legacy of the Sumerians extends far beyond their own civilization. Their inventions and cultural achievements heavily influenced later civilizations in Mesopotamia and beyond. The cuneiform script spread to other cultures, including the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. Legal principles and administrative systems developed by the Sumerians provided a blueprint for future governance structures. Sumerian myths and religious motifs influenced the pantheons and beliefs of subsequent cultures. The Sumerians laid the groundwork for the development of urbanization, agriculture, and complex social structures, leaving an indelible mark on human history. The Sumerians harnessed their ingenuity to improve agricultural practices and maximize productivity. They constructed intricate irrigation systems, such as canals and dikes, to divert water from rivers and distribute it to their fields. This allowed for year-round cultivation, enhancing crop yields and supporting a growing population. The use of the plough, pulled by oxen, revolutionized farming by facilitating efficient tilling of the soil and preparing it for planting. The Sumerians were skilled in working with metals, particularly copper and bronze. They developed techniques to extract and refine these metals, enabling the production of tools, weapons, and decorative objects. Copper and bronze alloys were employed in the creation of intricate jewelry, statuettes, and ornamental items, showcasing the Sumerians' artistic sensibilities and craftsmanship. The Sumerians recognized the importance of transportation and trade for their expanding civilization. They constructed road networks connecting various city-states and established river trade routes, utilizing boats and barges to transport goods along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Their mastery of watercraft allowed for efficient movement of goods, facilitating trade with distant regions and fostering cultural exchange. Sumerian architecture reflected their advanced understanding of engineering principles. They constructed impressive structures using mud bricks, designing multi-story buildings with flat roofs and intricate facades. The Sumerians developed innovative construction methods, including the use of arches, vaults, and buttresses, which provided stability and allowed for the construction of monumental edifices such as ziggurats and city walls.
Joseph of Cupertino levitation. Saint Joseph of Cupertino is a character of legend. It's reported that by his mid-20s he was able to take to the skies and float around effortlessly. The beginning of Joseph's life was truly challenging and tragic. For one, his father passed away, leaving a mountain of debt that caused his family home to be confiscated. His mother was forced to give birth to him in a shed behind that house, inside which they hid from the creditors. She was far from capable of truly caring for Joseph, as he needed her to physically, mentally, and emotionally. She was unable to feed him well, and he was undernourished and sickly from the beginning. She became frustrated with him and could not hold back abusing him and taking out her frustrations on him. Later in life, Joseph was unable to learn at school or in an apprenticeship with a shoemaker. Many people who met Joseph supposedly reported him as dull and absent-minded, unable to form thoughts into speech and communicate like his peers. In fact, the only thing he seemed interested and capable of was becoming a servant of a monastery. He was transformed by this, became much gentler and kinder, and began begging for the poor. In time, he would be given another chance and become a Catholic priest in 1628. Many occurrences of Joseph's flights from then on are proclaimed. He was said to have flown up to plant a cross into its socket for some labourers, soar into the sky and hover over a crowd of people during a feast, and was even witnessed levitating by Pope Urban VIII. This earned him the nickname the Flying Saint. He was also reported to unblind and cure many sick children, so much so that the ill began to seek him out. Miracle of the Sun in Fatima. In 1917 in Fatima, Portugal, many people claimed to have witnessed the sun moving. As they looked up into the sky, it became a well-defined, dull, great white disk which spun around and moved about the sky above them. Some witnesses say they saw the sun come closer to them, while others saw everything in a deep amethyst colour. One thing is for sure though, this was no ordinary Friday. Around noon that day in Fatima, spectators of the phenomenon began to see a change in the atmospheric conditions. Prior to this, it had been muddy and wet, and the air around them seemed to change. Then, as described by one man who was present, the sun started breaking. Nobody had any clue what was going on, and their view of our nearest star began warping and shifting. It appeared to spin and whir around in the sky, changing colours, and some thought it even came closer to the earth. The wind started to blow. Witnesses began to confess their sins, and soon enough they realized the ground was dry. Their clothes were also dry. Many witnesses of this event believe it to be a true miracle, and supposedly the event quelled a growing atheist population at the time. Skeptics would probably point to optical distortions caused by clouds called sundogs, visual disturbances caused by staring at the sun, or even some sort of collective delusion. After all, there is no evidence that it rained as much as some witnesses claimed it did. Also, if the sun itself began moving and changing, it's likely that some of the millions of other people below the same sun would have reported the same things. All these people in Fatima, however, were there to witness a miracle told in Christian prophecy. It's quite possible that while expecting to witness a miracle, they happened to see some disturbances in their optical view of the sun due to clouds of ice crystals or stratospheric dust. While possible that reports such as that of seeing a violet hue over everything were due to retinal damage from staring at the sun for too long, the biggest hole in the story is that most of the reports of the event have differing details. Some saw purple everywhere. Some others saw a blue and yellow sun, and some say it was brighter, clearer, and closer. Regardless of what you truly believe occurred in Fatima in October of 1917, the phenomenon is historic and mystical. Iron Crown of Lombardy. According to historians, the Iron Crown of Lombardy was made during the early Middle Ages in the 4th or 5th century. It consists of a large ring of gold that is fitted with a silver band and some precious jewels, all fitted around an iron ring. It is believed that the Iron Crown contains a 1 centimeter wide iron band that was beaten out of one of the nails used at the crucifixion of Jesus. The crown became a symbol of the Kingdom of Lombards. Later, it was in the custody of the medieval Kingdom of Italy and was used for the coronation of kings in Italy during the 11th and 14th century. Today, this mysterious ancient relic is present in the Cathedral of Monza, which is located near Milan in Italy. According to the popular tradition, the crown was made by Saint Helena, who was the mother of Constantine the Great. She had discovered a nail from the true cross when she ordered to forge a crown around the beaten nail. She believed that it would bring blessings and good fortune to her son. Later, the crown was passed to Theodolena, who was a princess of the Lombards. She received it as a gift from Pope Gregory the Great. In 628 AD, Princess Theodolena donated the crown to the church in Monza. There has been a strong argument amongst the religious scholars over the authenticity of the nail that was used to forge the crown. To this day, there is no consensus about its authenticity. However, it is kept at the Cathedral of Monza just outside of Milan and is considered to be a sacred relic. According to the cathedral authorities, the inner iron ring of the crown is in perfect condition and has shown no signs of rusting, despite being made thousands of years ago. In one of the studies conducted in 1985, it was revealed that magnets do not get attracted to the crown's iron ring. Like many other artifacts associated to Jesus, this artifact is also likely to be a subject of debate amongst historians as well as the religious scholars for many decades to come.
Gabriel Amorth was a Catholic priest and the chief exorcist of the Vatican. He was born in Modena, Italy, in 1925 and was ordained a priest in 1954. Amorth became involved in exorcism in the 1980s and was appointed as the chief exorcist of the Vatican in 1986, a position he held until his passing in 2016. Amorth was known for his outspoken views on the subject of possession and the practice of exorcism. He estimated that he had personally conducted tens of thousands of exorcisms during his career and was a strong advocate for the Catholic Church's teachings on the reality of the devil and the need for exorcisms. Perhaps one of the most terrifying things he said during his life was that he believed the devil was inside the Vatican. In an interview with the Italian newspaper La Repubblica, Father Gabriele Amorth, a leading exorcist in the Catholic Church, defends his work, as well as that of the Association of Exorcists. According to Amorth, although the devil is not omnipresent, his presence can cause immense pain and suffering. The ritual of exorcism is a complex and challenging process that requires the full will of a man, and detailed that this can have physical and psychological effects on the human body, many of which you never recover from. As per his claim, He has successfully treated more than 70,000 cases of demonic possession. The evil spirit is believed to be pure spirit, and thus is considered invincible. When a person is possessed by the devil, they are often heard blurting out painful blasphemies. It is also said that the devil can remain hidden for long periods of time and can speak in different languages. These attributes of the devil are widely acknowledged, but those involved in this phenomena have said that you need to be incredibly well versed in order to be able to take on this entity. According to Father Amorth, he has the ability to transform himself, but at the time admitted that he was not scared of this gift. During his time as an exorcist, he carried around artifacts in a small pouch and believed that God had chosen him for this work. However, when he was asked if the devil could strike inside Vatican City, Father Amorth became serious and started to show slight discomfort. Despite his fearlessness, at the time he understood the gravity of the question and the potential consequences of such an encounter with this entity. This highlights the importance of spiritual protection in even the most holy of places. The individual in question has a history of attempts to cause harm to religious figures, particularly those of the Catholic faith. Back in 1981, Father Amorth detailed that the devil attacked John Paul II. Father Amorth said that although this dark entity was inside the Vatican, he never feared it and always felt like God was behind him. He said that it's for this reason that he kept the position of lead exorcist for so long, and detailed that many people were cured during his time at the church, noting that after they were fixed, they never exhibited any other problems. Demonic possession is a topic that is often debated, and opinions may vary depending on cultural, religious, and scientific beliefs. From a religious or spiritual perspective, demonic possession is typically seen as a serious and real phenomenon that requires intervention from a trained exorcist or spiritual leader. In some cultures, such as those with strong belief in the supernatural, demonic possession is taken very seriously and treated as a legitimate concern. From a scientific perspective, there is little evidence to support the existence of demonic possession. The symptoms attributed to possession can often be explained by natural causes. Regardless of one's beliefs, it is important to approach cases of suspected possession with compassion, empathy, and an open mind. The Catholic Church considers exorcism as a religious practice that involves the expulsion of evil spirits or demons from a person who is believed to be possessed. The Catholic Church has a specific set of guidelines for performing exorcisms, and only authorized priests who have received special training are allowed to perform them. The Catholic Church recognizes that demonic possession is a rare phenomenon, and they emphasize the importance of ruling out other possible explanations, such as natural illnesses, before attempting an exorcism. Before performing an exorcism, the priest is required to obtain permission from the bishop of their diocese, who will typically consult with medical professionals and mental health experts to confirm that there is no other explanation for the person's symptoms. During an exorcism, the priest will typically pray, read from the Bible, and use holy water and other religious objects to try to expel the demon. The exorcism may take place in a church or other religious setting, and the person being exorcised may be restrained to prevent harm to themselves or others. The Catholic Church stresses the importance of treating the person with compassion and respect during the exorcism process. Overall, the Catholic Church takes the issue of demonic possession seriously, but also recognizes the importance of approaching the issue with caution and discernment.
The Zozo Demon. The Zozo Demon is a spirit who you may not have heard of. This mysterious and newly discovered entity is not one to take lightly, and the story of its existence is as frightening as it is interesting. The Zozo Demon is a mischievous spiritual entity that makes contact with humans through the use of Ouija boards. Those who have reported to come into contact with Zoho state that he reveals himself by guiding those using the Ouija board into making figure eights, before moving frantically between the letters Z and O. Zozo's interactions with humans often begin friendly and cordial, but they soon turn frightening. Zoho has been reported to curse and threaten those who are present at the Ouija board. Believers in the existence of Zoho state that he has his origins in ancient times, dating back to societies from thousands of years ago in Africa. Still, his beginnings are shrouded in mystery. However, the first textual reference to Zoho first happened in 1818, in a book with the story of a young village girl who stated that she had been possessed by 3 different demons called Mimi, Krapule, and one named Zozo. In 2009, after years of obscurity, the demonic presence of Zozo began to undergo significant popularity through the work of a man named Darren Evans. Evans, a man from Oklahoma in the United States, claimed that he had come into contact with a demon called Zozo. Evans published his accounts through a website. In his post, Evans detailed how he had been interested in ghosts and the occult from a young age. Still, he admitted he had never seen or experienced anything like the demon Zozo. Zozo was different. Evans stated that Zozo revealed himself regularly, too many times to count. Zozo would adopt the presence of a friendly spirit before changing to more aggressive behavior, often cursing in what Evans described as looked like Latin or Hebrew. I was genuinely fascinated and startled by how many times Zozo showed up, even in many different states and many different Ouija boards, Evans wrote in his famous post. He continued to assert that Zozo also made many threats against his young daughter, who was still a toddler. Evans claims that Zozo nearly drowned her in the bathtub and infected her with an unknown affliction or illness. He stated this is when he began to suspect a demonic attack. The post by Evans soon started to gain traction among fans of the paranormal online. Readers began to tell their own stories, many with striking similarities to that of Evans. Whether or not you believe in Evans' story, many who fear the occult certainly do. In 2012, an independent feature film named I Am Zozo was released, which actually features a cameo by Darren Evans himself. Asag, the monstrous demon. Many demons that are reported to enact cruel punishments upon humans today actually trace their histories back to ancient Sumer. Sumer is the earliest known civilization to emerge from southern Mesopotamia, and the culture of Sumer was founded on stories of the Mesopotamian underworld, which was filled with a wide array of horrific demons. Asag, known for his ability to make fish boil alive in water just by his presence alone, is a monstrous and dangerous demon. Upon his arrival, Asag was believed to be accompanied into battle with his army of rock demon offspring. Asag is known to be a large, round creature with 3 legs and 3 arms. Asag also has no neck and features eyes covering his entire body. His skin is dark and hard to the touch, almost like rock. In Sumerian legend, Asag is believed to be the cause of disease and plague. He is the sworn enemy of Ninurta, the Sumerian god of war, and was eventually defeated by Ninurta after fighting for days on end. Fulfilling his role of plague and disease, Asag was believed to linger inside a person's body and had the ability to enrobe any unfortunate human like their clothing. There are particular references to his ability to cause head fevers and to eventually cause loss of muscle function in his victims. It is believed that Asag was supposed to represent or was born out of racism and fear of the ancient Sumerian people. The Zagros Mountains and the Sumer region were home to groups like the Kassites, Guti, Assyrians, Elamites, and Mitanni. These groups would raid and attack Sumerian cities, and were thought as less than human by the ancient Mesopotamians. The dark, destructive demon of Asag is a direct parallel to this. Perhaps Asag is simply a symbolic myth, or perhaps something much more sinister grew from the fears of the ancient Sumerians.
Antarctica, the southernmost and arguably the most mysterious continent on Earth, has a relatively short but compelling history of exploration. Unlike other continents, its extreme weather conditions and remoteness have historically made it inaccessible to humans. However, this very inaccessibility has lured intrepid explorers, each seeking to uncover the mysteries of this frozen landscape. The turn of the 20th century marked the beginning of what is commonly referred to as the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. This period saw various expeditions striving to reach the South Pole, a feat first achieved by Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen and his team in December 1911. Yet, numerous accounts over the years suggest that Antarctica may not be as devoid of activity as one might assume. The mysterious flight of Admiral Richard E. Byrd. In 1947, the United States Navy's Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd embarked on a direct flight to the North Pole. While some speculate that his plane merely crossed over the pole, others believe that it actually ventured into the Earth. According to Byrd's diary, he recounts his journey into the cavernous depths of the Earth's interior, where he traversed 1,700 miles across mountains, lakes, rivers, lush vegetation, and encountered various forms of wildlife. Richard Byrd, an American naval officer born in 1888, dedicated his career to exploration and conducting expeditions in uncharted territories. Primarily known for his expertise in polar exploration, Admiral Byrd acted as a navigator on various flights that ventured into the Arctic, North Pole, Antarctica, and South Pole. Notably, during his initial flight over the North Pole, Byrd asserted that he encountered a passage leading to Agartha, a fabled city believed to be located at the Earth's core. After graduating from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1912, Byrd was commissioned an ensign in the U.S. Navy. He learned flying at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Pensacola, Florida, and served in the Navy with distinction. After the war, he developed navigational methods and equipment for NC flying boats, one of which made the Navy's first transatlantic airplane flight in 1919. He also assisted with dirigibles built for transatlantic crossings. His polar career began in 1924, when he had command of a small naval aviation detachment with Commander D.B. Macmillan's Arctic expedition to western Greenland, based at Etah. Byrd, inspired by his experience of flying over sea ice and glaciers in western Greenland, was determined to fly over the North Pole. On May 9, 1926, Byrd, acting as the navigator, and Floyd Bennett as the pilot, claimed to have made the first airplane journey to the North Pole, flying from Kings Bay, Spitsbergen, Norway, and back. The flight lasted 15.5 hours, with the only issue being an oil leak from the starboard engine of their Fokker trimotor airplane. Their achievement led them to be honored with the U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor and hailed as national heroes. However, there was always some doubt surrounding whether they had truly reached the North Pole. Bernd Balchen, one of Byrd's early associates, even alleged that the flight to the North Pole was a hoax after Byrd's passing. In May 1927, Byrd provided navigational training and assisted Charles A. Lindbergh, an American aviator, in his solo transatlantic flight. Byrd was instrumental in preparing Lindbergh for the journey and ensuring he had access to a specially extended runway. Inspired by Lindbergh's feat, Byrd and 3 companions decided to attempt their own west-to-east flight across the Atlantic. During Byrd's initial exploration of Antarctica, from 1928 to 1930, an extensive and well-provisioned base called Little America was established on the Ross Ice Shelf near the Ross Sea. This expedition, which was the largest and most well-equipped at the time, embarked on flights over the Antarctic continent. They discovered the Rockefeller Mountains, a mountain range, and named the uncharted territory beyond it Marie Byrd Land after Byrd's wife. The most interesting story surrounding the Admiral is that he allegedly flew into the Earth. In 1947, Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a member of the United States Navy, made a flight to the North Pole. There are speculations that rather than simply passing over the pole, his aircraft might have actually entered the inner Earth. According to entries in his diary, he describes his journey into the interior of the Earth, covering a distance of 1,700 miles over landscapes of mountains, lakes, rivers, green vegetation, and wildlife. In this journal, the story unfolds with the arrival of unknown aircrafts to greet the esteemed aviator. These flying machines were unfamiliar to him, indicating that he had encountered something completely new. They informed him that he had been permitted to enter Agartha, the renowned city located within the Earth's interior, due to his exemplary moral and ethical values. The decision was made by these beings to establish deeper connections with the external world, aiming to safeguard our planet to prevent its destruction along with their own civilization. Admiral Byrd and his crew were escorted by their guides in their aircraft back to civilization, their existence forever transformed. Admiral Byrd claimed that the North and South Poles are just two out of numerous entrances leading to the inner core of our planet. According to Admiral Byrd, the inner Earth is said to possess its own internal sun, a concept shared by previous scientists. Contrary to the conventional belief of concave poles, it is theorized that the Earth's poles are actually convex. This would suggest the existence of openings that ships and planes could potentially navigate through, whether floating or flying. Those who believe this story said that the findings of Admiral Byrd were covered by the American media, but it was quickly concealed by a secretive global plot orchestrated by our well-intentioned officials. Ray Palmer, the editor of the renowned publication Flying Saucer magazine, wrote an elaborate article about Admiral Byrd's findings. According to reports, the US government acquired, confiscated, or eradicated nearly all copies of the article and subsequently destroyed the printing press plates. To believe that such a cover-up could not be orchestrated is a display of naivety. The incident of an article discussing Admiral Byrd's discovery, published in National Geographic, experienced a remarkably similar occurrence. Following the publication, the US authorities diligently sought out and eliminated nearly all copies of that particular edition. This raises an intriguing question. If the account of Agatha was indeed unfounded, then why would the government feel such intense apprehension regarding the dissemination of this information? The mysterious, unidentified objects found embedded within the ice. The frozen wilderness of Antarctica, barren and largely unexplored, has long been the cradle of countless mysteries and speculations. Among the most intriguing of these enigmas is the alleged sightings and subsequent discoveries of unidentified objects embedded within its thick ice. Despite the inhospitable conditions, various reports over the years have indicated strange activities in this region. Witnesses, primarily composed of military personnel and scientific researchers stationed in the area, have reported unusual aerial phenomena, including glowing orbs, disc-like objects, and fast-moving lights that defy conventional explanations. These sightings, coupled with subsequent physical evidence such as inexplicable indentations in the ice and abnormal radiation readings, have sparked speculation about an advanced presence in Antarctica. However, these mysterious objects in Antarctica are not just about sightings. Reports of crashed objects frozen within the ice have also surfaced. One of the most famous incidents dates back to the 1960s, when an alleged satellite image depicted what appeared to be a metallic object, roughly 2 miles across, embedded in the ice of East Antarctica. Although the image's authenticity has been challenged, the object's size and shape spurred theories that it could be an advanced spacecraft. Critics argue that the harsh Antarctic conditions and the human mind's tendency to identify patterns, known as pareidolia, can make one mistake naturally occurring ice formations or meteorological phenomena for unidentified objects. However, the proponents of the theory claim that the object's advanced technology and the secrecy surrounding Antarctic operations suggest an advanced origin. Further fuel to these speculations was added in the late 20th century, when governments worldwide started showing increased interest in Antarctica. Several countries established research bases, and even the Vatican set up an observatory. This sudden interest in such a hostile region, along with classified expeditions like the United States Operation Highjump, has led to theories that these governments might be aware of mysterious activity in the area. The secrecy surrounding these expeditions, coupled with declassified FBI documents referring to recovered flying saucers, further intensified the debate. However, due to the extreme weather conditions and the Antarctic Treaty System, which limits military activity and prohibits mineral mining in Antarctica, independent verification of these claims is challenging, leaving these accounts as yet unconfirmed. Moreover, in recent years, the debate on the mysterious Antarctic objects has taken on a new dimension with the advent of melting ice. The melting polar ice caps could potentially expose these hidden objects, forcing governments to disclose information about these alleged visitors. This possibility has excited enthusiasts worldwide, who believe that this could finally provide indisputable proof of advanced life. Its harsh environment and relative isolation make it a seemingly unlikely location for unidentified object sightings. Yet, numerous accounts over the years suggest that the desolate skies above Antarctica may not be as devoid of activity as one might assume. During early research into the area, explorers and research teams reported sightings of unexplained luminous objects and strange, fast-moving lights in the sky, phenomena that couldn't be easily dismissed as mere meteorological events or optical illusions. During the mid-20th century, during the International Geophysical Year, an unprecedented international scientific effort focused on the polar regions, there were additional sightings. The most common descriptions were of glowing orbs or disc-shaped objects moving at incredible speeds and performing maneuvers that defied then-known laws of physics. These sightings, often corroborated by multiple witnesses and occasionally captured on film or radar, have been the subject of much speculation and debate. One particularly well-documented instance occurred during the British Antarctic Survey of the late 1960s. An entire team reported a series of mysterious lights over their research station, describing them as glowing red objects hovering in the sky. While skeptics suggest that these sightings can be attributed to atmospheric phenomena like auroras or rare cloud formations, the consistent descriptions across disparate witness accounts suggest something potentially more complex at play. In more recent years, advances in satellite imagery have led to further speculation about possible activity in Antarctica. Images showing seemingly unnatural and anomalous structures or objects have sparked debates about the existence of secret bases or crashed aircrafts. However, definitive proof remains elusive, and these findings often face criticism due to image resolution issues. The veil of secrecy that shrouds operations in Antarctica, due to its strategic importance and the presence of various national research stations, has only added fuel to these speculations. As mentioned, classified missions, like the US's Operation High Jump in the late 1940s, are frequently cited in theories alleging government knowledge or even cooperation with crashed aircrafts. Despite this, the scientific community largely remains skeptical of these reports, citing a lack of solid evidence. Critics argue that the isolated, high-stress environment of Antarctica, coupled with the continent's unique atmospheric and light conditions, can lead to misinterpretations of natural phenomena. However, as our technological capability advances and the access to Antarctica becomes increasingly democratized, the opportunity for gathering more comprehensive data grows. Until then, the enigmatic sightings over the frozen expanse of Antarctica will continue to mystify and tantalize both believers and skeptics alike, standing as a testament to the enduring human fascination with the possibility of life beyond our own planet. The alleged pyramids of Antarctica. In 2016, the internet was buzzing with excitement over Google Earth pictures of Antarctica, which seemed to depict pyramid-like structures amidst the icy terrain. These structures bear a striking resemblance to the iconic Giza pyramids found in Egypt. The question that arises is whether these pyramids in Antarctica are truly the work of an ancient civilization. The origin of these pyramids has been a subject of various theories. Among the more contentious proposals are the notions that they could have been remains left by an ancient civilization called Atlantis in Antarctica, or that they were constructed by beings from outer space. Some experts in the field have put forward a geological interpretation for the pyramids found in Antarctica. According to these scientists, it is possible that these structures are not actual pyramids, but rather nunataks. Nunataks are mountain peaks that emerge from below the ice and stand taller than the surrounding landscape. The Antarctica pyramids consist of two structures that are situated approximately 10 miles, or 16 kilometers away from the coastline. The third pyramid is positioned in close proximity to the shoreline. The unearthing of these structures in Antarctica implies that humans may have occupied the region several thousand years ago. This discovery aligns with the era when pyramids were constructed in other parts of the world. The research conducted by Charles Hapgood provides evidence for the potential existence of an ancient civilization on a landmass that is presently engulfed by ice. Dr. Charles Hapgood's publication, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, featured the Piri Reis map of Antarctica, causing a global sensation during the 16th century. The remarkable aspect of this map was its depiction of Antarctica devoid of ice. The Piri Reis map was found in Turkey. A Turkish naval officer sent the map to the US Navy Hydrographic Bureau in 1953. M.I. Walters, the chief engineer of the Bureau, sent the map to Arlington H. Mallory to be evaluated. Mallory determined that the Piri Reis map was completely accurate and may have been copied from a map made 6,000 years ago. the Piri Reis map of Antarctica has proven to be highly precise. Through the utilization of seismic soundings and sonar technology, scientists have discovered that the geographical features outlined on the map, including coastlines, mountain ranges, and plateaus, correspond remarkably well with the actual Queen Maud land in Antarctica. In fact, Meyer, the leader of the British-Swedish expedition to Antarctica, even wrote a letter to Hapgood expressing his astonishment at the map's accuracy. Dear Professor Hapgood, your request of evaluation of certain unusual features of the Piri Reis Antarctica map of 1513 by this organization has been reviewed. The claim that the lower part of the map portrays the Princess Martha coast of Queen Maud Land, Antarctic, and the Palmer Peninsula is reasonable. We find that this is the most logical and, in all probability, the correct interpretation of the map. The geographical detail shown in the lower part of the map agrees very remarkably with the results of the seismic profile made across the top of the ice cap by the Swedish-British Antarctic expedition of 1949. This indicates the coastline had been mapped before it was covered by the ice cap. The ice cap in this region is now about a mile thick. We have no idea how the data on this map can be reconciled with the supposed state of geographical knowledge in 1513. Harold Z. Meyer, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force Commander. Did an ancient civilization once live in Antarctica? The idea of an ancient civilization in Antarctica, the world's coldest, windiest, and most remote continent, might seem improbable, even absurd. However, we will attempt to explore this theory from a purely speculative standpoint, looking at the conditions necessary for such a civilization and the possible reasons why evidence of its existence may remain elusive. Firstly, we must consider the geological history of Antarctica. For much of Earth's history, Antarctica was not the ice-encrusted landmass we know today. Approximately 170 million years ago, during the Jurassic period, Antarctica was part of the supercontinent Gondwana, enjoying a much warmer climate and abundant plant life. It was not until around 15 million years ago that Antarctica's current icy state started forming. If we were to speculate about an ancient human civilization, it would need to have existed during a period when Antarctica's climate was more habitable. In the context of human evolution, Homo sapiens have only been around for approximately 300,000 years, although it's important to note that our human history is constantly being pushed back with new findings. For an advanced civilization to exist in Antarctica, this would need to have occurred in a geologically short window of time, when both humans existed and Antarctica was free from extensive ice coverage. However, mainstream archaeological and evolutionary consensus suggest this is extremely unlikely. Nonetheless, for the purpose of this thought experiment, let's say that a band of early Homo sapiens, for reasons unknown, made the extraordinary journey to Antarctica and managed to survive. What would have been necessary for them to build an advanced civilization? Firstly, the availability of food and fresh water would have been essential. We can postulate that a hypothetically ice-free Antarctica could have been home to a range of wildlife, much like any other continent, providing ample hunting opportunities. Fresh water could come from rivers and lakes. Secondly, the development of agriculture is often seen as a prerequisite for the emergence of advanced civilizations. The hypothetical inhabitants of ancient Antarctica would have needed to master the cultivation of local plants, creating a stable food supply that would allow the population to grow and create settlements. The creation of tools, the discovery of fire, the invention of the wheel, and the development of written language are all milestones that mark the emergence of advanced civilizations. These discoveries would have also been necessary for our theoretical Antarctic civilization, providing the means for technological advancement, communication, and the recording of history. However, one significant question arises. If an advanced civilization did exist in Antarctica, why haven't we found any evidence? One possibility is that the evidence is buried beneath the continent's massive ice sheets, inaccessible to modern archaeological efforts. Alternatively, any physical evidence of such a civilization might have been eroded or destroyed by the very processes that transformed Antarctica into the icy wilderness we see today. From a scientific standpoint, the likelihood of an advanced human civilization ever having existed in Antarctica is incredibly low. The timeline of human evolution, geological changes, and the lack of archaeological evidence do not support this hypothesis. Nevertheless, it presents a fascinating thought experiment that challenges our understanding of human history and the dynamism of our planet. This theory also highlights the vast and still largely untapped potential for discovery that lies within Antarctica. Despite its inhospitable conditions, the continent holds the keys to understanding Earth's past climate and potentially our future in the face of global change. Who knows what secrets lie beneath its ice, waiting to be uncovered? As of right now, the concept of an ancient civilization in Antarctica is an intriguing theory that captures the imagination. As we continue to explore and study Antarctica, we may yet uncover secrets that challenge our perceptions of what is possible. The mystery of Azob Basu. In the year 1931, near Marrakesh, Morocco, an individual with striking similarities to a Neanderthal was discovered. Resembling our ancient ancestors, this individual possessed a sloping forehead, a prominent lower jaw, and robust brow ridges. Living in a cave, he relied on sticks and stones to gather plants and hunt animals, leading a primitive lifestyle. Referred to as Azob Basu, his discovery garnered global attention. Before being photographed, he had to be clothed as it was reported that he did not wear any on a day-to-day basis. However, once the filming was over, he eagerly discarded the unnecessary items. Azob Basu, a mysterious individual, resided in the Dades Valley. He made his home in a cave and sustained himself solely on a diet of plants and raw food, lacking the knowledge of harnessing fire. Those who interacted with him reported that his communication skills were quite limited, often resorting to expressing himself through various emotional sounds. Along with his roughly defined facial features, his arms were exceptionally long, reaching his knees, and he possessed flat feet. In the 20th century, scientists conceptualized Neanderthals in this manner, leading to Azob Basu being regarded as one of our ancient ancestors. Following numerous newspaper articles, the individual gained significant fame, attracting numerous tourists who specifically traveled to Morocco to witness the recently unearthed prehistoric figure. In 1956, Jean Boulet, a writer, and Marcel Gomet, an ethnologist, embarked on a journey to examine the physical characteristics of the discovered individual and draw comparisons to Neanderthal remains. Much to their astonishment, they discovered numerous resemblances between Azob Basu and the ancient population. This revelation prompted journalists to enthusiastically produce renewed coverage about the individual in newspapers. Azob Basu would go on to make several appearances in the press. Scientists were unable to fully study the man as he passed away during the research process. According to various news outlets, Azob Basu passed away when he was 60 years old. However, due to the lack of information surrounding his birthplace and date, it is difficult to ascertain his exact age. In an effort to uncover more about this ancient man, scientists conducted a search in Morocco and eventually discovered two girls named Hissa and Herkaya, who also exhibited peculiar cranial features similar to Azob Basu. This discovery raises the question of whether Neanderthals truly inhabited Morocco. It is highly unlikely that Neanderthals persisted undiscovered in Morocco for thousands of years, considering the fact that the last known Neanderthals disappeared approximately 40,000 years ago. The demise of Neanderthals is attributed to conflicts with other ancient human populations or succumbing to cold-related diseases. In the event that Neanderthals did manage to survive alongside modern humans, they would have inevitably encountered them over time. Hissa and Herkaya, who were born to modern parents, turned out to have a condition known as microcephaly, characterized by underdeveloped brains and unusually small heads. This condition can be acquired through factors such as radiation exposure, infections, or genetic disorders. Unfortunately, there is currently no known cure for microcephaly, and medical professionals can only alleviate the symptoms of the condition. The mystery of Konrad Haas. It is theorized by certain scholars that Earth may have harbored an advanced civilization in the past. However, due to unknown factors, this civilization was ultimately obliterated. This hypothesis is supported by archaeological discoveries that defy explanation when viewed through the lens of contemporary scientific understanding. Another conjecture proposes that advanced beings may have visited our planet in ancient times, imparting knowledge and advanced technologies to humanity. Consequently, it is possible that these technologies, initially deemed extraordinary, eventually endangered mankind's existence. There is a belief among certain individuals that our predecessors possessed highly advanced technologies that are beyond our comprehension today. Interestingly, it is speculated that some of our modern technologies may have been inspired or influenced by ancient civilizations, despite this knowledge being largely unknown. Concepts such as the existence of ancient flying vehicles are occasionally mentioned in ancient texts. There are claims that our ancestors not only had the ability to traverse outer space, but also possessed a remarkable understanding of the universe that surpasses our current knowledge. In 1963, Romanian engineer Doru Todoriciu conducted an examination of a 450-page manuscript housed in Sibiu's National Archive, formerly known as Hermannstadt. Todoriciu focused on the scientific and technological aspects of the manuscript and categorized it as a comprehensive exploration of artillery and ballistics challenges despite its previous recognition. It was during this examination that Todoriciu discovered the remarkable concepts on rocketry documented by Konrad Haas in the third section of the manuscript. The Sibiu manuscript has garnered significant attention due to its divergence from the existing historical narrative. Limited information is available about Konrad Haas's personal life, but it is known that he was born in Dornbach, near Vienna. Haas served as an artillery guard and commissioned officer at the Imperial Court of Vienna. It is believed that he journeyed to Transylvania alongside the imperial forces in 1551, assuming the role of chief at the Hermannstadt Arsenal's artillery camp. During the years 1529 to 1569, the author wrote the manuscript, which seems to include, among various topics, the earliest elucidation of the fundamental operational principle of the multi-stage rocket. The author discusses the clustering of rockets, the use of stabilizing fins, and the utilization of liquid fuel, while also providing descriptions and illustrations of both two-stage and three-stage rockets. The Sibiu manuscript was composed in the German language and is thought to have been based on even older texts. It provides detailed explanations of the fundamental concepts of rocket science and includes illustrations of three-stage space rockets. Additionally, the manuscript discusses the integration of fireworks with weaponry and even provides instructions on constructing a hang glider. It also outlines the process of creating fuel mixtures for use as liquid rocket propellant. Additionally, there are mentions of moon flights. As per Romanian researchers, the manuscript includes narratives about an individual who successfully reached Earth's satellite by means of an extraordinary aircraft. Furthermore, there are depictions of ancient fuel composed of rare elements. These rocket models were subsequently launched at Cape Kennedy and utilized by astronauts in the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo initiatives. It appears that the chronicler had a glimpse into the world of the future. The handwritten manuscript from Sibiu is quite extensive, spanning 450 pages. The authenticity of the Sibiu manuscript is widely acknowledged by experts who refrain from providing immediate commentary on its contents. This case might be dismissed as mere science fiction, but the discovery of other peculiar texts and technologies by Antiquity researchers suggests otherwise. Furthermore, archaeological findings of various artifacts provide concrete evidence that our ancestors possessed a level of civilization far more advanced than what contemporary historians conceive. Manuscripts like Sibiu have the power to revolutionize our understanding of history. It is still unclear whether Haas was able to effectively utilize his designs and transform them into functioning prototypes. However, there are individuals who argue that a rocket was propelled into the sky in Sibiu during the year 1550. It is widely believed that Konrad Haas was the pioneer behind the creation of this initial rocket. Haas himself claimed that he dedicated over 25 years to the development of an innovative air vehicle. The primary obstacle he encountered during this endeavor was the quest to identify a fuel source that would provide the necessary lift for the rocket to ascend. The main focus of the paper revolves around the fuel problem. In addition to the traditional constituents of saltpeter, sulfur, and coal, Haas also incorporated brandy to enhance the thrust generation of the rockets. As per his instructions, a small amount of crushed powder should be mixed with brandy to form a paste-like consistency. This paste should then be applied to the rocket chamber and the ignition hole. Haas also experimented with other fuels, selecting the specific combination based on the intended purpose of the missile. Konrad Haas, despite his involvement in designing weapons, harbored a covert belief in fundamental human principles. This humanistic inclination is prominently evident in his expression. "I recommend prioritizing peace over war, letting rifles stay untouched under shelter, preventing bullets from being fired and powder from being soaked, thus preserving the prince's wealth and the master's life." The rocket's technical attributes closely resemble those of contemporary vehicles. Its structure consisted of wooden components that were coated with a unique layer of stone powder designed to safeguard the body from combustion caused by friction with the air. It is worth noting that during the 16th century, scientists lacked comprehensive knowledge about the complexities of atmospheric phenomena, which led some to believe that advanced beings provided them with information. Throughout his early years, he dedicated himself to exploring and studying ancient texts discovered within the present-day borders of Egypt. It was believed that a lunar expedition might have occurred in 1550, however. No concrete proof exists to substantiate these assertions. The late Lady Salah Shabazz expressed her concern about the bias and exclusions often found in textbooks. She noted that in an attempt to condense historical timelines, important facts are frequently overlooked, leaving people unaware of their significance. The city of Sibiu holds significance for those familiar with the field of rocketry and modern astronautics, as it is the birthplace of Hermann Oberth, who is recognized as one of the pioneers in these areas. Moreover, the NASA archives contain a specific document that pertains to the Sibiu manuscript, demonstrating its relevance in this field. The mystery of the vampire of Krogan Grange. Vampires tend to be associated with Central and Eastern Europe, but the tiny Cumbrian village of Krogan has long boasted a homegrown vampire. This picturesque settlement, which lies between the Pennines and the River Eden, was once menaced by a beast that claimed many of the attributes of the classic vampire trope. This burning-eyed creature would stagger from a family crypt in a lonely churchyard, break into manor houses, and plunge its teeth into the necks of young women who would then have the weirdest urges to return to Krogan. The legend of the Krogan vampire recounts a peculiar story where villagers resort to desperate measures, opening up vaults in an attempt to eradicate the creature. The account of the Krogan vampire gained widespread recognition through its inclusion in the autobiography of Augustus Hare, titled Story of My Life. Hare, known as a biographer, travel writer, and storyteller, believed that his life's narrative warranted a significant 6-volume publication, released in 2 installments in 1896 and 1900. Like many Victorians, Hare had an affinity for chilling ghost stories, and his books were filled with them. It was during a post-dinner conversation with Captain Fisher Rowe that Hare first heard the extraordinary tale of the Krogan vampire. Despite impressing the gathering with his own eerie stories, Hare was taken aback when Fisher Rowe responded with an even more spine-tingling account. The author, Fisher Rowe, mentioned that his family possessed a spacious residence called Krogan Grange, which had an intriguing legend connected to it. When the Fishers moved to Surrey, they decided to rent out the Grange. However, one of their tenants, a young woman, experienced an unforgettable ordeal. She encountered a vampire residing in a nearby churchyard, which set off a series of extraordinary events. Over time, there have been suggestions that the Krogan vampire story has been embellished by local folklore and enthusiastic writers. Researchers have extensively examined, disproven, and revalidated the legend, only to question it once more. There are allegations of plagiarism and influence from the numerous Gothic horror stories and sensationalized publications that were prevalent during the vampire-crazed Victorian era. Dedicated investigators have spent significant amounts of time exploring the desolate landscapes of Cumbria, interviewing residents, scouring for traces of churches, and meticulously examining historical records and property documents. The story of the Krogan vampire is quite elusive. However, Let's begin by providing a summary of the alleged events, primarily based on Augustus Hare's account, along with some additional information from other sources and local folklore in the area. According to Hare's account, Captain Fisher informs him that although Fisher may sound a very plebeian name, his family has a long and ancient lineage. They have owned a unique and intriguing property in Cumberland called Krogan Grange for many centuries. This house's notable feature is its single-story structure, which has never been altered throughout its existence. However, it boasts a terrace that overlooks spacious grounds leading towards the church in the valley, offering a picturesque distant view. Hare explains that when the Fishers became too big for Krogan Grange in terms of both family size and wealth, they made the wise decision not to alter the unique nature of the property by adding an additional floor to the house. Instead, they chose to relocate to Thorncroft near Guildford and leased out Krogan Grange. The Fishers had the good fortune of finding exceptional tenants, 2 brothers and a sister. Although Hare does not provide their names, later sources refer to them as the Cranswell family, with Edward and Michael as the brothers and Amelia as the sister. The exact time frame of their tenancy is not mentioned by Hare, but it is believed that they resided in the house sometime during the 1870s, which coincided with the Fishers' departure. The Cranswell family thoroughly enjoyed their time residing at Krogan Grange and quickly established a positive reputation in the local community. According to Hare, their less fortunate neighbours regarded them as incredibly compassionate and generous, while those of a higher social standing considered them a valuable asset to the close-knit society of the area. The Cranswells experienced a delightful winter and spring at Krogan Grange, fully enjoying the social activities in the area. Despite the Grange lacking a second floor, they found it perfectly suited to their needs. However, the summer brought an extremely hot day that rendered the brothers unable to engage in any active pursuits, forcing them to simply relax under trees and read. Amelia attempted to work on the veranda, but the intense heat made it nearly impossible to focus on her tasks. Once dinner was finished, the brothers and sisters gathered on the porch, taking pleasure in the slightly cooler evening atmosphere. They gazed at the surrounding estate, focusing on the row of trees that marked the boundary between the Grange's property and the nearby churchyard. Observing the sun setting and the moon ascending, they delighted in witnessing the complete transformation of the lawn, which was now bathed in shimmering silver light. As they took in this captivating scene, the shadows cast by the shrubbery appeared striking and defined, as if they were carefully etched into the landscape. The Cranswells retired to bed, but Amelia struggled to sleep due to the heat. Even though her windows were closed, she decided not to fasten the shutters, believing it was unnecessary in the peaceful and safe environment. Since she couldn't fall asleep, she spent the night gazing at the breathtaking beauty of the summer night. However, after a while, she observed a puzzling addition to the moonlit gardens, trees, and lawn. 2 radiant lights flickered near the row of trees by the churchyard. Amelia's attention was captivated by them, unable to look away. Gradually, the lights ceased their erratic movements among the tree trunks and began approaching the house across the lawn. Amelia couldn't help but fixate on these eerie lights, realizing that they were part of a figure that walked awkwardly and moved towards her window. Though the being was occasionally obscured by the tree shadows, the lights remained visible, drawing nearer and nearer. Amelia's heart started racing. She felt a chill running down her spine, and it became clear to her that she needed to escape. Despite the room's door being in close proximity to the window where the creature was approaching, Amelia realized that unlocking it would temporarily bring her closer to the beast. She had the urge to scream, but her throat felt immobilized, and her tongue seemed stuck to the roof of her mouth. The entity then veered off and seemed to clumsily move away from the window where Amelia was standing. Amelia got the impression that it was circling the house and had no intention of approaching her. Overcoming the fear that had rendered her immobile, Amelia quickly jumped out of bed, hurried to the door, and struggled to insert the key into the lock. However, she then heard a disturbing sound of scratching upon the window and caught sight of a repulsive brown face with blazing eyes peering in. In a panic, she retreated to the bed, but the creature persisted in its relentless scratching. Amelia, amidst the panic in her mind, had the awareness that the window was secure, diminishing the likelihood of the creature gaining access. Although the scratching noise ceased, it was soon replaced by a pecking sound. An unsettling realization washed over Amelia. The creature was meticulously removing the lead that held the window firmly in its frame. The persistent pecking continued until the pane succumbed, falling into the room and breaking into scattered diamond-like fragments upon impact with the floor. Then, with an eerie, elongated, bony finger, the creature reached in and effortlessly turned the window handle, causing it to open. The being climbed into the room and confidently walked across Amelia's space. However, her fear was so overwhelming that she couldn't utter a scream. It approached her bed and intertwined its elongated skeletal fingers into her hair, forcefully pulling her head over the edge. And then, with great force, it sank its teeth into her throat. Her scream echoed through the air, prompting her brothers to hurry towards her room. Unable to open the locked door, they frantically searched for a tool to force it open, wasting precious time while the creature continued to harm their sister. Finally, using a fireplace poker, they managed to pry the door open and rushed into the room, only to witness the beast fleeing through the window. Amelia was left unconscious, her neck wounded and bleeding profusely as she lay at the edge of the bed. While one of the brothers pursued the vampire, it swiftly traversed the lawn with remarkable strides and disappeared over the wall of the churchyard. Once Amelia regained consciousness and her initial shock diminished, she expressed her astonishment and evident distress, acknowledging that the situation was highly unusual and confusing. Amelia, known for her resolute nature and lack of belief in romantic notions or superstitions, quickly formulated an explanation for the events of that night. According to her, the most plausible scenario would be that an unstable local had managed to escape from a nearby asylum and had somehow ended up in their vicinity. Amelia's injury has now healed, and it seems that she is gradually recovering from the emotional distress caused by her ordeal. Nevertheless, her doctor strongly advises that, in order to achieve a full recovery, she should seek a change of environment. Consequently, her brothers accompanied her to Switzerland, where they engaged in the typical activities enjoyed by serious Victorian travellers, like mountain climbing, collecting and preserving plants, and sketching. However, as autumn approached, Amelia increasingly expressed her desire to return to Krogan Grange. Amelia's brothers were also missing their life at Krogan, so they agreed to her suggestion, and the three headed back. As Krogan Grange had only one story, it was difficult to make their living arrangements more secure. Amelia occupied her former bedroom, but always closed the shutters at night. As was typical for many old houses, though, the shutters left the top of the window pane uncovered. The brothers now shared a room opposite Amelia's and kept loaded pistols by their bedsides. The Grange provided a peaceful and enjoyable winter for the siblings. However, one spring night, Amelia was awakened by a familiar and ominous sound, a scratching at the window. Looking up, she was confronted by the same withered face she had seen the previous summer, peering down with its fiery eyes. Overwhelmed with fear, Amelia screamed, prompting her brothers to swiftly rise from their beds and rush outside, armed with pistols. The creature hastily darted across the lawn, its awkward stride betraying its injury from a bullet lodged in its leg. Although limping, it managed to evade capture by scrambling over the wall of the nearby churchyard. In the darkness, one of the brothers, in pursuit of the vampire, caught a glimpse of it disappearing into a long-abandoned crypt. The next day, the siblings informed the occupants of Krogan Grange about the incident that occurred the previous night. They gathered a group of men to investigate the underground chamber. Upon breaking open the doors, they were met with the unsettling sight of broken coffins and remains scattered across the floor. Among the wreckage, only one coffin remained relatively intact, with its lid resting loosely on top, detached from the rest of the structure. With cautious anticipation, the siblings lifted the lid, revealing a desiccated, mummified creature bearing a striking resemblance to the one they had pursued. The vampire's leg bore a noticeable wound. The individuals who may have been the brothers were aware of the only method to silence a vampire. They removed the repulsive vampire from the underground chamber with the purpose of setting it on fire. According to local beliefs, they supposedly guided the vampire towards a holly tree in the churchyard, as holly was believed to have a beneficial effect in such a situation. It was there that it was burned, resulting in an end to the Krogan vampires' atrocities. Even today, you can observe the remnants of the holly tree in Krogan churchyard. The mysterious Amam Mongo. Nestled amidst the lush rainforests and picturesque landscapes of the Philippines, a creature of folklore and intrigue known as the Amam Mongo has long captured the imaginations of locals and visitors alike. Described as a humanoid monkey or ape-like creature, the Amam Mongo is said to roam the remote and uncharted regions of the archipelago, leaving a trail of fascination and fear in its wake. The Amam Mongo, also known as the Capre and Agta, is deeply entrenched in Philippine folklore and mythology. The creature's origins can be traced back to pre-colonial times, when traditions and storytelling were the primary means of passing down cultural knowledge. Tales of the Amam Mongo have been passed from generation to generation, gaining momentum and complexity over the centuries. The Amam Mongo is typically described as a towering, hairy, ape-like creature, often standing over 7 feet tall. Its large red eyes are said to glow in the darkness, adding to its eerie and menacing appearance. The creature is believed to possess immense strength and agility, enabling it to traverse the dense forests and rugged terrains with ease. Numerous eyewitness accounts of encounters with the Amam Mongo have emerged from various regions of the Philippines, particularly in the provinces of Capiz, Antique, and Iloilo. Local residents and farmers have claimed to catch glimpses of the creature amid the dense foliage or while tending to their crops late at night. These sightings have sparked curiosity and fear among the communities, fueling the enduring belief in the existence of the Amam Mongo. The Amam Mongo holds a significant place in Philippine culture, as it embodies the country's rich tradition of storytelling and belief in supernatural entities. Many Filipinos have grown up hearing stories of the Amam Mongo from their grandparents or elders, instilling a sense of wonder and caution about the mysterious world that lies beyond human comprehension. The origins of the Amam Mongo legend can be linked to various cultural and historical influences. Some researchers suggest that the tales of the Amam Mongo could have emerged as a way to explain unexplained phenomena in the dense forests, such as strange noises or mysterious disappearances. Additionally, the legends may have been influenced by the encounters with large primates or other indigenous creatures that were unfamiliar to the local communities. The concept of humanoid ape-like creatures exists in many cultures around the world. While the specific physical descriptions and characteristics vary, the underlying theme of these creatures being elusive, mysterious, and supernatural in nature is consistent. The parallels between the Amam Mongo and other cryptids provide a fascinating insight into the shared human fascination with the unknown and the unexplained. As modernization and urbanization sweep through the Philippines, the stories of the Amam Mongo face challenges in retaining their traditional significance. Some researchers argue that the spread of scientific knowledge and skepticism has led to a decline in belief in such cryptids. However, the Amam Mongo remains a cultural symbol that continues to be celebrated in festivals, literature, and local art. It's difficult to give an exact number of caves in the Grand Canyon, as new caves are still being discovered and the number is constantly changing. However, it's estimated that there are over 1,000 known caves within the Grand Canyon National Park boundaries. These caves vary in size and shape, and many of them are not accessible to the public due to safety concerns or to protect the delicate cave ecosystems. Various interesting discoveries are said to have been made at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. It's due to the vast, largely unexplored caves. There's been whispers that the area is holding many secrets, with one of the lesser-known ones being that the area may have once been the home of an underground ancient civilization, with those who explored the area saying that artifacts were found and that they belonged to the ancient Egyptians. This interesting story starts in 1909, when an explorer by the name of G.E. Kincaid found a variety of strange artifacts while exploring the Grand Canyon. He was sent there by the Smithsonian Institution, saying that he was told to explore the large caverns that were covered by a large entrance that was almost inaccessible. The team was led by Smithsonian anthropologist S.A. Jordan, but it was Kincaid who had allegedly made the discovery. The team reported that once inside, they found that the caves were in the shape of a wheel, saying that once they made their way inside the caverns, they found various artifacts, including copper artifacts and statues. The team also reported that the area was so big that it could have been inhabited by up to 50,000 people, noting that it was easily big enough to hold an ancient civilization. Although people living underground sounds like something from a movie, Derinkuyu is an underground city that was inhabited by people during the 8th to 7th century BC. Officials said the following about the discovery. Once the team started to look closely at the artifact, they noticed that they didn't match anything in their records and didn't match anything that had been found in the region, most notably those of the Native Americans. These artifacts more closely resembled those that were coming out of Egypt. The big question was, how did these ancient artifacts end up in a deep cavern within the Grand Canyon? And was there an ancient Egyptian civilization that had somehow made their way here? End quote. The Smithsonian later came forward and said that the team that had been sent down into the Grand Canyon didn't find anything, and that they have no proof that anything had been found. The only reply that the Smithsonian has given about the story is saying that they didn't find anything. As of right now, skeptics have said there is no credible evidence to suggest that there is an underground Egyptian city beneath the Grand Canyon. This is a common theory that has been circulating for decades, but there is no factual basis to support it. The mysterious photograph captured inside the Grand Caverns. There's been a number of interesting photographs that have been captured in national parks. One of these was taken in the Grand Caverns in 1895 by Orrin Jeffries. There's a limited amount of information on this photograph, but the story goes that amateur photographer Orrin Jeffries was exploring an unmapped section of Grand Cavern, something that few people have done due to stories of disappearances and encountering mysterious creatures. The caverns he was exploring were located in southwestern Virginia, and in recent years there's been a variety of theories that have been put forward that suggest the caverns aren't just caverns, but could be home to underground networks. In fact, this has been backed up in recent years by hikers who have said that they discovered underground networks while exploring the area. Orrin Jeffries made his way into one of the caverns, and due to not being able to see anything, decided to conduct a photographic experiment where he would point his camera out into the darkness and take a long exposure shot. For those unaware, a long exposure technique takes advantage of slow shutter speeds, which in turn allows the user to capture the motion of a moving element or more light from a night scene. During one of these sessions, he heard something moving deep in the cave, and due to him being alone and worried, he decided to set off one of the flashes in order to see what it was. After he left the cavern, he developed the photograph and could see that he had captured what appeared to be 3 humanoid-like creatures. He then approached the local newspaper and told them that 3 humanoids could be seen looking in his direction, and that after the photograph was taken, he ran out of the cavern as fast as he could. Interestingly, when researchers later enhanced the photo, they detailed that they could see one of the creatures raising its arm, with some suggesting that the humanoid may have had something in its hand like a rock, and that had Orrin stayed just a few more moments, he may have been attacked by the creature. The mysterious disappearance of Adam Clayton Lyle Jones at the Grand Canyon. Though the investigative services branch of the law enforcement generally try to solve cases as efficiently and quickly as possible, this sadly is not always the case, and most often than not, cases tend to grow cold for months or years afterwards. These cases are not closed and remain open and may become active should new evidence surface. Kathy Cupper, one of the spokespeople for the investigative services branch, said the following: "It's always there on the table. Sometimes a tip will come in, or someone will hear something, and it will go active again." End quote. Adam Clayton Lyle Jones is one of the unfortunate missing individuals whose case has grown cold. Jones went missing on the 31st of March back in 2011 and has not yet been found. The man, who was only 23 at the time of his disappearance and would now be 33 years old, was last said to have been last seen by his family in the Gulf Breeze in Florida. His family claim he left home early in the afternoon in a blue Oldsmobile Delta 88, and that the only personal possession he took with him was his laptop, no other notable belongings. Little did Jones's family realize that would be the last time they would ever get to see him again. It took until the 5th of May 2011 for a park ranger to acknowledge the abandoned Delta 88 car parked at the South Rim Center of the Grand Canyon National Park. At the time, Jones had not yet been reported as a missing person and therefore not initially considered as a victim. The park ranger managed to contact Jones's parents about the abandoned car, who then proceeded to file the missing persons report to the police. Contents found within the car included an itinerary of various routes of California cities and places in Denver, Colorado. Surprisingly, there was not a mobile phone in the car, as Jones did not have his phone on him when he went missing. To this day, investigators have no idea whether he was lost or injured in the wilderness, or if something else, far more morbid, might have happened. Furthermore, there is no actual evidence that he even entered the Grand Canyon Park, no photographic or witness proof that he was there, apart from the car parked in the car park. With so little to go off, investigators have had a difficult time finding any clues to Adam Jones' whereabouts. Trail cameras, also known as game cameras, are outdoor surveillance cameras designed to capture photos or videos of wildlife or other outdoor activities. They are typically used by hunters, wildlife enthusiasts, and researchers to monitor wildlife populations, track animal behavior, and study the habits of various animals. Trail cameras are equipped with a memory card to store the photos and videos they capture. The memory cards can be removed and replaced to view or transfer the images to a computer or other device. They are an excellent tool for studying wildlife and gaining insights into their behavior and habitat. Every so often, though, a trail camera captures something mysterious. This happened just recently when a trail camera captured a strange-looking creature standing next to a bear. We talked with the individual who posted the photograph who wishes to stay anonymous, and they said that the image was taken in northern Utah. They explained that they couldn't figure out what the creature was, and so posted it to various pages in order to try and get an answer. All this did was cause more confusion, as people couldn't work out what it was. One user said the following: "Many trail camera photographs are hard to study, as the object in question can sometimes be at a weird angle, and this makes it hard to work out the size of the creature. However, in this image we can clearly see that it's standing next to a bear and that it measures over twice the size of it. It's really hard to figure out what type of creature this could be." End quote. Others carried on and said that due to its size and shape, it matches the overall description of a large, hairy humanoid, also pointing out that Utah has been a hotspot for these creatures, with hikers and outdoorsmen who've ventured out into the wilderness in and around Utah, saying that they've had several run-ins with these creatures. The user who posted the photograph said that they were part of a team that investigated Bigfoot sightings, and that throughout the years, the team got sent various images and videos of mysterious creatures, but noted that the majority of them could be explained. They said that this was one of the only ones that they struggled to explain. They further added that they were nervous to post the photograph as they didn't want to be ridiculed or have people think they were trying to prove the existence of Bigfoot. The poster said they just generally have no idea what this is and wanted to see if other people could explain it. Interestingly, for hundreds of years, mysterious humanoid creatures have been encountered across the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia. One interesting story is that of the original Murphysboro Mud Monster sighting. Considered to be one of the most peculiar sightings ever reported, the Murphysboro Mud Monster was a humanoid creature that was mass-sighted and would eventually lead the police of the small town of Murphysboro to conduct an official investigation into the beast to bring about some order to their small town. On the 25th of June, back in 1973, within the small town of Murphysboro, Illinois, a young couple would claim to come face-to-face with a massive bipedal humanoid creature later referred to as the Murphysboro Mud Monster. According to the young couple, their encounter happened sometime around midnight while they had been parked at the side of a river. The couple, a young man and young woman by the names of Randy Needham and Judy Johnson, claimed that they decided to stop their car at the end of 23rd Street, located in Riverside Park, in an area that gave them a clear view of the surface of the big muddy river. The reason for their late-night isolation was later explained by the couple as being a necessary precaution, as Judy's father had disapproved of the two dating, and so were unable to find a more public location to hang out. Although the exact time of the sighting is unknown, it's believed that the event occurred sometime between 12 to 1 in the morning, as the couple were listening to the radio and engaged in intimate action. As Judy Johnson and Randy Needham were in the middle of their interaction, the couple claimed to have heard what they described as a piercing roar, later detailed by Randy Needham as sounding somewhat similar to an eagle shrieking into a feedback microphone. The source of the sound appeared to have emanated from a nearby brush that rested only a few yards away from the vehicle near the side of the big muddy river. Scared that a large, dangerous wild animal was nearby, Randy Needham shut off the car radio while he and Judy Johnson glanced around the immediate area, looking for any signs of a creature. A few seconds later, the couple claimed that another loud shriek had been heard that was slightly similar to the first, and watched as the brushwood in front of their vehicle began to sway dramatically. Hoping to scare away the creature or to catch a better glimpse of it, Randy Needham immediately started his car and turned on the headlights. Within seconds, the creature exited from the brushwood and began rushing towards their vehicle. The couple would later describe the creature as having been a large bipedal ape-like creature that they would claim looked like an oversized gorilla. It walked on two legs and was estimated from a sitting position to have stood around 8 feet tall, with matted white hair and with spots of mud covering different sections of its body. As the creature walked closer to the vehicle, the couple claimed they could smell the scent of a foul, skunk-like odor. Fearing for their lives, Randy Needham immediately reversed his vehicle and drove out of the area, claiming that they narrowly escaped the monster. Once the couple made it back into the downtown area of Murphysboro, Illinois, they entered into a heated debate on whether or not they should report the sighting to the local police. Judy Johnson at first refused to file a witness report, believing that it would lead to issues with her father, but was convinced by Randy Needham, who believed that the monster would soon attack other eyewitnesses. It would be at around 2 a.m. that the couple would decide to drive down to the Murphysboro police station and report their sighting. Once Randy Needham and Judy Johnson arrived at the police station together, the couple immediately began filing a report with the former patrolman of the Murphysboro police force, a man by the name of Ron Manwaring, who worked as a police chief for over several decades. According to Officer Ron Manwaring, the sighting had been described as an unknown creature sighting, with the beast having been compared to an oversized gorilla estimated to have been around 8 feet tall, with matted white hair that was streaked with mud. Although the officers were hesitant to believe the claims of the two young adults, they began to grow increasingly interested when they discovered that the couple was scared of both public ridicule and Judy's father finding out about their indiscretions. Additional reports of the Murphysboro Mud Monster would be made by several police officers who were tasked with investigating the original sightings report of Randy Needham and Judy Johnson. Believing that Randy Needham and Judy Johnson were not playing a prank and had nothing to gain from the witness claims, the Murphysboro Police Department would send 2 officers to investigate the claims further. The 2 responding officers, Merrill Lindsay and Jimmy Nash, were sent to the location of the sighting within minutes and arrived at the area of the supposed boat ramp in Riverside Park. Within a few minutes of investigating, Officer Jimmy Nash found a set of peculiar tracks that he described as being approximately 10 to 12 inches long and roughly 3 inches wide, following in a long line down the riverbank side pressed deep into the mud. However, before Officer Nash could investigate the tracks further, he would then report that he and his partner heard what they would later detail was a horrifyingly shrill screech emanating from close by. Believing that the creature was hiding in some nearby brush, waiting to attack, Officer Nash attempted to pull out his revolver, but dropped it in a panic and ran back to his police cruiser and left the scene of the sighting. When questioned about the sound, Nash claimed that the sound was the most hideous sound he had ever heard and had originated at an estimated distance of about 300 feet away from them. He said the following: "The most incredible shriek I've ever heard. It was in those bushes. It was no bobcat or screech owl. We hightailed it out of there." End quote. Officer Jimmy Nash and Officer Merrill Lindsay would return to the Murphysboro police station, hoping to gather additional officers for backup before returning to the site. It would be at around this time that the officers would report the screech and their encounter with the unknown creature, sparking serious interest from the local law enforcement. At around 2 a.m. on the 26th of June, Officers Jimmy Nash and Merrill Lindsay would return to the area of their encounter alongside Officer Bob Scott and the original eyewitness Randy Needham. The 4 would soon discover several more tracks located near the muddy banks of the river, with impressions that appeared to originate from within the water and exit back into the water. Officer Merrill Lindsay would return to her patrol car to retrieve a camera for documenting the evidence, and the 3 others would stay in the area of the sighting, following the tracks down the riverbank. It was at around this time that the 3 men claimed to hear splashing in the river that sounded like a large creature walking in knee-deep water. Although they were unable to see anything in the water, the men would continue their search until they heard the same horrible scream that Officer Nash had reported earlier in the morning. The sudden scream caused the three men to run back to a patrol car, where they took the time to regain their composure and once again begin their search for the creature. For the next several hours, the men would claim to hear the same eerie splashing sound they believed to have been the large bipedal creature walking through the water, but would discover nothing. Their search would continue through the early morning until the sun rose. At around 7 in the morning, the group would end their search, believing that the monster had disappeared. On the 26th of June, roughly 14 hours since the end of the reported sightings of the Murphysboro Mud Monster from the Murphysboro Police Department, a 5-year-old boy by the name of Christian Barrell would claim to witness a monster with a similar description at around 10:30 in the evening. The story was so compelling and considered substantial evidence of a Sasquatch-like creature roaming the American countryside that the story would eventually be picked up by the New York Times. The sudden popularity in the town, coupled with the momentary fame of the eyewitnesses, would lead to the Murphysboro Mud Monster legends becoming a solidified piece of history for the town, and would lead to the end of the hunting parties for the creature, as the residents considered the monster to be a symbolic mascot to be adored. This interesting photograph was just published to social media, but those who've seen it can't seem to agree on what it shows. The black object sticks out against the clouds and can be seen hovering close to the ground. Some users speculated that it was some sort of atmospheric phenomena, while others who allegedly saw the object said that it suddenly manifested in the sky. The reason it caught people's attention was because of how it was moving, with it reminding some of a symbiote. Most of the residents who saw the object agreed that it wasn't something like a cloud or balloon, and went on to detail that it appeared to be shape-shifting. Interestingly, these types of sightings have been given a name, and they go by atmospheric jellyfish. Individuals who have seen them have said they're unlike anything they've seen before, and that they look like giant jellyfish hovering around in the sky. This unexplained phenomena has been cited by hundreds of people across the globe, including top meteorological scientists, military bases, and cities. These strange lights or objects have confused many people, which is why many have called them mysterious flying objects. According to NASA, these objects may be the result of space debris reflecting off of the northern lights, but it's important to note that they've been observed in various countries and at different altitudes. One user said the following: "It's an atmospheric thing. I see this a lot when there's thunderstorms around. Under the right temperature and airflow conditions, you can see these strange objects form." End quote. While this user said the following: "I saw something similar to this in Texas last year while I was driving. I wasn't able to pull over and take pictures, but I remember thinking that the object looked like a jellyfish, as it appeared to have tentacle-like appendages." End quote. Interestingly, a similar incident was reported across various areas in London, with residents saying that the police turned up soon afterwards and told people to move out of the area. Many people aren't aware of this, but police have investigated mysterious aircrafts in the past. In fact, there have been several documented cases of law enforcement officers encountering strange objects and glowing lights while on duty and reporting them to their superiors. One well-known case occurred in 1966 in Portage County, Ohio, where several police officers witnessed a series of strange lights in the sky and admitted to chasing the object for over 30 minutes. Another notable case occurred in 1973 in Mansfield, Ohio, where 2 police officers reported seeing a strange aircraft hovering over a nearby field. In addition, there have been numerous cases where civilian witnesses have called the police to report sightings of mysterious objects, and officers have responded to investigate. While the police are not typically equipped to conduct in-depth investigations into these types of sightings, they may collect eyewitness testimony, take photographs or videos, and file reports with appropriate agencies such as the FAA or local research organizations. There's certainly no shortage of mysterious encounters with unknown objects. The Tangmere sighting. On the 1st of June back in 1950, a landing Royal Air Force pilot, piloting a Gloster Meteor, one of the fastest jets in the world at the time, claimed to have sighted and passed by an unidentified object that was believed to have been hovering over the Tangmere Royal Air Force Base. As the pilot was preparing his descent towards the base, he claimed that he witnessed the body of the craft shining with a bright light that surrounded its chassis, with the body of the craft rotating in a circle as it passed by his aircraft. Using his altimeter, the pilot estimated that the object must have been travelling somewhere around 20,000 feet, flying in the direction of east from the Portsmouth area. The report was later confirmed after the Royal Air Force Base Tangmere inquired to the Royal Air Force Base Wartling, found in Sussex, if they had also picked up the object on their radar equipment. According to the Wartling radar station, they claimed to have watched the craft on its PPI screen at around the same time the pilot claimed to have seen the craft, between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon. Although a series of reports surrounding unidentified objects predated this witness account, the Tangmere sighting is often described as Britain's first flying saucer incident. Shortly following the details and confirmation of the military report, the British government would establish the Flying Saucer Working Party, the British Ministry of Defence's first official investigation into the flying saucer phenomenon. No further information surrounding the report would come forward. The William Schaffner interception. One of the strangest, mysterious aircraft incidents in history, an encounter that would result in the passing of a Royal Air Force pilot, would be reported on the 8th of September back in 1970, and lead to serious investigations made by the British Ministry of Defence following the impossible-to-explain event. According to the military reports, the Royal Air Force pilot, known as William Schaffner, was tasked with intercepting a peculiar aircraft that had first been spotted on radar by 3 different independent radar detection stations, including the Royal Air Force Base, Fylingdale's Early Radar Warning Station, the United States Air Force Thule Air Base Radar Station, located in Greenland, and the Colorado Springs Radar Base at the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado, USA. Fearing that the object was some form of unknown advanced aircraft, William Schaffner was given the order to intercept the object over the North Sea and engage in a firefight if necessary. Unfortunately for the Royal Air Force pilot, that would be the last time that William Schaffner would ever be seen. Radar detected his plane dropping from its height, and shortly thereafter, William Schaffner was unresponsive. Roughly 4 months later, the aircraft of William Schaffner would be recovered from the seabed. Oddly enough, the entire plane was relatively untouched, with the main body of the plane staying enclosed underwater. When investigators looked inside the craft to better understand what could have happened to the pilot, they quickly noticed that William was nowhere to be found within the completely enclosed aircraft. Various parts of America are said to be home to mysterious creatures, and one such area is that of North America. Back in 2014, a trail camera was placed in Mossy Rock in Lewis County, and it captured a mysterious creature. The unknown bipedal humanoid was soon given the name of the creature of Mossy Rock. A man had placed a trail camera on his property, which was said to be located out in the middle of the woods. There had been some strange sightings in the area, with the man coming forward and saying that strange noises could be heard late at night, and so he decided to set up one of these cameras in order to catch the culprit. The man who posted the image said the following: "The backstory of this image is that it was captured on a trail camera, and the guy who showed me it had been down at his friend's house in Mossy Rock. The property is out in the backwoods, and it's surrounded by nothing but deep woods." Around the same time that this picture was taken, they heard a screaming noise coming from just behind the house, which they said didn't belong to a cougar, coyote, or bear. They wanted to figure out what was causing these noises, and so set up motion-sensitive trail cameras to capture it. When checking the footage the next morning, this is what they found. It's an amazing photo, and it makes every other image I've seen look laughable in comparison. I get really annoyed when people try to argue its authenticity. These guys didn't even know how to send the picture from their computer to their phone. They don't know what Photoshop is. If this photograph is genuine, then it's easily one of the best images we have of this creature, and proves there's large bipedal humanoids roaming around in dense regions of America. One user said the following: "I've visited this area, and there's definitely something going on in these woods. I'm glad that I was with my son at the time, because otherwise no one would have believed my story." On the second night of our trip, we began to hear noises around our camp. This happened at night, so we attributed this to wildlife. However, what we couldn't explain was the loud screams that echoed through the woods. I've spent the majority of my life outdoors, but I had never heard such a noise before. It didn't match typical wildlife that you find in the area. Fast forward to the next day, me and my son decided to look around the camp in order to see if we could work out what was making those noises. All around us were huge footprints that were double the size of my boots. After making this discovery, we immediately packed up and left the area. It's an experience that I'll never forget, and when I hear these stories, I'm now a little more open-minded. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that hikers and residents within Washington have reported seeing such a creature. In fact, these sightings have become somewhat of a regular occurrence that investigators have now labeled Washington as a hotspot, and it's led hikers and investigators to go out into these areas in the hopes of finding evidence. What these creatures are, though, depends on who you ask, with scientists and anthropologists saying that you're not going to find such a creature, with them detailing that if such a creature did exist, and it was related to some great ape species or even a Neanderthal, then we would see evidence of things like bones in forests, saying that you would need a substantial number of these creatures to keep them going, and that as of right now, the evidence points towards them not being genuine. Researchers who have looked into this topic have said that this is actually helping them, and that they've said that we have to start with the process of elimination. Some of these investigators who have spent a large amount of time in these areas have said there's definitely been some interesting correlations that they've picked up on, one being that sometimes when these creatures are seen, strange lights have also been seen in the nearby area. What many people find interesting with these reports is that they aren't anything new. In fact, they can be traced back hundreds of years. Robert Robinson has said that one of the oldest known sightings of a creature fitting the description of the skunk ape took place in the early 1800s, with reports of other large humanoid creatures going back even further. The first reported sightings were by Native Americans, and since then, it's been suggested that there's different kinds. According to the reports, a group of sailors landed north of the Gulf of Mexico. As they had pulled into the bay, they claimed to have spotted a creature covered in hair from head to toe and appeared similar to a 5-foot-tall baboon. The encounter was recorded back in 1818, but sightings of baboons the size of men would continue to be reported throughout the area until the mid-1800s. The descriptions of the creature's odor are often conflicting, with many eyewitness reports claiming that the smell is impossible to compare to any other known smell. Some witnesses have claimed that the smell of the creature was similar to a swampy fish smell, with a mixture of rotten fish and eggs. An even smaller number of witnesses have claimed that the creature gives off a somewhat chemical smell, comparing it to hydrogen sulfide, methane, or swamp gas. While some testimonies have said that the creature suffers from an odor that is more akin to a wet dog. More commonly, however, the odor of the creature is reportedly exactly similar to that of a skunk, which is where the creature derives its name. The physical descriptions of the creature are far more consistent, with claims that the skunk ape is humanoid in shape, but without a defined neck, leaving its head resting flat on its shoulders. The creature has a human-like face. Fur covering its body except for its face and palms, has well-defined muscles despite the covering of the fur, and appears to have a hump on its back that may or may not extend beyond the top of the creature's head. Researchers have often quoted that two prominent early Native American tribes that had once resided around the modern-day areas of Florida and Louisiana feature reported encounters with the creature within their local mythologies that directly match with descriptions commonly associated with the skunk ape creature. This claim, however, is only partly true. One of the local Native American tribes features stories of a swamp-like creature referred to as the Shawanoki. Some researchers have incorrectly translated this to mean a mysterious swamp-dwelling creature, and so have made the connection that the creature must be referred to the skunk ape, of which is commonly reported in areas of swamps. The truth, however, is that Shawanoki directly translates to snapping mouth, and was more commonly used to refer to hidden alligators or snapping turtles local to the area. An additional note to make is that the coincidence of Shawanoki referring to the swamp and the skunk ape often being reported in or around a swamp is hardly a coincidence at all. Many of the areas throughout Louisiana and Florida feature swamps as their only form of wilderness, as it is nearly impossible to pave or develop any form of modern construction within swamp grounds. The other prominent Native American tribe does indeed feature a story that directly matches with reports and encounters with the skunk ape. Referred to by the tribe as the Esti Kapkaki, of which directly translates to the tall man, the creature is a reportedly humanoid being that is often regarded as the protector of the surrounding woods and swamplands. If one was to find themselves chasing the creature, before long, they would witness the animal vanish from sight, as if disappearing in the fog. Other titles for the creature were known as the Sand People, the Mangrove People, or the People Eaters. In the early morning, sometime around 6 in the morning, 2 witnesses were driving into the town of Gainesville, located within Florida, when they reported one of the first documented encounters with the skunk ape. According to the 2 eyewitnesses, a young mother was traveling with her son. As they were traveling down Route 441, passing a 4-lane highway with an open grassy area that separates the lanes, a tall, humanoid creature, covered from head to toe in thick matted fur, was standing between the lanes, strolling across the grassy fields. The sighting, which occurred in the summer of 2000, allowed the witnesses to see the creature in bright daylight, despite it being only 6 in the morning. However, they reported that it did not register what they had just seen, and it wasn't until they drove closer that they realized what they were looking at. According to the mother, the 2 had just passed by the Painesville Prairie Preserve, a state park of more than 21,000 acres that consisted mostly of flat swamplands and unending miles of wet prairies and overgrown marshlands. Believing the humanoid figure to have been a possible illegal hunter dressed up in matching camouflage, and due to the fact that no other cars were on the highway, the mother then slowed almost to a halt to get a better look at the humanoid creature. The witnesses then claimed that the creature, described as a large beast covered with brown hair, turned to face the 2 of them and began traveling towards their lane. Unsure of what to do, the driver stayed parked on the highway lane and waited for the creature to cross into the surrounding swampy nature preserve, watching its movements as it continued to pass them. At first, the witnesses claimed that they thought the creature could have been a normal, but rather tall man, dressed in animal skins and furs that wrapped around him like a sweater, but as it walked towards them, they realized that the creature was not human and appeared more like a humanoid ape-like creature. Over the course of a few seconds, the humanoid ape-like creature crossed the highway lanes and walked over the surrounding bank, disappearing into the nearby state park. During her report, the woman would claim that the creature had to have stood somewhere between 7.5 to 8 feet in height, though it was impossible to accurately judge given the fact that she and her son were sitting in the car. Additionally, despite the fact that the ape-like creature was covered in fur from head to toe, the driver claimed that clear outlines of thick muscle could be seen, that appeared to be very human except for its large, thick feet that appeared to be more like padding. The young boy would claim that it appeared that the creature ran quickly with a hunched-over posture and looked like a human monkey or a caveman, and said that it crossed the 4 lanes within a few seconds. Another sighting of the creature was made in Brevard County, Florida. On the 15th of September back in 1989, a brother and sister would witness an 8-foot-tall humanoid creature that would reignite the legends of the skunk ape in the region. According to the 2 eyewitnesses, they had been driving from Florida to Kissimmee late in the night, sometime around 11 in the evening. As the 2 were driving along Nova Road, located within Brevard County, the brother needed a temporary break to relieve himself after several hours of driving, and so pulled over to the side of the road for roughly 30 seconds. As he was standing outside the car, the sister began shouting that someone was coming and that the brother should finish before they got in trouble. Glancing around, the brother then noticed what he described as a 7 or 8 foot tall, dark humanoid creature running towards him, exiting from an area in the surrounding woods where snapped branches and debris could be seen. At first, the brother was unsure of who the person was and worried that perhaps the person running towards them needed help. Due to Nova Road being a desolate 30-mile stretch of road that cuts through thousands of acres of untouched swamp and wetlands, the brother was certain that there should be no one in the wilderness unless they were in danger and needed help. Upon closer examination of the fast-approaching creature, it became clear to the brother that the tall humanoid was something completely inhuman, covered entirely in hair and striding along the ground as if the creature was preparing to quietly attack. Fearing for his life, the brother ran back to the car and began pulling away as fast as possible. After driving several miles, the brother began to slow the car down once more for another break when he noticed the creature following them on the road, now lit up in a red glowing tint due to the car's brake lights. Without any further hesitation, the brother slammed on the pedal and left the creature behind, watching as it jumped back into the nearby swampland. A few months ago, It was reported that sheep across the world were observed walking around in circles, and people have now said that the phenomenon has just started up again. Due to this strange behavior, it's caused some to suggest that animals may be sensing something. Interestingly, some animals have been observed to have the ability to detect earthquakes before they occur. This is believed to be due to their heightened sensitivity to changes in their environment, such as vibrations or electromagnetic fields. One animal that is known for its ability to detect earthquakes is the common toad. Researchers have found that toads will often leave their breeding sites and move to higher ground several days before an earthquake occurs. Similarly, other studies have shown that certain species of fish, snakes, and even domesticated dogs and cats have exhibited unusual behavior prior to an earthquake. Scientists have said that not all animals have this ability, and more research is needed to fully understand the mechanisms behind this phenomenon. The United States Geological Survey said the following about this phenomenon. Evidence abounds of animals, fish, birds, reptiles, and insects exhibiting strange behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before an earthquake. However, consistent and reliable behavior prior to seismic events and a mechanism explaining how it could work still eludes us. End quote. One person commented on social media saying that they have a koi pond, and she observed her fish swimming around in circles for hours. This event happened in early March, and she said that a few days later, the region where she lives was hit by a 4-magnitude earthquake. China is located in an area of the world that is particularly prone to earthquakes due to its location on the Pacific Ring of Fire. The Pacific Ring of Fire is a region that encircles the Pacific Ocean and is characterized by high levels of seismic activity and volcanic eruptions. China is also situated on the boundary between the Eurasian Plate and the Indian Plate, which are two of the Earth's tectonic plates. The collision of these two plates has created a complex system of fault lines that runs through China, resulting in frequent earthquakes. While earthquakes are common in China, the country has implemented measures to mitigate their impact. This includes seismic monitoring systems, earthquake-resistant building codes, and public education campaigns on earthquake preparedness. Oddly enough, this strange behavior was observed a few months back, when sheep were seen walking around in circles. It was reported that hundreds of sheep had been observed walking in circles for over 12 days. Not long after the first report was made, others came forward and said that sheep were observed doing the same thing across different countries, with reports coming in from the United Kingdom and Mongolia, with local farmers confused as to why the sheep were doing this for such a long period of time, with one farmer saying that it happens every so often, but has never lasted more than an hour. The cause of this strange behavior is still not known. It's known that China is often hit by earthquakes, and at the time it caused some to suggest that perhaps the sheep could feel something happening. The United States Geological Survey said the following. The earliest reference we have to unusual animal behavior prior to a significant earthquake is from Greece in 373 BC. Rats, weasels, snakes, and centipedes reportedly left their homes and headed for safety several days before a destructive earthquake. Anecdotal evidence abounds of animals, fish, birds, reptiles, and insects exhibiting strange behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before an earthquake. Most but not all scientists pursuing this mystery are in China or Japan. An earthquake forecast was made in China several decades ago, based on small earthquakes and unusual animal activity. Many people chose to sleep outside of their homes and thus were spared when the main earthquake indeed occurred and caused widespread destruction. However, usually no large earthquake follows this type of seismic activity, and unfortunately, many earthquakes are preceded by no precursory events whatsoever. End quote. It's for this reason that people worry when they see animals acting like this, with residents fearing that a big earthquake could hit the region within the next few days. As mentioned, for centuries there have been accounts of animals acting strange before an earthquake devastates a region. A few years back, scientists came forward and said that they have filmed the behavior of wild animals prior to a quake and believe this could be documented evidence of animals behaving differently just prior to an earthquake. The researchers were studying birds in Peru and found that days before an earthquake hit, the birds ran for shelter, with the team suggesting that the animals running for cover may be linked to airborne ions. As of right now, scientists and animal experts have said that there's several reasons why animals may walk in circles, saying that some animals, particularly those with poor eyesight, may use circling as a means of navigating. By walking in circles, they may be able to detect changes in their environment, such as the location of food or water sources, and orient themselves more accurately. Certain animals, especially those in captivity or under stress, may exhibit repetitive behaviors, including circling. This behavior may be a result of boredom, anxiety, or a lack of stimulation. In some cases, animals may walk in circles due to neurological disorders, such as vestibular disease. This condition affects the inner ear, which can cause disorientation and loss of balance. Injury. Animals may also walk in circles if they have sustained an injury to their limbs or other parts of their body. This behavior may be an attempt to alleviate pain or discomfort. It's important to note that circling behavior in animals should be investigated and monitored by a veterinarian, as it can sometimes be a symptom of a more serious underlying condition. All across North America are reported sightings of large, hairy humanoids, with those who've allegedly encountered them describing them as being covered in hair from head to toe and commonly encountered within or nearby the untamed woods and landscapes found all across the United States and Canada. Oddly enough, not every state or local area across North America refers to the creature as the same name, and more commonly, local legends will feature similar descriptions of the creature, but with slight variations in its design alongside differing names. Mr. Kramer of Mississippi reported that he captured this photograph in the woods. The photograph appears to show a large humanoid creature standing next to some trees, with the eyewitnesses saying that when he came back to the area and measured the trees, they estimated that this creature is around 8 feet in height. It's interesting to note, though, that this creature does fit the description of other photos that have been captured. One user said the following: "This looks quite convincing to me, as most do look like people in suits, but this one doesn't seem to show that. This doesn't, however, mean that the photo is genuine, and hopefully the owner can have the right people carry out an investigation to get to the bottom of this mystery." Others said that with these older photographs, it's hard to track down where it was taken, and any more information that could help us get to the bottom of what this thing was. Some amateur researchers who've spent years looking into the creature did say, though, this was the first time that they've seen this image, and said that further examination of the photograph should be conducted. For years now, people across the United States have been encountering mysterious creatures, and some of these happen in places like national parks or mountainous areas. It's also not uncommon to hear mysterious sounds in these regions. Although nearly impossible to believe, a series of mass sightings reported back in 1973 within a small American town known as Murphysboro would lead to the local police department spearheading an official investigation into the existence of a local humanoid creature. The Murphysboro Mud Monster is believed to be a large humanoid bipedal ape-like creature similar to modern-day sightings of the North American Bigfoot. Witness descriptions of the creature claim it to have white-coloured fur and appearing similar in design to an oversized gorilla with splotches of mud matting its fur. The first sightings of the Murphysboro Mud Monster were recorded in the summer of 1973 and would be spotted by several dozen independent eyewitnesses up until the modern day, where sightings still continue. The primary location of reported sightings of the Murphysboro Mud Monster is along the banks of the Big Muddy River, located near the small town of Murphysboro. Witness accounts detail that the head of the creature appeared spade-shaped, similar to reports of the Flatwoods Monster. The texture of the monster's fur was also described as being similar in likeness to the shaggy fur of an English sheepdog. In several reports describing the Murphysboro Mud Monster, the creature was claimed to have glowing red eyes, similar to the brightness of a distant streetlight. In other reports, the creature is claimed to have no visible face, as it appears to have been completely covered in the white fur. On the 26th of June, a young 5-year-old boy by the name of Christian Barrell would claim to witness a monster with a similar description at around 10:30 in the evening. According to the child's mother, he has been given a glass jar that he could use to catch fireflies with. Seeing a large group of fireflies alongside the bank of the Big Muddy River, Christian travelled near the water and saw what he described as a large white shape rise up from behind a fence that separated their property from a neighbour's property. Believing that he saw a ghost, 5-year-old Christian Barrell ran back to his home, dropping the jar, and found his dad, crying to him and telling him what he had seen. Although the dad did not believe that his son had seen anything resembling a ghost, he comforted the child and said that the creature was gone and would not hurt him. Several days later, the father claimed that as he was talking to his neighbor, the neighbor told him about a sighting his family had experienced on the 26th of June of what he believed was a large white ape-like monster walking through his backyard and disappearing into the nearby Big Muddy River. According to the neighbor, his daughter, a young teenager by the name of Cheryl Ray, claimed to have encountered the mysterious creature sometime at around 11 in the evening, and this was while she had been sitting on the enclosed front porch with her boyfriend, Randy Creeth. According to the young couple, while in the middle of a conversation, they claimed to have heard rustling coming from about 15 feet away from where they were sitting. At first, the couple assumed that the rustling was caused by small animals running through the brush, but soon became suspicious when the rustling started to grow louder and continued across multiple bushes. Cheryl Ray and Randy Creeth believed that the sound was most likely being caused by a group of young neighborhood kids who were spying on the young couple as a prank. This theory would cause Cheryl Ray to go inside the home to turn on the outside porch light, while Randy Creeth decided to leave the enclosed porch to confront the kids. However, as the front outdoor porch light came on, Randy soon witnessed a massive white-furred creature standing an estimated 10 feet away from where he had been standing, causing him to freeze in fear. Cheryl Ray would later provide the following description of the events. Randy and I were sitting in my parents' breezeway when we heard something in the woods. We both went down, but Randy was walking a little bit ahead. Then he called me over, and there it was. We stood there looking at it. It was really tall and hairy. I think it was white, but it was dirty and matted. It had a real bad odor. It was really rank. I never smelled anything like it. It seemed like an eternity we stood there, and then it just turned around and walked off into the woods. We could hear it trampling through the woods." End quote. Randy Creeth would later draw a silhouette outline of the creature, showing that the monster apparently had a spade-shaped head similar to the Flatwoods monster. He would later provide the following description of the creature. "The thing I remember was the bulk of it, the shape, the human form, and the stench of the river slime it apparently had on it. It was about 8 feet tall, and at least as built as a New York football player. We were within 15 feet of it, close enough to see the body, the texture of the fur, which was long and hairy. It was like an English sheepdog." End quote. Both witnesses would claim that the creature had glowing red eyes that were similar to the glow of a distant streetlight. Its height was estimated to have been around 7 feet tall, with the creature believed to have weighed more than 350 pounds if compared to a human being. Additionally, the creature's arms were believed to have been elongated, similar to a gorilla's arms. After staring at the creature for a total of 30 seconds, the large humanoid beast turned around and appeared to have walked away into the surrounding bushes and disappeared. Shortly thereafter, Cheryl Ray and Randy Creeth would contact the local Murphysboro Police Department and describe their sighting of the creature. Police officers Jimmy Nash and Ron Manwaring would immediately respond to the call of the creature sighting, believing that the monster was the same creature previously spotted by the Murphysboro Police Department at around the same time on the previous night. Once the two officers arrived on scene, they quickly noticed what they described was a powerful odor that was unlike anything they had previously encountered. When trying to locate the source of the smell, the officers would stumble across a set of large footprints that were similar to the recovered prints seen near the bank of the Big Muddy River. Believing that the footprints were evidence of the creature, 14 additional officers would be sent to investigate the mysterious creature sighting, including an officer by the name of Jerry Nellis, who had been trained as a dog handler with the Carbondale Police Department. According to the official police report, Jerry Nellis brought along his German Shepherd by the name of Reb. Official Murphysboro Police Department records describe Reb as one of the most reliable canines on the force, having successfully assisted in past search and rescue missions. As the officers gathered together, the team decided to follow the tracks left behind the creature in the hopes of bringing it down. As the officers followed a set of tracks, they discovered what they later described as a foul-smelling black slime that followed the trail from the back porch of the Ray home down into the nearby Big Muddy River. Using the strange slime as a source of scent, Officer Jerry Nellis's dog Reb began to follow the creature's scent, with the officers following closely behind. The officers recalled in their report that the trail appeared to have been littered with broken tree limbs and trampled underbrush that showed the creature was far larger than any known human being. The trail ended near a quarry of rocks and granite stones, where the dog appeared to have trouble relocating the scent. After a minute or so, however, the dog picked up a new scent that followed a small trail through dense forest and alongside an embankment to the big muddy river that led to a small steep-sloped pond. Before long, the dog brought the officers to an abandoned barn located on the old Buller property, which rested north of the big muddy river, east of the Ray home. Once the dog reached the door of the barn, however, it began yelping and trembling and was too scared to move any further. Believing that the monster was in the barn, the officers decided to wait to enter the barn before additional backup arrived. It's at this point that the official police record surrounding the incident becomes muddled and inconsistent. Some officers claim that after additional backup arrived from neighbouring police departments, totaling about a dozen patrol cars, the monster had broken out of the barn through a back wall and disappeared into the nearby river. Other reports claim that the officers entered the barn and discovered no evidence of the creature, but recovered more samples of the mysterious black slime. Additional reports claim that the officers encountered and neutralized the monster within the barn and had made attempts to cover up the recovery of the creature's body. Regardless of the events, the search for the creature was immediately called off following the searching of the barn, and the officers would return to their patrols and departments. The witness testimony from the officers and future sources of information conflict and often contradict each other when it comes to the recovery of the black slime. In one report, an officer claims that the smell of the slime was so putrid, it was immediately covered with dirt and buried. Another report claims that officers gathered up the black slime as evidence of the events, though no evidence of recovered black slime is found in the modern day. Shortly after this encounter, the police chief of the Murphysboro Police Department, a man by the name of Toby Berger, would put out warnings to local newspapers and officers, claiming that the encounters or sightings of the creature should be toned down or possibly censored to prevent the development of mass hysteria. As the police chief claimed, he was worried that one of the residents could become trigger-happy and accidentally hurt another resident of their small town. Despite these attempts at censorship, stories of the encounters would spread across the town of Murphysboro, leading to the formation of small armed groups that would go hunting for the creature.
Sir Victor Goddard and the Time Slip. The skies are a wondrous place, and ever since man evolved, we've dreamt of being able to fly. Of course, this is now possible, and thanks to the technological advancements in aircraft, being able to fly has meant that human eyes have seen things that we should not necessarily have seen. If you've ever been to Scotland, you'll know that its impressive landscapes and sprawling greenery can be extremely relaxing and very picturesque to fly over. But for one man in 1935, his routine flight over the Highlands became a little strange. Wing Commander Victor Goddard was conducting a routine aerial inspection of a disused World War I Air Force base at Drem near East Lothian. The base, which was dilapidated and had not been used for years, appeared to be being used as a farm. A day or two later, Goddard flew back towards his own base. It was a grey and rainy Monday, with low visibility and high winds, completely the wrong conditions for a pleasant flight, as you can imagine. He attempted to navigate towards Drem, but couldn't work out where to fly, given the conditions. Suddenly, Goddard lost complete control of his plane. It plummeted towards Earth through the thick grey cloud, which offered no brakes. As he reached 200 feet, he was certain it was over. But it wasn't. Goddard reported seeing swirling water and a stony beach and was flying near 150 miles an hour. Drem's hangars appeared as a silhouette in the bleakness of the afternoon, and as he approached the airfield, the skies brightened completely. As he flew nearer, he noticed a distinct difference in Drem's appearance. The airfield was freshly tarmacked, the hangars restored, and 4 bright yellow aircraft sat on the stand. One model of aircraft he didn't recognize, a monoplane of a new variation with RAF markings. Strangely, in 1935, the RAF had no monoplanes, not even for training purposes. There were men working on the ground wearing light blue overalls, which was also strange as the mechanics that Goddard was used to seeing normally wore tan grey. Nobody seemed to notice Goddard's plane flying low over the airfield, and as he pulled his joystick backwards and powered back into the skies, the grey skies and ray returned. Soon he was near his intended destination and landed, dazed. Goddard tried to comprehend what he'd seen, but simply couldn't. His colleagues thought he was either drunk or mad, and he stopped telling his story. However, 4 years later, the airbase at Drem would be refurbished. The RAF uniforms would change to light blue, and a new training monoplane painted bright yellow arrived on the tarmac at Drem. As time went by, Victor Goddard came to the startling conclusion that he'd, in fact, travelled through time. The hikers on Devil's Mountain. Resting on the border of San Pablo, there is a mountain referred to by locals living in the area as the Devil's Mountain. The mountain has been surrounded with a number of disappearances from hikers every single year that claims the lives of even the most experienced hikers in the region. One such story from the locals tells of that of a married couple that went on a hike to the mountain and stayed there for a few days. After they had met others and told them they would be taking a forked path, they were never seen from again, leaving many people wondering which path they had taken, since there seemed to have been no forked path in the area. This story would later come up once again after a group of boys went to the mountain on a hiking trip and came across a married couple that fit the look and description of the couple that had went missing a few years prior, and so followed the couple believing that they might be ghosts or strange manifestations of the lost couple. As they followed the couple, they witnessed them going down a forked path and so followed them, of which eventually led to them losing sight of the couple and sustaining injuries falling down an area of the mountain. This has led some to believe that the lost people of whom went hiking on the mountain are still there, stuck in a possible time loop or warped reality in which they are jumping through time and encountering other people of whom have went missing on the mountain years prior. These fears have left many, including experienced hikers, worried as to how or why these strange occurrences have been appearing on the mountain, and so leave many fearful of journeying through the region. Are shadow people time travelers? Shadow people sound a bit creepy, right? They are defined as supernatural shadow-like humanoid figures that, according to believers, are seen flickering on walls and ceilings in the viewer's peripheral vision. Shadow people are considered as entities of the underworld, but those who have experienced them are not sure whether they are evil, helpful, or just there. Scientists have tried to offer explanations for the phenomena. For example, some researchers conclude that seeing shadow figures are simply symptoms of sleep paralysis or deprivation, and others have noted that drug addicts are more likely to experience these sorts of hallucinations. Alternatively, they can simply be the mind playing tricks on somebody who's experiencing a heightened sense of alert, for example, when you're walking down a dark alley at night. However, some people are convinced that shadow people are actually apparitions of time travelers. They think that the reason that they are only in shadow form is because we, on Earth, can't clearly see the future and therefore find it hard to see these figures. Instead of being supernatural or devilish creatures, they are actually just people from other dimensions. They also don't seem to be taking any notice of the people that see them, therefore fitting in with the common time travel theme. Often when time traveling, the person experiencing it is not noticed by anybody else. The thing is, this is all heavily disputed, and the scientific explanations are well weighted in their favour. We'll never know for sure if shadow people are time travellers or not, or even real. But one thing is for sure: the human imagination is a powerful thing. The disappearance of Jean Virginia Sampere. British Columbia, Canada. Sometime around 10 or 11 p.m. on the 14th of October 1971. 18-year-old Jean Virginia Sampere was walking along Highway 16 with her cousin Alvin before he turned back to get a jacket from home. He believed she was going to a nearby shop, but upon his return to the highway, she was nowhere to be seen. Alvin reported hearing a car door shutting, but nothing else. Earlier that evening, Jean had been seen by her brother Rod's wife, Violet. Violet recounted that Jean had been at her mother's house, but had left crying. After attempting to go after Jean, Violet was stopped by Jean's mother, who told Violet that Jean would return. Jean was of Gitxsan descent. The Gitxsan were a First Nation, meaning south of the Arctic Circle, indigenous group. When Jean failed to return home that night, her mother reported her to the Jitsi-Jiyukla Indian band, who, due to protocol, waited for some time to report the disappearance to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The search for Jean continued for 8 days, with police officers from other towns joining the search. Alas, despite tip-offs in larger cities such as Vancouver and Toronto, no trace of Jean was found. A 1971 report from the Jitsi-Jiyukla band chief counsellor determined that Jean had drowned, and the case was formally closed in 1985, only to be subsequently reopened after the family complained that there was no conclusive evidence that Jean had drowned. For Jean to have simply vanished was as alarming as it was strange, and subsequent events in the area fueled more sinister theories about the case. Her brother Rod alleged that he had seen files stating that a man named Kenny Russell had found some footprints near Jitsi-Jiyukla River. Although the footprints were never identified, this was the piece of evidence said to be behind the drowning theory. Rather mysteriously, Jean's boyfriend had gone missing soon before she disappeared herself, but was found drowned in the Skeena River nearby. The authorities initially thought that Jean may have committed suicide, but once again, this theory was dispelled as Jean was not known to be a suicide risk. The most chilling theory is that Jean was the second of the first 3 victims of the Highway of Tears, a stretch of Highway 16 where between 18 and 83 people have either gone missing or been murdered since 1970. This theory is supported by the car door noise her cousin heard on the night she disappeared. Worryingly, there is known to be disproportionately high numbers of murders and disappearances of Indigenous women on the victim list. Jean Virginia Samper may well have been number 2 on that list. The disappearance of Susan Pearson. In 1966, a woman by the name of Susan Elizabeth Pearson was last seen in Missoula, Montana, and has not been seen since. Miss Pearson, an American woman from Portland, Oregon, went missing due to mysterious circumstances. She had been a graduate student at the University of Montana and was teaching there as an instructor at the time of her disappearance, days before her doctoral thesis was due. She was last seen by her friends on campus, as she was meant to take her business administration exam but never arrived. Likewise, Susan missed 2 work checks meant for her adding up to $1,200, which were never claimed. Initial searches for the woman were futile, yet when the police checked her apartment, they found it in pristine condition, untouched with not a single sign of struggle. Her car was soon thereafter found completely abandoned in Missoula's business district. Her belongings were still in the car when the police checked it. They found her keys, purse, and other necessities inside, ones that any sane person would never leave unattended. Bones were found in 1970, but were analysed and found to be animal remains. Susan Elizabeth Pearson is one of the oldest missing persons cases Montana has had in the past century. Curiously, Miss Pearson was the granddaughter of Walter Pearson, Oregon's Democratic senator. Susan King, who was one of Susan Pearson's friends and a prominent singer at a nightclub, told the police that she had visited her on the night before her sudden disappearance, and that Pearson was in a frantic, nervous state. It was just a different Sue, she had stated. A prominent piece of the puzzle was the information King also received. Pearson mentioned leaving her life behind to begin anew in her frantic state. Later, she added that 2 delinquent boys from the course she was teaching threatened her with physical violence. Pearson's brother, David, added that it appeared his sister rushed out of her apartment and the tea kettle was left to boil on the stove. Days after her disappearance, there was a report of a sighting in Lolo Pass, but evidence of her actually being there is non-existent. No further sightings were ever reported. The Buash map shows Antarctica without ice. For over 40,000 years, Antarctica has been covered by glaciers and snow, making it one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. The ice makes it impossible for Antarctica to be a home to any humans. However, there are some thinkers who believe this wasn't always so. The Bouache map was drawn by French geographer Philippe Bouache. Bouache drew his maps by combining his geographic knowledge, research from contemporary explorers, and astronomical observation. The map he produced in 1739 was titled in French. However, when translated, it means Map of the Southern Lands contained between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Antarctic Pole, where the new discoveries made in 1739 to the south of the Cape of Good Hope may be seen. The biggest discovery on Bouache's map was that it appeared to depict Antarctica before it was buried by ice, leading some explorers and geographers to use it as evidence that Antarctica was inhabited by an ancient civilization before being rediscovered in the 19th century. The most famous proponent of this theory was Charles Hapgood, who published Bouache's map in his 1966 book Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. However, the arguments of Hapgood and others have been met with criticism. Firstly, many argue that Hapgood did not take care in translating Bouache's annotations on the map before publishing it, and if he had, he would have realized that Bouache did not mean to depict an ice-free Antarctica. For example, there are multiple annotations over Antarctica on the map where Bouache has written conjecturé and soupçonné, which translate as conjectured and suspected, showing Bouache himself was not sure that human life could survive on Antarctica. What's more, the annotations also make frequent references to icebergs, freezing temperatures, and glaciers over Antarctica. Icebergs are even drawn on the map. Therefore, for many, the argument that Bouache was using the map to claim Antarctica was ice-free would be ludicrous. Secondly, two versions of Bouache's map were created, one which shows Antarctica with ice and one without. This has led some to suspect that the latter version of Bouache's map might have been drawn by another cartographer or even forged. Thirdly, there is every possibility that Bouache was mistaken. Bouache was a highly qualified man who was one of the foremost theoretical geographers, and a lot of deductions on his map have proved true. For example, the existence of Alaska and the Bering Strait. However, that is not to say his work was faultless. His map shows New Zealand as a peninsula of the Antarctic landmass and a central Antarctic Sea, both of which are incorrect. It's possible the map was drawn by Bouache, but showing an ice-free Antarctica that could have housed an ancient civilization was just another mistake he made. The truth of the matter is, we will never know if Antarctica was once home to an ancient civilization. In some areas of Antarctica, there are 30 tons of ice weighing down on the land's surface. If this ice were to be removed, the land would be so low that sea levels would immediately flood it. Frustratingly, this means there is no way to prove or disprove Bouache's map and the theories that have come from it.
The Paris Catacombs, a vast subterranean labyrinth beneath the streets of Paris, have long captured the imagination of adventurers, historians, and thrill-seekers alike. Originally built as quarries to mine limestone during the Roman era, the catacombs were later repurposed as a mass burial site in the 18th century, housing the remains of more than 6 million Parisians. In the 1990s, chilling found footage emerged, capturing the harrowing journey of a man who got lost within the catacombs and was never seen again. The Paris catacombs encompass more than 200 miles of underground tunnels, chambers, and galleries, making it one of the largest ossuaries in the world. Over the centuries, the catacombs have served various purposes, from a clandestine meeting place for revolutionaries during the French Revolution to a hideout for members of the French resistance during World War II. Despite the fascinating history of the catacombs, their vast and labyrinth nature presents a significant danger to those who venture off the designated paths. The maze of tunnels can be disorienting, and inexperienced explorers run the risk of becoming lost or trapped within the catacombs. In the early 1990s, a group of Parisian catacomb explorers, known as cataphiles, stumbled upon a discarded video camera deep within the tunnels. The camera contained a chilling piece of found footage, which captured the journey of an unidentified man as he ventured deeper into the catacombs, eventually becoming disoriented and lost. The footage shows the man's mounting panic and desperation as he navigates the seemingly endless maze of tunnels, before ultimately abandoning his camera and disappearing into the darkness. The found footage was later aired in a 2000 documentary titled The Forbidden Paris Catacombs, sparking widespread interest and speculation about the identity and fate of the lost explorer. The authenticity of the found footage has been a subject of debate among skeptics and enthusiasts alike. While some believe the footage to be a genuine documentation of the man's harrowing experience, others have argued that it could be an elaborate hoax staged to create a sensational story. Nevertheless, the footage has prompted numerous investigations and search efforts to uncover the identity of the lost explorer and determine his ultimate fate. Despite these efforts, the man's identity remains unknown, and no trace of him has been found within the catacombs. Several theories have been proposed to explain the man's disappearance, ranging from the possibility that he succumbed to hypothermia or dehydration in the tunnels, to the more sinister notion that he was intentionally led astray by malicious individuals or supernatural forces. Nonetheless, the existence of the footage can be supported by an argument, given that no one has come forward to claim the ownership of it ever since it was initially broadcasted almost 2 decades ago. Even those involved in the documentary haven't made much noise around it, leading many to believe that it's unlikely that they're benefiting from it financially. Assuming the authenticity of the found footage, the main concern is to uncover the fate of the individual. Investigating this specific topic has posed difficulties in terms of reliable sources, given the scarcity of information available. Although various sources have linked paranormal activity to the video, researchers who live close to the area believe that a more plausible explanation can be derived. The catacombs consist of tunnels that extend for 150 to 200 miles, making it easy to become disoriented and lost. As evident from past rescues of stranded teenagers, it's not uncommon for people to lose their way amidst the catacombs. With temperatures averaging at 60 degrees Fahrenheit, it's possible that the man in the video lost his bearings and eventually succumbed to hypothermia. The enigma of the found footage of the lost Paris catacombs explorer continues to captivate and mystify those who delve into the dark history of this subterranean ossuary. The chilling footage serves as a stark reminder of the dangers inherent in venturing into the catacombs, as well as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown. The fate of the lost explorer remains a mystery, shrouded in the shadows of the Parisian underworld and the murky depths of human imagination. The chilling atmosphere and macabre history of this subterranean world have given rise to countless legends, ghost stories, and tales of supernatural encounters. The Paris catacombs originated as limestone quarries during the Roman era, supplying materials for the city's construction. By the 18th century, Paris was grappling with the issue of overcrowded cemeteries, particularly the Central Cemetery of the Innocents, which was becoming a public health hazard. To address this problem, authorities decided to convert the abandoned quarries into an ossuary, a process that began in 1786 and continued until the mid-19th century. The bones from the overcrowded cemeteries were transported to the catacombs with great ceremony, blessed by priests and carefully arranged in artistic patterns. The dark, labyrinthine nature of the catacombs, combined with their macabre history, has fostered an atmosphere ripe for supernatural speculation. Over time, numerous legends have emerged, with some claiming that the tunnels are haunted by the spirits of those whose remains lie within, while others speak of the ghosts of revolutionaries and members of the French resistance who once sought refuge in the tunnels. Many visitors have reported inexplicable occurrences, such as sudden drops in temperature, unexplained noises, and even apparitions. Some believe that the spirits trapped within the tunnels are restless and tormented, drawn to the living who venture into their realm. In addition to ghostly encounters, there are also tales of mysterious creatures dwelling in the depths of the tunnels, further fueling the supernatural aura that surrounds this subterranean world. These legends have been perpetuated and amplified by popular culture, with the tunnels serving as the setting for numerous novels, films, and television shows that explore the theme of the haunted and the unknown. The Paris catacombs continue to captivate and intrigue visitors from around the world, drawn to their chilling history and the potential for supernatural encounters. The legends of the haunted catacombs also serve as a source of inspiration for those seeking to delve into the realms of the paranormal. Many ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts have ventured into the tunnels, armed with equipment designed to detect and document supernatural phenomena, in the hope of capturing definitive evidence of the spirits that are said to dwell within. The haunting history of the Paris catacombs is a testament to the enduring fascination with the unknown and the supernatural. The chilling atmosphere, combined with the macabre history of this subterranean world, has given rise to countless legends and ghost stories that continue to captivate the imagination. As a site of cultural and historical significance, the catacombs serve as a powerful reminder of the mysteries of the afterlife, drawing visitors from around the world. Today, the tunnels house the remains of an estimated 6 million people, making them one of the largest ossuaries in the world. The tunnels are a significant cultural and historical site, offering a unique window into the city's past. They serve as a stark reminder of the fragility of human life and the passage of time. Each year, thousands of tourists descend into the depths of the catacombs, eager to experience the eerie atmosphere and learn about their history. In recent years, there has been a growing interest in cataphiles, urban explorers who venture off the designated paths to explore the forbidden sections of the catacombs. While these adventures can be thrilling, they are also dangerous, as the tunnels can be disorienting and treacherous. Many who've explored the tunnels have said that there's evidence of residual haunting. Residual haunting is a term used in the field of paranormal research to describe a type of haunting that is believed to be a mere playback of past events, rather than an active interaction with an intelligent spirit. This phenomenon has been the subject of much debate and speculation among paranormal enthusiasts and skeptics alike. Residual haunting is a phenomenon in which seemingly paranormal occurrences appear to be replaying events from the past, often in a repetitive and consistent manner. These hauntings are believed to be the result of powerful emotions or traumatic experiences that have left an indelible imprint on the environment, causing the events to replay like a recording. Unlike traditional hauntings, which involve an intelligent spirit actively interacting with the living, residual hauntings are thought to be devoid of any conscious presence. Instead, they are said to be merely an echo of the past, with no ability to interact or communicate with the living. The concept of residual haunting has led to several theories attempting to explain the phenomenon. One popular explanation is the stone tape theory, which posits that certain materials, such as stone or metal, can absorb and store the energy of past events. When the right conditions are present, this stored energy may be released, allowing the events to replay in a seemingly paranormal manner. Another theory suggests that residual hauntings may be the result of a psychic imprint left by powerful emotions or experiences. This psychic energy may become embedded in the environment and can be perceived by individuals who are sensitive to such energy, resulting in the perception of a haunting. It is important to note that these theories, while intriguing, remain speculative and have not been empirically proven. Critics argue that the concept of residual haunting may be an attempt to rationalize seemingly inexplicable phenomena, attributing them to natural or psychological causes rather than supernatural intervention. The concept of residual haunting has found its way into various forms of popular culture, including literature, film, and television. Stories of residual hauntings often focus on the eerie nature of witnessing past events unfold, as if they were occurring in real time, with the characters in the story struggling to understand and come to terms with the phenomenon. These tales often serve as a metaphor for the enduring power of the past and its ability to continue to impact the present. Additionally, the concept of residual haunting can serve as a source of inspiration for those interested in exploring the mysterious and unknown realms of the paranormal. The existence of residual hauntings remains a contentious issue, with skeptics arguing that such phenomena can be more readily explained by psychological factors, such as suggestibility and the power of expectation, rather than supernatural intervention. However, proponents of the residual haunting theory point to the consistency and specificity of reported experiences as evidence of a genuine paranormal phenomenon. While definitive proof of residual hauntings remains elusive, the concept continues to fascinate and captivate those interested in exploring the mysteries of the paranormal world. Residual haunting is a captivating concept that offers a unique perspective on the nature of paranormal phenomena. While the existence of residual hauntings remains a topic of debate and speculation, the concept continues to intrigue and inspire those interested in the paranormal world. Whether seen as echoes of the past, psychic imprints, or a mere figment of the imagination, residual hauntings serve as a powerful reminder of the enduring fascination with the unknown and the mysterious world beyond our understanding. The Madison County Sheriff's Office posted the following on social media. The Madison County Sheriff's Office is investigating the passing and mutilation of cattle along TXOSR. Ranchers reported that a 6-year-old Longhorn Cross cow had been found lying on her side, deceased and disfigured on their ranch. A straight, clean cut, with apparent precision, had been made to remove the hide around the cow's mouth on one side, leaving the meat under the removed hide untouched. The tongue was also completely removed from the body with no blood spill. It was noted there were no signs of struggle, and the grass around the cow was undisturbed. No footprints or tire tracks were noted in the area. Ranchers also reported that no predators or birds would scavenge the remains of the cow, leaving it to decay untouched for several weeks. While looking into the Longhorn Cross's passing, 5 other similar occurrences involving 4 adult cows and 1 yearling were reported along the area of OSR running into Brazos County, as well as Robertson County. Each incident occurred in different locations, pastures, and herds. The other cows were found in the same condition, lying on one side with the exposed side of their face cut along the jawline and the tongue, once again completely removed. On 2 of the 5 cows, a circular cut was made, removing the insides. This circular cut was made with the same precision as the cuts noted around the jawlines of each cow. Just like the first, there were no signs of struggle or disturbance in the grass, no blood spill, and no noticeable tracks. No predators or birds would scavenge the remains for several weeks after the animals passed. The cause of the expirations of all 6 cows remains unknown. Multiple similar incidents have been reported across the United States, and we are actively coordinating with other agencies to find answers. Please notify the Madison County Sheriff's Office if you or someone you know observes any similar occurrences. End quote. Cattle mutilation is a phenomenon in which cattle and other livestock are found in mysterious circumstances, often with their insides removed or mangled in a precise and surgical manner. This has been a topic of debate and controversy for several decades, with many speculating that advanced beings or secret government agencies are responsible for the mutilations. Oddly enough, many of these instances happen within the span of a few hours, with ranchers and eyewitnesses reporting that no human could have done this in such a short time span. One of the first reported cases dates back to the late 1960s in the United States, but ranchers have said that these strange events go back even further, and note that it was in the 1960s that the reports were picked up by newspapers. Farmers and ranchers began to notice their livestock passing away in strange ways, saying that in many cases, the animals were found with their udders, tongues, and eyes removed, as well as strange circular marks on their skin. The marks appeared to be cauterized or burned, suggesting the use of some kind of surgical tool. The animals were also found without any signs of struggle or predation, leading to speculation that something otherworldly was responsible. Over the years, several theories have emerged to explain what is happening, with some believing that advanced beings are responsible, using the animals for medical experimentation or to study the effects of Earth's environment. Others believe that the government or military is involved, using the animals to test biological weapons or to experiment with advanced surgical techniques. But those who've studied the phenomenon have said that why would government officials risk getting caught, noting that the government owns private land and that it would be much easier to do this on some government facility rather than sneaking into a random farm. The Upper Ohio River Valley Investigation. The earliest known study into sudden cattle expirations of the modern day began in the state of Ohio back in 1966, when an investigator known as John Keel began to look into a series of unexplainable cases that were recorded around the Upper Ohio River Valley. The cattle seemed to have passed away due to bizarre circumstances that were otherwise impossible to have occurred naturally. Instances of animal autopsies showed that a number of cattle had passed away shortly after falling from a great height, despite the fact that the pastures were wide expanses of flat, endless land, with no heights great enough to have caused the injuries recorded. Other instances noted that the cattle appeared to have been cut up with precision tools that created perfectly straight lines in the livestock in their thick hide that would have required special surgical equipment. A list of consistent findings were the following. Many of the livestock explorations were made with clean surgical cuts that would have required precise tools and equipment. Many of the cattle found had been completely drained of blood, showed no sign of spillage in the surrounding area or any form of clotting surrounding their wounds. Over 90% of the cattle that was targeted was between the age of 4 to 5 years old. No footprints, spillage, tracks, or evidence of any other animal nearby could be found, including the tracks of the animal that had been found. These discoveries and subsequent livestock investigations stayed within the farming communities for several decades, without the general public aware of the events. One theory as to why mysterious aircrafts might be interested in cattle is related to the idea that they are using the animals for scientific research. Many of the body parts that are removed in cattle exploration cases are similar to those that would be taken in a scientific study. For example, the eyes might be removed to study the retina, or the organs might be taken to study the effects of radiation on cells. Some researchers also believe that the explorations are a form of biological sampling in order to study the effects of environmental toxins on the animals, with ranchers saying that strange burn marks have sometimes been found etched into the ground, and that there's been high levels of radiation measured after one of these explorations has happened. Another theory is that the cattle explorations are part of a larger agenda. Some people believe that mysterious aircrafts are interested in cattle because they are using them as a food source. Others believe that the explorations are part of a program where the animals are being genetically altered in some way. Although scientists and researchers have said that there is no concrete evidence to support these claims, as of right now, they remain popular among enthusiasts. Some researchers have also proposed that the explorations may be related to experimentation or surveillance. They suggest that some unknown agency may be testing new technology on cattle or using the animals as part of a surveillance program. While this theory is also largely unsupported, it is not outside the realm of possibility given the history of government experimentation on both animals and humans. The mystery of the Skinwalker Ranch encounter. Skinwalker Ranch is no stranger to the supernatural. In fact, the area is so familiar with the unexplainable that it led to a joint investigation between the privately owned company Bigelow Aerospace and the United States government's military, the Department of Defense. Over a period of about 20 years, a joint investigation was made to uncover the cause of the paranormal, supernatural, and mysterious sightings made across the area and determine whether or not the cause was a threat to national security. This led to the purchasing of a piece of land that would later be referred to as the Skinwalker Ranch, due to the region's massive amount of sightings of a mysterious humanoid monster known as the Skinwalker. Interestingly enough, over the 20 years of investigation, a surprising amount of evidence came forward that would help to explain the previously believed paranormal causes into something far more evident of advanced technologies. One of the strangest examples of supernatural encounters from the Gorman family was that of the instantaneous cattle exploration that took place no more than about 20 feet away from them as they fed their livestock. According to the Gorman family, their cattle had been in a small field together with a baby calf resting beside its mother as the cows were being fed. Suddenly, the family claimed that the mother cow began bellowing sadly as it ran in circles with a partial limp that seemed to be a form of temporary paralysis. When the family walked to the cow to see what was wrong, they noticed that the calf had been opened up and picked completely clean with a precision that was more akin to surgical tools, and this happened in the few seconds it took them to walk from the calf down the field 20 feet and then back again. When the researchers investigated the exploration, they found that the hide of the calf was too thick to have been cut by a knife and would have required surgical tools and a large amount of time to have performed the procedure, leaving behind nothing but an untouched head and a skeleton picked completely clean. It's for this reason that some have suggested that a time slip might be happening within this area, pointing out that it's impossible for something like this to be carried out in such little time, saying that the area where this is located is completely open and that they would have seen vehicles or people running away. Oddly enough, although these stories seem like a work of fiction, there's so many ranchers throughout the area that report the same thing and have said that the problem is so bad that it's causing some of them to close down their business. One of the earliest investigations into cattle explorations was conducted in the 1970s by the FBI. The agency was brought in to investigate the exploration of a cow in New Mexico, which was found with its udder removed and completely drained. The FBI conducted an extensive investigation, including collecting physical evidence and interviewing witnesses. However, they were unable to determine the cause of the exploration and concluded that it was likely the result of natural causes or predators. Since then, many other investigations have been conducted into cattle explorations, with various organizations trying to find an explanation for the phenomenon. Many prominent organizations have investigated these mysterious events and have concluded that hundreds of cases of cattle explorations are not caused by people playing pranks, and that many of their investigations have suggested that advanced activity may be involved. According to these investigations, many of the cattle explorations they have investigated exhibit strange characteristics that suggest the involvement of advanced beings. These characteristics include the surgical precision of the cuts made on the animals, the apparent lack of blood at the scene, and the absence of tracks or footprints near the site of the exploration. In some cases, witnesses have also reported seeing strange lights or objects in the sky around the time of the exploration. Despite these claims, there is still no conclusive evidence linking cattle exploration to advanced activity or any other cause. Some skeptics suggest that the exploration are simply the work of human pranksters, while others believe that natural causes or predators are responsible. In some cases, it has been suggested that the exploration may be the result of animal testing by private organizations. As investigations into cattle explorations continue, it is clear that there is still much that is unknown about this strange phenomenon. However, the interest in and attention given to these cases have helped to raise awareness of the importance of investigating unexplained phenomena and the need for scientific rigor in such investigations. The ongoing search for answers also underscores the importance of keeping an open mind and considering all possible explanations, no matter how unlikely they may seem. As of right now, cattle explorations remain a mysterious phenomenon that has intrigued and puzzled investigators for decades. While many investigations have been conducted into these cases, the cause of the explorations remains unknown. The involvement of advanced activity has been suggested, but no conclusive evidence has been found to support this theory. As investigations into cattle explorations continue, it is important to approach the phenomenon with an open mind and a commitment to scientific rigor, in the hope of one day unraveling the mystery behind these bizarre occurrences. Skinwalker Ranch has emerged as a prominent site that has produced a plethora of convincing evidence related to unidentified aerial phenomena. What makes these occurrences even more intriguing is their transmedium nature, meaning that they exhibit the ability to traverse multiple mediums. The sheer number of witnesses, coupled with the anomalous data that has been gathered, further reinforces the credibility of these events. The individual who owns Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, a location that has long been connected to unexplained and unsettling events, has disclosed additional information about a potentially unidentified object that is believed to be buried on the property. This comprehensive and in-depth account seeks to enrich our understanding of the situation without expressing any bias or leaning towards a particular perspective. Entrepreneur Brandon Fugel made the acquisition of the vast 512-acre property situated in the heart of the Uinta Basin in the year 2016, which came after a prolonged period of speculation and the initiation of various inquiries regarding the site's activities and history. Ever since the purchase, Fugel and his team of experienced researchers have persistently conducted a multitude of diverse experiments on the specific area of land that has garnered significant attention and serves as the central theme of the popular television show The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which is featured on the History Channel. In the third season of the show, the entire cast, led by ranch boss Thomas Winterton, decided to undertake a fascinating experiment with the aim of uncovering the secrets hidden beneath the enormous and iconic Mesa Rock Formation. Upon conducting an excavation in the solid rock hill located on the ranch, the team unexpectedly encountered a fascinating occurrence, a perplexing void that housed an object deemed impenetrable. Eager to uncover the secrets concealed within, they carefully extracted a portion of the material for further examination. Intriguingly, their preliminary analysis has led them to speculate that this enigmatic structure could potentially be a dome of human origin. Thomas participated in an in-depth and comprehensive interview held in California. The purpose of this interview was to discuss and analyze the mysterious discovery. When specifically questioned about the presence of an unidentified object within the mesa, he confidently responded, stating that there is certainly something peculiar or not of natural origin residing within that hill. During the excavation process, envision us penetrating deep into the hill, spanning several hundred feet, only to extract a peculiar metal substance. After closely examining the situation, it became evident that there was no conceivable explanation for the presence of such an object within the hill through natural means. This strongly suggests that the team are dealing with an artificial construct nestled inside the hill, rather than a naturally occurring phenomenon. After personally exploring the entire mesa, Brandon finds it incredibly perplexing. There is undoubtedly an artificial structure embedded in the hill, located just a few hundred feet away. The presence of this structure raises many questions and adds to the intrigue surrounding it. The show has captured the attention and enthusiasm of every member of the team, ensuring a heightened level of dedication and focus. During a particularly memorable moment captured on film in the previous season, the crew experienced a moment of intense astonishment when they unexpectedly encountered a colossal trembling sensation while engaging in drilling activities on the mesa. In fact, their bewilderment was so profound that it left them momentarily speechless. Thomas explained that the inherent sensitivity of the land is a significant factor that prevents them from simply detonating the mesa to uncover its contents, despite the passage of several years. This sensitivity implies that the area is delicate and requires careful handling due to various reasons, such as environmental concerns, potential archaeological significance, or the presence of something mysterious. In a recorded interview, the individual shared an intriguing anecdote about a meeting where the team was brainstorming strategies to address a particular issue. The challenge lies in our lack of understanding regarding the nature of Skinwalker Ranch, which exposes the team to potential risks. If they were to employ invasive techniques to gain access, there is a real chance of causing harm to the very object of their study. Hence, it is crucial for us to exercise utmost caution, approaching the situation with the careful precision of an archaeological excavation. This means being meticulous and thorough in their exploration, ensuring that they do not unintentionally jeopardize the integrity of the subject they seek to investigate. When attempting to gather information, it is crucial not to use a backhoe that could potentially obliterate any evidence you are trying to collect. It is essential to handle the situation with care in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence. The mesa spans a significant distance, and it is situated in a location that poses considerable logistical difficulties among all the areas it covers. According to Thomas, the team considers themselves fortunate because their owner, Fugel, is an American entrepreneur and technology investor, and this significant financial backing eliminates the need for seeking funding to support the ongoing experimentation endeavors. The team can focus solely on conducting their experiments without the worry of financial constraints. All around the globe, numerous accounts emerge detailing the presence of inexplicable aircraft that resemble flying discs. These peculiar vehicles showcase abilities that defy the laws of physics we currently understand, pointing towards a technological advancement surpassing our modern comprehension. The frequency of these sightings is astounding, with over 10,000 reported instances occurring every year. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that countless more incidents are kept undisclosed due to the apprehension of being mocked. As intriguing as these sightings may be, what truly captivates the imagination is the astonishingly diverse range of humanoid beings associated with these enigmatic crafts. Although there have been numerous claims made by enthusiasts, suggesting that sightings and encounters are proof of advanced beings visiting from distant planets and solar systems, there is a substantial body of evidence that has accumulated over the last few decades. Independent researchers, who have been conducting investigations on Skinwalker Ranch, have been gradually undermining these assertions and proposing a much more unnerving hypothesis. It is possible that these sightings, as well as the mysterious crafts and encounters with advanced entities, may not actually be of extraterrestrial origin. Instead, they could be attributed to interdimensional phenomena. The Uinta Basin has long been acquainted with occurrences that cannot be easily explained, encompassing supernatural phenomena, paranormal events, and even encounters with advanced beings. As a result of this familiarity with the unexplainable private company Bigelow Aerospace and the United States government's military division, the Department of Defense embarked on a collaborative investigation. Spanning 2 decades, this joint inquiry aimed to uncover the origins behind the numerous paranormal, supernatural, and mysterious sightings reported across the Uinta Basin. The primary objective was to determine whether these phenomena posed any potential threat to national security. As part of this endeavor, a parcel of land was acquired and would later become known as the infamous Skinwalker Ranch. This name was bestowed upon the area due to the abundance of eerie sightings involving a horrifying humanoid creature known as the Skinwalker. George Knapp sheds light on the peculiarities surrounding the ranch. Previously owned by the Gorman family, the property seemed to serve as a focal point for a wide array of unexplainable activities. These included sightings of diminutive grey aliens, encounters with the legendary Bigfoot, encounters with skinwalkers, formidable dire wolves, unidentified objects, and instances of poltergeist activity. Fascinatingly, during the 2 decades of meticulous investigation, an astonishing amount of evidence emerged that challenged the notion that these phenomena were purely paranormal in nature. The evidence indicated a strong presence of advanced technologies, unraveling the mysteries once firmly believed to be supernatural in origin. It is a common occurrence for individuals who claim to have been abducted to report experiencing a peculiar phenomenon known as a sudden loss of time. Within the Uinta Basin community, numerous witnesses have come forward with accounts of finding themselves inexplicably traversing their own homes during the nocturnal hours, only to be confronted by a clock revealing substantial gaps in their consciousness. Additionally, there are those who assert that while driving, they inexplicably find themselves parked at the side of the road, awakening to the realization that several hours have passed unnoticed. During the investigation conducted by the National Institute for Discovery Science, the researchers diligently gathered witness testimony from the Gorman family, the previous occupants of the infamous Skinwalker Ranch. The Gormans recounted their harrowing encounters with the relentless paranormal and supernatural phenomena that plagued their lives. One particular incident stood out, in which the family experienced a profound financial setback due to the sudden disappearance of their cattle. Their last hope for profitability revolved around 4 massive 2,000-pound bulls securely housed within an iron-gated enclosure situated just a few hundred yards away from their residence. In an extraordinary turn of events, as if attuned to the Gormans' conversation, they were astounded to find that the 4 bulls had inexplicably vanished from their locked pens, leaving behind no trace of destruction or forced entry. Alarmed, the family promptly notified the researchers involved in the investigation. After an extensive search, the missing bulls were discovered tightly packed inside a locked and fully sealed trailer, rendering any possibility of their entry or exit inexplicable. To their amazement, all 4 bulls were standing side by side, exhibiting an uncanny tranquility, seemingly entranced within a hypnotic state. With great caution, the researchers entered the trailer, intending to coax the bulls back to their designated enclosure. As if an unseen switch had been abruptly flipped, the bulls snapped out of their hypnotic stupor with a sudden surge of animated fury. Fueled by an overwhelming rage, they vigorously kicked and forcibly shattered the trailer, displaying an unprecedented burst of aggression and power. The researchers faced a significant challenge in not only understanding the mechanism by which the bulls managed to enter the trailer, but they also struggled to grasp the inexplicable change in behavior that allowed them to be transported calmly before the team's arrival. Back in the year 1964, a significant breakthrough in neurological research was made by José Manuel Rodríguez Delgado, a renowned scientist often referred to as the pioneer of electrical brain stimulation. Through a famous and captivating experiment, Delgado successfully demonstrated the practicality and validity of electrical brain stimulation as a means to not only manipulate an organism's physical movements and contractions, but also exert a profound influence on its overall behavior. To facilitate this groundbreaking research, Delgado invented a remarkable device called the stymo receiver, specifically designed to be implanted into an animal's brain. The stymo receiver allowed for the remote-controlled delivery of precise electrical stimulation to targeted areas of the brain, enabling the manipulation of behavior under controlled conditions. In one particularly remarkable instance, Delgado undertook a daring experiment involving the infamous Spanish bull named Lucero from Cordoba, Spain. Following a delicate surgical procedure to implant the electrode into Lucero's skull, Delgado bravely entered the bullfighting arena with the creature, capturing the attention of a captivated audience. Anticipating the bull's charge, Delgado deftly activated the remote-controlled electrode mere meters away from impending collision. Astonishingly, the powerful bull immediately halted in its tracks, completely overridden by the influence of the electrical stimulation. To everyone's amazement, the once aggressive and violent bull underwent a rapid transformation in behavior, succumbing to a state of unexpected calmness and relaxation in a matter of moments. This groundbreaking experiment, carried out by José Manuel Rodríguez Delgado, serves as a testament to the incredible potential of electrical brain stimulation in shaping and influencing an organism's behavior. Such advancements in neuroscience not only further our understanding of the intricate workings of the brain, but also open up new possibilities in the field of behavioral control and manipulation, in a manner similar to how the gentle behavior of the bulls in captivity at the Skinwalker Ranch exhibited docility. Delgado's bull similarly displayed an obliviousness to his presence and entered a trance-like state. Interestingly, the National Institute for Discovery Science Research Group discovered that the iron gate surrounding the bulls became magnetized in the vicinity, suggesting the presence of a powerful electromagnetic field originating from an unknown source. Throughout history, tales of encounters with advanced beings have captivated the human imagination. The possibility of life beyond Earth has fueled both fascination and skepticism. Anthony Choi, an active journalist and investigator from Peru, recently came forward and said that the government is lying to calm the population about the recent cases of unidentified beings. The researcher said that locals are still encountering mysterious beings and lights throughout the area. In an era where technology allows us to capture moments in unprecedented detail, the story of a man who accidentally photographed a mysterious being next to a forest transcends the boundaries of conventional belief. The country of Peru is known for its natural beauty and diverse ecosystems. Yet, nestled within its picturesque surroundings, lies a story that transcends the ordinary. In the last few days, an Argentinian man set out to capture the serene beauty of the country's landscape. Little did he know that he would inadvertently capture an image that would ignite global curiosity. As the man reviewed his photographs later, he noticed a peculiar anomaly in one of the images. Standing amidst the flora was a figure that defied explanation, an entity with a distinctly humanoid appearance, characterized by its grey skin tone and oversized black eyes. The image, seemingly depicting a grey alien, stirred waves of excitement, speculation, and skepticism. The accidental photograph of the grey entity near the forest sent ripples through social media, triggering intense debates about its authenticity and implications. Believers saw it as irrefutable evidence of an advanced presence, while skeptics questioned its validity, attributing it to photographic manipulation, a phenomenon where the brain interprets random patterns as familiar shapes. As of right now, many locals throughout the area have said that government officials are downplaying these sightings and said they want journalists to come to the region in order to document what's happening. Residents who reside in a rural region in the northeastern part of Lima, Peru, assert that they regularly come across towering creatures standing at 7 feet in height. These enigmatic beings are described as having armored bodies and unique characteristics, such as oversized heads and yellow eyes. According to the knowledgeable villagers, there have been continuous nighttime attacks on their community since July 11th, The incident involving a woman has led to a prevailing sense of fear and unease within the community. This distressing incident has left members of the community feeling uneasy, making it challenging for them to find comfort and relaxation as they consistently experience a sense of danger. Interestingly, a video of the incident was made public, with some viewers describing the figure seen as human-like, while others observed that it had characteristics resembling a bug. The members of the Ikitu community, who possess in-depth knowledge about their land and traditions, have raised concerns about the presence of advanced entities. They assert that these beings are unaffected by the conventional hunting tools used by the indigenous people. Requesting aid from the Peruvian military, the community seeks protection from these intergalactic intruders. As per their descriptions, the aliens wear protective suits and possess remarkable levitation abilities facilitated by spherical footwear that emits a red glow. Jairo Riategui Avila, a community leader, identified the creatures as beings from another planet. These mysterious entities have been likened to pelikaras by specific locals who view them as strange beings. The phenomenon of unidentified objects has been a subject of fascination and speculation for decades, with numerous reported sightings sparking discussions about potential life and advanced technology. Despite public interest, there is a prevailing belief that government officials may choose to withhold information about unidentified objects from the general public. One of the primary reasons government officials might be hesitant to reveal the truth about unidentified objects is the concern for national security. If these objects were indeed secret government aircraft or experimental technologies, disclosing their existence could provide adversaries with valuable insights into a country's technological capabilities and potential military strategies. Revealing the true nature of unidentified objects could erode the element of surprise in military operations and compromise strategic advantages. Governments might opt to maintain secrecy to ensure that their technological prowess remains concealed from potential adversaries, thereby preserving the upper hand in case of conflicts or geopolitical tensions. The prospect of revealing the existence of advanced beings or unidentified aerial phenomena could potentially lead to widespread panic and chaos within society. The idea of beings from other planets visiting Earth challenges fundamental notions of human uniqueness and the place of humanity in the universe. Such revelations could instigate fear, anxiety, and even religious and philosophical upheaval among the general public. Government officials may deem it necessary to withhold information to prevent widespread societal disruption. The potential consequences of mass hysteria and panic could lead to a breakdown in social order, negatively impacting governance, economies, and the overall stability of society. Disclosing the existence of advanced technology or potential interactions with extraterrestrial civilizations could have significant economic and technological repercussions. Industries could be disrupted, with advancements in technology and innovation potentially rendered obsolete by the sudden revelation of otherworldly advancements. This could lead to economic instability, job loss, and the destabilization of industries that heavily rely on the current technological status quo. Furthermore, technological revelations could provide nations with a competitive advantage in various sectors, such as energy, transportation, and communication. The potential for a power shift among countries and the global economy might influence governments to maintain secrecy to safeguard their own technological edge. The disclosure of unidentified related information could trigger complex diplomatic and political implications on a global scale. The revelation of secret government projects or interactions with extraterrestrial beings might prompt questions about collaboration, treaties, and the distribution of advanced technology. International relationships and alliances could be reshaped as governments navigate the potential consequences of disclosing such information. The intricacies of diplomacy, negotiations, and global power dynamics could influence government decisions to maintain secrecy to prevent unexpected shifts in the geopolitical landscape. Revealing the truth about these objects could undermine the perception of government authority and control. If it is discovered that governments have been concealing information about unidentified objects, it could lead to a loss of trust among citizens, eroding their faith in government institutions. In the pursuit of uncovering hidden treasures, Daryl Miklos undertook a deep investigation into the Caribbean region using meticulously compiled maps from the 1960s by NASA astronaut Gordon Cooper. With precision and determination, he delved into over 100 magnetic anomalies spotted on these maps. Venturing into the depths of an undisclosed area close to the Bahamas, Miklos embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries shrouding a potential ancient ship. The seasoned treasure hunter, in a twist of fate, stumbled upon an astonishing and peculiar structure that defied all expectations and left him in awe. This remarkable find was unlike anything he had seen before. The colossal, unidentified submerged object is accompanied by 15 obtrusions, each one stretching an impressive length of 300 feet, protruding prominently from the object. During a private interview, Miklos provided a detailed account of his findings while filming episode 7 of Cooper's Treasure. He passionately expressed his team's objective of recovering the remarkable aircraft from the depths of the ocean, shedding light on their ambitious endeavor. He said that during the filming, there was a specific moment that stuck in his mind. It was a scene in which he found himself seated inside a submersible, designed for 2 occupants. During his time in the Bahamas, he embarked on an intriguing adventure along the renowned shipwreck trail associated with the eminent historical figure Sir Francis Drake. During his attempt to analyze the shipwreck artifacts by referencing the anomaly readings on Gordon's charts, he stumbled upon a peculiar observation that completely took him by surprise. The formation he encountered was truly extraordinary and unlike anything he had ever witnessed in relation to shipwreck material. Its sheer size was far beyond what one would typically expect from such remnants. In this remarkable scenario, it is as if a wall cliff generously sprouted 5 colossal arms, each of which rivals the size of a battleship's gun. These arms are magnificently enormous, with another set of 5 arms adorning the opposite side, and yet another set of 5 on a different side, amounting to a grand total of 15 arms. This awe-inspiring image truly captivates the imagination with its sheer scale and magnitude. Based on his extensive experience in this field, he has come across 3 different areas where there are formations that appear to not be naturally occurring or the result of human activity. These formations do not resemble anything he has ever encountered before, despite his years of expertise in this area. Additionally, upon further investigation, they have identified multiple types of shipwreck materials, none of which correlate or bear any resemblance to these formations. It is intriguing to note that these formations stand out as unique and unexplained anomalies in the context of his work and observations. Diving to a depth of 300 feet below the surface, the explorers encountered the most profound section of the site. To safely explore this extreme depth, divers were equipped with specialized breathing apparatus and utilized a cutting-edge submarine. During the expedition, the exploratory team also stumbled upon numerous peculiar and enigmatic structures surrounding the central subject. These formations, adorned with an abundance of resilient coral growth, have intrigued the explorers, leading them to speculate on their age, estimating that they may date back hundreds, or perhaps even thousands of years. Miklos was filled with astonishment by the discovery he made. Upon returning to his ship, he made a conscious decision to delve deeper into Cooper's files, motivated by his willingness to uncover additional clues and unravel the mystery even further. In a noteworthy manner, the astronaut made a remarkable notation on the map of the region, opting to describe the sighting as an unidentified object, instead of referring to it as a known historical shipwreck. During Miklos's investigation of Gordon's charts, he came to the realization that there was an additional element that Gordon was making reference to. This discovery served as an important observation, shedding further light on the information presented in the charts. Upon further reflection, he began to comprehend the reason behind it not being classified as a shipwreck. He said that Cooper must have been alluding to the possibility of it being an object of advanced origin. Gordon held a firm belief in the existence of advanced beings. He was convinced that not only did these beings visit our planet from other worlds, but they also frequently chose this specific region as a landing location for their crafts or encounters. In a comprehensive and in-depth retelling, Miklos asserts that Gordon Cooper entrusted him with a valuable collection of maps. These meticulously crafted maps not only included highly detailed charts, but also provided precise coordinates, thereby increasing the chances of successful exploration and discovery. While unidentified flying objects have captivated our imagination for decades, a parallel enigma has been lurking beneath the world's oceans: unidentified submerged objects. These elusive underwater anomalies have sparked intrigue and curiosity, raising questions about their nature, origin, and the possibility of life beneath the waves. Unidentified submerged object sightings date back centuries, with reports of strange underwater phenomena peppering maritime lore. In the 16th century, sailors documented sightings of luminous underwater objects that defied explanation. As time passed, these encounters persisted, leading to a variety of theories and speculations. One of the most famous early reports came from the USS Stein. The crew witnessed a large, fast-moving object in the water, tracked by sonar, and even detected visually. Despite extensive investigation, no conventional explanation was found. Unidentified submerged objects, like their airborne counterparts, come in various forms and exhibit a range of characteristics. Witnesses have reported seeing objects that glow with an otherworldly light, display rapid and erratic movements, and seem impervious to the crushing depths of the ocean. Some accounts describe objects emerging from and submerging into the water with astonishing speed, defying the laws of physics as we understand them. These reports share similarities with unidentified flying object sightings, suggesting a potential connection between the two phenomena. However, the underwater environment presents unique challenges for observation and investigation, making unidentified submerged objects even more elusive. The enigmatic nature of unidentified submerged objects has led to numerous theories and speculations about their origin and purpose. Some suggest that they could be the result of advanced, secret military technology or underwater research projects. Others propose that they may be natural phenomena, such as unusual geological formations or bioluminescent organisms. An intriguing theory is that unidentified submerged objects may be related to advanced life. Just as unidentified flying objects are often linked to potential visits from otherworldly beings, unidentified submerged objects could be evidence of submerged craft or bases. While these theories are speculative, they highlight the range of possibilities and mysteries surrounding these objects. Over the years, there have been numerous documented encounters. Notably, these encounters have been confirmed by radar, sonar, and visual observations by trained military personnel, lending credibility to the reports. However, despite these documented incidents, the mysteries surrounding unidentified submerged objects persist. The study of these mysterious objects remains a relatively underexplored field compared to UFO research. Limited funding and the challenges of underwater exploration contribute to the lack of comprehensive investigations. However, there is a growing interest in unraveling the mysteries of the deep, and advancements in technology are aiding efforts to better understand unidentified submerged objects. Underwater drones, improved sonar capabilities, and collaborative international research initiatives are all contributing to the search for answers. Scientists and researchers are increasingly acknowledging the significance of unidentified submerged object encounters and their potential implications for our understanding of the ocean and the universe. Naval forces rely on secure and unobstructed access to the world's oceans for various strategic and logistical reasons, including maintaining freedom of navigation, protecting national interests, and ensuring the security of sea-based assets like submarines and aircraft carriers. Any unexplained incursions into maritime territories could undermine these objectives. These underwater objects raise concerns about national security, particularly when they are observed near naval bases, vessels, or critical underwater infrastructure. The inability to identify the origin or intent of unidentified submerged objects can lead to uncertainties that affect naval readiness and response capabilities. These objects, with advanced capabilities, might infiltrate sensitive maritime areas to conduct surveillance, gather intelligence, or assess naval activities. Their capacity to remain undetected or to outmaneuver traditional naval defenses could compromise national security. If these objects are manifestations of advanced foreign technologies, or covert underwater platforms, their presence could indicate the potential for technology transfer or espionage. The Navy must be vigilant in protecting classified information and naval assets. So, what do you make of this mysterious object? Be sure to leave your questions and answers in the comments section below and help us to grow this community while working to solve these unexplained mysteries. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos.